Steve Marvel. Chapter 1. Air Force 2, over the North Atlantic, heading west.
Isn't your shift about over, Ted?
Ted MacInnis got caught in the middle of a yawn by John Jeffries, the Secret Service guy sitting at the in-flight workstation ahead of him.
I'm going to sit here in the bullpen till we reach Andrews. I got too much of this in me.
Ted held up his coffee cup, then pointed to his phone.
I also need to talk to my bratty sister.
Ted was the backup pilot for Vice President Williams on Air Force 2. The chance of him being called up to the big seat of the Boeing VC-25 was about zilch, but the Secret Service guys insisted they always have 3 complete flight crews. He was currently Tier 2. Leaving his post so the third-tier guys could have a shot was not the way to advance. John Jeffries laughed quietly.
I got a bratty sister, too. Older or younger?
She's younger by a few years, but acts like she's a teenager. They were due to arrive in Washington, D.C. at about 10 a.m., which gave him plenty of time to confirm his sister was going to be in New York when she said she would. Nothing worse than going to the big city to find she'd gone to the country for the weekend. It wouldn't be the first time. The phone rang in his hands. It was his sister. That didn't surprise him, though, because he often thought they shared the same brain. It was like she knew he was about to call her, so she had to one-up him. He tapped the green button on the screen, ready to share that he'd been thinking about her.
"Hi, Becca,"
he got out before she cut him off.
"Ted, thank God. The news says there's something coming this way. A wave of death."
"What?" he said a little too loudly. Some of the others on the intelligence deck glanced over. "Tell me what's happening." His sister went into hysterics.
"It's on cable news. Oh, my God. They're losing affiliate feeds all across America. People just disappeared. It started in San Francisco, and it's headed this way. What do I do? Where do I go? What about Kyla?"
"Rebecca, stay calm. I'm sure there's some sort of explanation." He was interrupted again, this time by alarms inside the aircraft. One of the aviation guys yelled, "POTUS bumped us right to DEFCON 2, people!" He put the phone to his ear, accepting this was for real. "Becca, I need to know everything you do. What's on the television?" His sister sobbed into the phone.
"Ted, you have to save Kyla. She's everything to me. Please."
"I'll do my best," he answered. "But right now, I'm trying to save you. Talk to me. What's on the TV?" There were 20 others on the plane's intelligence deck, sitting in 2 rows of computer desks with a walkway between them. They were all doing their part to keep the VP in tune with current events. Some listened to other air traffic in the area. Some studied the weather. A few were proper intel spooks. Every workstation on the deck now reported trouble. One woman yelled out that several Russian Tu-95 Bear bombers were off the coast of Alaska. A man reported a pair of Chinese container ships were in trouble under the Golden Gate Bridge. Most of the rest was noise, all bad. Rebecca's response in his ear was a combination of sobs and pleading. He barely understood her. "Becca, please calm down." He had trouble staying calm himself, especially when all the alarms suddenly turned off. John Jeffries, the Secret Service agent with whom he'd been joking, had pushed the big red button at his station. The lights on the plane changed as a result. The interior was now warbird red. Danger close. The alarms turned off so the crew could work more effectively. His sister didn't give him the hoped-for intelligence, but he wasn't going to hang up on her. If possible, he'd keep her from panicking further. However, the situation on deck was a hot mess, too. John spoke into his handset.
"Flight, this is Executive 5. I'm getting a scrambled call from Andrews AFB. They bounced a message from Peterson AFB. NORAD reported unusual electromagnetic activity in very low orbit above the continental United States."
NORAD? Ted imagined nuclear-tipped warheads arcing high over the North Pole. It was a traditional scenario of a nuclear missile exchange between the United States and Russia.
NORAD would watch them come in and ensure that the retaliatory missiles went out. As if on cue, the plane leaned to the left. Standard protocol was to keep the VP away from any potential point of conflict, at least until the risk was assessed by the ghosts in the intel block. Ted's heartbeat went on a moonshot. He fumbled for his seatbelt, which had fallen off the seat hours earlier.
"Becca, I can't say where we are, but I'll get to you, okay?"
The jumbo jet tilted as the first-tier pilot executed the emergency maneuver. He was veering the plane away from the eastern seaboard.
"No!"
Rebecca ordered. After a fast sniffle, she continued.
"Get to my daughter. You hear me? Make sure she's safe. Call her right this instant, Theodore."
She paused for a few seconds.
"Tell her I loved every moment I had with her."
Well...
"Love you too, bro. Goodbye."
His sister hung up the phone.
"Rebecca!"
he shouted reflexively, before falling into a stunned silence. 10 seconds later, the VP herself came scuffling in. She had to hold onto the desks to keep her feet. Ted couldn't believe his sister had hung up, but he was going to make good on his promise, so he punched the button for his niece. She was a programmer working for the Navy, so they had a lot in common. While it rang, he tried to listen to the VP.
"Will someone please tell me what the peacock on a pogo stick is going on?" she pressed.
Ted wasn't a fan of her politics, but her down-home manner of speaking was refreshing after spending so much time among the upper brass of the armed forces. The politically driven generals were the worst. They seemed to script their every sentence when on these flights. His line kept ringing. Jeffries replied, "Ma'am, a few minutes ago, NORAD reported a problem in the atmosphere. Possibly an EM event, like an outburst nuke or a solar ejection. I've been trying to raise them, but they aren't responding." Vice President Emily Williams struggled to get closer to John down the row of workstations. The petite woman wore a prim black pencil skirt and fitting white blouse that made her appear thin and delicate. However, her code name was Firecracker because she was a ball of hate if you ever crossed her.
"Pick up!"
he commanded the phone as he continued to keep one eye on the VP. Two of John's Secret Service partners maintained a respectable distance behind the vice president now that the red lights were on. Those two men were Tier 2 as well, working diligently for the chance to go to the big leagues on Air Force One.
"Is NORAD still on the air?"
she asked. "Ma'am, this is what I'm getting." John pulled out his headphones so the hissing sound could be heard by everyone in the compartment. Ted's phone stole his attention from the broadcast.
"Hello? Uncle Ted? What's up?"
Kyla's voice was so calm and quiet, he had to jam the phone in his ear to blot out the other noises.
"Kyla, thank God. Listen, there isn't much time. Where are you?"
"Time for what?"
she said with a laugh.
"Kyla, listen to me. There's been a disaster. Your mom called and said I had to come get you. Where the effing hell are you?"
He'd never cursed in front of his niece. It was part of the refined Air Force persona he'd tried to nurture in front of most family members.
"For real? I'm doing a job on the USS John F. Kennedy. Why?"
America was under attack, and she was on one of the biggest targets in the United States Navy.
"Stay there, Kyla. You hear me? Wait, there's news here."
It was hard to juggle both emergencies. An airman leaned into the aisle from a few workstations down.
"Andrews just went offline. They were trying to get Peterson Air Base in Colorado, but they've been dark for a few minutes."
"This is Andrews in Washington, D.C. John Jeffries tuned into a different frequency, but no one was speaking. "And this is Dulles Tower. There is no way they aren't broadcasting right now. It's one of the busiest airports on the East Coast." Williams stood on her own because the plane had leveled out. Her voice was tense and direct.
"Are these nuclear strikes? Are the cities gone?" "No, ma'am," the Air Force liaison reported. "I have no intel suggesting there were ground strikes on these locations." "What about air bursts?" she asked impatiently.
The guy seemed flustered.
"I don't have any actionable intel." "Get it for me,"
she cut him off deliberately before adding,
"Please." She looked at the computer operators in the room, including Ted. "Hold on a second, Kyla," he said quietly into his smartphone. "I know Andrews isn't broadcasting, but maybe they're listening. Tell them to get us some cover up here," the VP ordered. "If POTUS sent us to DEFCON 2, everything should scramble into the air anyway." Ted had a few seconds to observe Ms. Williams. At first, he recognized her job description made her a Tier 2 player as well, but he also noticed a hard edge to her earth-tone eyes, like she knew what would happen if she got promoted one more time. Williams went on. "People, I don't care what you have to do. Get me someone on the ground. I have to know what's happening down there." Ted immediately wondered if his battlefield promotion was coming, too. He could be useful to the VP in the moment with a valuable asset on the ground. His niece was on the line at exactly the right time. "Kyla, this is very important. Tell me what's going on around you." He listened for a few seconds. "Kyla?" Ted had said it loud enough to get the attention of the VP, but all his focus was on the silence in his phone. "Kyla!" he screamed. Bonne Terre, Missouri. Tabby Breeze was about to lose her shit. Mom and Dad wanted her to participate in the family business, which was operating a tour company inside an abandoned lead mine, but today's clients made her rethink all her life choices. "I bet you get hit on a lot, don't you?" Tabby slowly turned to find the boy she'd been avoiding for the past 45 minutes. The first tour of the day was usually reserved for school field trips, and today was no different. The stocky sophomore kid had found her the instant he walked in and hadn't let her out of his sight since. "No," she deadpanned. "It literally never happens." High school boys were yesterday's news. In 2 months, she was heading off to Missouri University of Science and Technology. Freaking college. "That's an incorrect use of literally, because it is literally actually happening now." The kid rubbed his hands together like it was chilly, which it was, because they were deep inside the mine. "I like your braids, by the way." Mom had been a hairdresser in her younger days, and she still enjoyed working with Tabby's long, brown locks. The back of her head was currently styled with 3 braids instead of the usual 2. "Thanks." Tabby rolled her eyes. Her dad's voice crackled from the small communications speaker next to the elevator. "Tabitha, are you there?" That gave her the exit she needed from the relentless ladies' man. "I'm here, Dad. What's up?" "How many are left down there?" She took a rough count, intentionally skipping over the back part of the crowd where her annoying charge waited. "About 20, Dad. I can get most of them on the next elevator up. Then we'll be done with this group." She couldn't wait for that to become a literal reality. "I'm sending the elevator down now." Dad chuckled on the open line. "I bet you're gonna miss this place, kiddo." "No, I won't," she replied. After a suitable pause, she added, "Maybe a little. I miss you and Mom, though." "It's coming down right meow." Dad loved feline jokes, especially since her nickname was also a type of cat. The boys snickered behind her, but she pretended not to hear them. The machinery and wires sprang into action. It was only about 50 feet to the surface, but the equipment was about 50 years old, so it didn't move with modern efficiency and speed. While it came down, she made as if she was inspecting the speaker on the wall. Anything to keep from talking to that boy again. "Annoying, aren't they?" a girl remarked in a quiet voice. Tabby glanced over and saw a teen she recognized by all the good questions she'd asked on the tour. "Hey there. What do you mean? I heard Peter hounding you for the past hour. I know what it's like." The two stepped closer to each other so Tabby could reply without being overheard. "I know, right? He's certainly persistent. Tell me about it. We dated for about 10 minutes back in 6th grade, and he won't let me forget it." The girl wrangled her long black hair over her ear. Tabby didn't want to tell the girl her tastes were bad, but she thought it. The girl went on, "You're lucky. You won't see him after today, but the key is, if you ignore him, he eventually gives up." She gave the girl a secretive salute. I'll take that under advisement. The elevator finally arrived, and the security gate slid open with the screeches of oil-hungry hinges and wheels. Dad called it the jailhouse door because the wide-spaced bars looked a lot like they'd come from the police station holding cell. "All aboard!" she called out. The kids pushed and shoved their way into the car, but she didn't tell them to settle down like she normally did. All she wanted was to get them inside and out of her mine. She was stoked to go to college, but someday the mine touring business would be hers. Getting a degree in geology was step one to making it happen. Babysitting students was her misfortune while she waited for the next chapter in her life. The annoying, heavy-set boy was one of the last ones on. To his credit, he pushed his peers into the car to make enough room for the stragglers. Besides Tabby, there were 5 or 6 others unable to fit. "Damn," she said under her breath. "We can do it," the big boy declared. A couple more kids wedged into the packed car, but it wasn't enough. She slid the jail door shut, sealing the people inside and cutting off the few still outside. It was her duty to make sure everyone was accounted for, so she had to wait for the next one with the leftovers. "Double damn," she hissed through clenched teeth. 3 students remained with her. "We meet again," the portly kid said immediately. "My name is Peter, by the way." He held out his hand to shake hers, but she sidestepped him so she could use the speaker system. "Dad, a few of us didn't fit. I'll bring them up next." It was another delay she didn't need. "Roger, Tabitha. It'll only be a couple more minutes." She wondered if he sensed the anxiety in her voice. He'd led tours, too, and certainly knew the stresses generated by high school kids. The room became silent as the lift reached the top. She counted the seconds until the elevator was unloaded and sent back down. It would start with clanging from the gate up there. She couldn't wait to hear it. I'm not sure you heard me over the noise," the boy said impatiently. "I'm Peter." The dark-haired girl scoffed, then whispered angrily, "Peter, dial it back, okay? I'm sure Tabby has an older boyfriend." The rock walls inside the mine had a way of carrying whispers, so Tabby heard the words. "I'd like to have an older girlfriend," he replied in a not-so-quiet voice. Tabby pressed the button, desperate to hurry things along. "Dad, send it down, okay?" She waited to hear the whine of the motors up top. "Come on, move," she willed the machinery. She was about to press the button again, but a loud crack came from inside the mine's elevator shaft. A second, louder boom rattled the metal gate. A burst of hot air shot out of the vertical tunnel. "Holy hell!" she shouted. "Get back!" She used her arms to push the students away. Metal roared from inside the elevator shaft as if the lift was grinding the rocky sides on its descent. "Back!" she screamed. The elevator car smashed into the ground with a deafening slam. A large boulder came down next, followed by a dump truck-sized flow of dirt and other rocks that fell on top of it. Smoky dust came out of the shaft, covering her and the kids with a layer of gray debris as if they'd been crawling in it. Seconds later, the power shut off, throwing Tabby's subterranean world into absolute darkness. Chapter 2. Newport News, Virginia. "I assume your weekend was as exciting as mine?" Kyla Justice heard the question from her fellow coder, but she wanted to think of something exciting, if fake, to say in reply. Her partner, Ben Parker, knew she spent most of her weekends doing the same thing she did during the week, programming. "I met someone," Kyla said with a dab of mystery. Ben stopped typing on his laptop and looked over. "That's not what I meant, but get out. Where'd you meet him?" As she thought it through, it wasn't a lie, though she didn't have to explain their meeting was in the virtual world. She'd met an in-game character in one of her video games. They'd talked about their real selves for about 60 seconds, then it was back to killing the bad guys. As best she could tell, the male avatar on the screen was being played by a real gamer dude from the Midwest, somewhere well over the horizon in terms of going out for drinks, like she wanted Ben to imagine. So she let the thought dangle for a moment, then cut it off.
I don't really want to talk about him. We have to keep focused on these readings. The captain is moving the ship today, and our jobs are on the line if this reactor containment monitor goes on the fritz again.
The USS John F. Kennedy was the Navy's newest aircraft carrier, but it shared the same problems as every ship launched in the past 5,000 years. It had kinks, bugs, and weak structures that needed to be patched. And that was only the computer code. The mechanical pieces had their own issues.
That was your code, not mine, Ben laughed.
That was our code,
Kyla corrected. They worked for the same contractor.
But I'll tell you what, if you double-check what I've just entered, I'll tell you all about my new man.
Yeah, okay. I can work with that. Let's...
Kyla's ringtone went off. Phone calls were frowned upon by her hard-ass bosses, and the Navy bosses weren't too happy about it either, but everyone took calls, even those who made the rules. It wasn't a big deal.
It's my uncle, she said. He's a big-shot pilot for the Air Force.
She hit the green button.
Hello? Uncle Ted, what's up?
Kyla, thank God. Listen, there isn't much time. Where are you?
Time for what?
She replied. It was exactly like Uncle Ted to be dramatic.
Kyla, listen to me. There's been a disaster. Your mom called and said I have to come get you. Where the effing hell are you?
She held the phone away from her ear like he'd burned it with foul language. Something was really jacked up if he was talking like that.
For real? I'm doing a job on the USS John F. Kennedy. Why?
Uncle Ted didn't reply right away. There were sounds like he was in a busy flight terminal or something, so it was hard to understand what was going on.
Uncle Ted? You there?
The noise on the other end continued. An overhead klaxon sent Kyla 6 inches off her chair because it came on with unnatural suddenness, and she'd been focused so intently on the phone. The blaring signal prevented her from easily hearing or speaking to her uncle.
What the hell is that alarm for?
Ben had to lean over and yell to be heard. Kyla shrugged.
Should we check it out?
Ben yelled again. She waited before responding. The ship went through 1,000,000 tests every day, it seemed, as the shakedown crew readied the carrier for sea trials. One day, it might be stress tests on the electromagnetic catapults. The next, the engines growled for hours. The chances of the emergency klaxons being an actual emergency were relatively low because they were in port testing everything from the nuclear reactors down to the toasters. However, Uncle Ted did mention a disaster. Was he for real? She tried him again.
Uncle Ted? Come on, talk to me.
His tone suggested he was serious, but his lack of follow-up made her wonder if it was bad timing on the part of the alarms. It canceled his ability to tell his punchline.
Ha ha, Kyla, I'm kidding. I just called to say I'll be in Newport News next week.
That was the type of immature stuff he sometimes pulled. Mom, too. The phone screen showed the line had gone dead. She tried calling him back, but the line didn't connect. She immediately dialed her mom, but that also refused to connect. Sometimes working low in the ship made service unreliable.
Damn,
she thought. After a full minute, the alarms on the ship turned off. Kyla put a finger in her ear as if to rub away the pain.
I'm glad that's over with. What a suck-ass test. I bet my uncle will call back in a few.
They waited for a minute or two to see if the captain would make an announcement about the alarm, but it soon matched watching paint dry in terms of excitement. She planned to dial Mom when she was on lunch. She'd probably put Uncle Ted up to his joke. In the meantime, she figured it was best to keep working. Deadlines didn't care about alarms. Ben was already furiously tapping at his keyboard, leading by example. They worked for another 10 minutes before the older man turned away from his computer.
So, that was a weird interruption, huh? What were we talking about? Your dating life, I think.
Ben laughed. Her belly clenched at the thought of having to explain she hadn't really gone on a date. "Yeah, we—" A sailor ran by the door but skidded to a halt and backed up.
"What are you two doing in here? Having a father-daughter brunch? Get your asses to a battle station! We've been effing attacked!"
"Seriously?" Ben asked with disbelief.
"The alarm was real?"
Kyla gulped. Though completely inappropriate in nature, she was glad the sailor saw them as father and daughter. Ben was a lot older than her, and married, and not her type.
"Yeah, it was real,"
the sailor gasped for air. He looked around for others.
"On second thought, you two civvies might want to stay in there."
Kyla trotted to the door in case the sailor wanted to shut them in.
"We don't want to be stuck in here."
"Yeah," Ben added. "If there's an attack, we can't be down at the bottom of the damn ship. What if it sinks?" The young sailor panted and looked like he wanted to leave.
"We're in port. We can't sink. Word is spreading. Something killed everyone on the upper decks. Crew areas, hangar, the bridge, all gone. Be glad you two are down here."
The man ran away without a further word. Kyla and Ben shared worried looks. She glanced at her phone. Maybe Uncle Ted hadn't been screwing around. Air Force 2. Ted felt as useless as at any point in his entire life. He sat among high-level security and communications people engaged in frenzied threat assessments, status reports, and data gathering. His lame job remained being backup for the pilot of the plane, and that outcome was less likely than ever now that things had gone wrong.
"I got someone on the ground, ma'am."
The Air Force liaison held up his hand.
"Go ahead, son,"
the VP replied dryly.
"It's the USS John F. Kennedy. They're sitting in Port Newport News, Virginia. I have a Marine on the line."
Ted launched out of his seat.
"My niece is on that ship."
He held up his phone as if it were proof. Ms. William glanced at him but went right back to the other officer.
"A Marine? Where's the captain of the ship?" "I tried. I think we're lucky to get this guy. Would you like to talk to him?"
The Air Force officer made it sound like he wanted her to say yes. She took the handset.
"This is Vice President Emily Williams. Who's on the line?"
A loud bang came out of the speaker before the man replied.
"The Vice President! Holy hell! We got a shitstorm here. We were attacked. Decks of Navy were just wiped away. We have bad guys coming down for the rest of us."
"Where's the captain?" she replied in a businesslike tone. More cracks blared from the speakers, but there was so much it came out like white noise.
"Did you get that?"
the Marine yelled in the phone.
"Send us more GD shooters!"
"Marine, I need you to stay calm."
Ted desperately wanted to ask about Kyla, but now wasn't the time. Even family had to take a back seat to matters of the nation.
"They're here,"
the Marine replied. A few moments of gunfire was followed by silence. The line went dead.
"Ma'am, my data shows a fleet anti-terrorism security team was already training on that ship," an advisor relayed. "That's why you were talking to him. A platoon of fast Marines should be able to handle anything."
Ted wasn't so sure. He'd heard regular Marines weren't big fans of those specials.
"Anything,"
Emily echoed. She remained in the middle of the aisle for half a minute, like a schoolteacher worried about her pupils, but then she seemed to come to a decision. Ted punched the button for Kyla on his phone, but it wouldn't go through. He was angry, but not shocked. System overload was expected during times of crisis.
"Tell me who's left."
Ms. Williams pointed at an Army officer.
"Is Europe still online?"
"Yes, ma'am. I hear bases in Germany, England, the works. I even get traffic from bases in the Middle East."
"Good."
She then pointed to a Navy woman.
"What do you know about our fleets? Is the attack on the JFK local or fleet-wide?"
The woman looked at her screen, then to the VP.
"So far, I've heard from 6th Fleet in Naples and 7th Fleet in Japan, but I can't raise Fleet Command 10 miles away in Norfolk. Still trying." "Excellent. Keep on it. I want a list of every ship and command you talk to. This could be important. Start with bases on the East Coast. We have to know who is still operational below our feet."
Emily strode down the lane and stopped next to John at his Secret Service console.
"Mr. Jeffries, have you heard anything from the President?"
He looked up and shook his head.
No, ma'am. I've been pinging every phone number I know. There are no agents answering anywhere near POTUS.
Are you sure he was in the nest?
It was slang for his home turf in the White House. John nodded. Unless someone kept me out of the loop, his schedule says he's hosting some children this morning to talk about school lunches and whatnot. He should be there.
Good, I want...
The plane tipped sideways before anyone could think about holding on. It was a lot like being on an inner tube going into a high-banked water flume. A second later, every alarm on the plane went back into panic mode. Poor Sister's Convent, Oakville, Missouri.
Sister Rose, would you be a dear and go prepare the heirloom seeds? I believe today is the day we will plant them in the greenhouse.
In her previous life, she was known as Becky Hatcher, but after she accomplished her novitiate and chose to live her life inside the convent, Abbess Mary Frances assigned her the name of Rose, fitting, since she enjoyed working with the soil. Rose bowed to Mary Frances rather than respond by voice. When she advanced a full member of the order, she accepted the vow of silence, which she took seriously. Except for one time when she woke up shouting after a bad dream, she hadn't spoken a word for almost a year. She believed it was her cross to carry. The underground cellar was a cool, dry storage area perfect for keeping the seedlings, but there were many other supplies down there too. The nuns tried to be as self-sufficient as possible, so there were work tools, stockpiles of personal hygiene items, and pallets of Bibles. Those they gave to anyone who came to the front door. There were also small casks filled with wine. Most of those sat up in the front because they were often needed for the daily service. Sister Anne had the large frame and muscle mass necessary to move them, much to Rose's relief. Even the act of looking at them wore her out. To make money to support their order, the nuns planted grapes and ran a small in-house winery. It perfectly complemented the tiny bakery where they made bread for dozens of churches in the area. She walked beyond the casks to find what she sought.
God, please help us plant and harvest a crop for your glory.
While she didn't talk aloud, she always talked to God in her heart.
But first, please help me find them.
The long shadows of the dark chamber made it difficult to see, but she had the patience to let her eyes adjust. Modern conveniences, such as flashlights, were frowned upon by the abbess, and Rose had never crossed her. She looked on the small shelves where she expected the seeds, but they weren't there. It was almost completely dark in the corner of the basement, so she took a few minutes to meditate with her eyes closed. When she finally opened them, her vision had adjusted some more, and she saw the small storage bin. Aha! Her day was back on track. Rose secured the large cup and popped the top. About 100 small seeds were inside. All she had to do was drop them in water, remove the duds, and present the rest to Sister Mary Frances. She would order Rose and the other sisters into the greenhouse with tiny picks and shovels like they do every week. Other vines, which they'd prepared in the previous months, would then be transferred to the vineyard. Sister Rose held the container to her bosom and cradled it in prayer.
Please help us have another bumper crop.
She turned to go back toward the distant light, but an unusual sensation made her stop. The hair on each arm stuck straight up, as if magnetized by the roof.
Oh my,
she thought. Her only defense was prayer, and she wielded it with the same certainty as a trained martial arts expert. After a minute or two of communing with her holy defender, she was prepared to continue. The fear and odd feeling were gone.
It's been too long since I was alone like this,
she thought. She carefully clicked off the light switch and closed the heavy metal door at the top of the steps. There was no reason to lock it because there was nothing of value inside. Wine, bread, and seeds. Who would want any of that? Sister Rose had almost forgotten her moment of anxiety in the darkness,
But when she came back into the common room with her earthly treasure, a similar feeling of dread washed over her, and she almost dropped it. Her sisters were gone. Abbess Mary Frances had been sitting in a wooden chair between the kitchen and community area, her religious habit now draped over the chair, as if she'd undressed and placed it there. But there wasn't enough time for that, to say nothing of the impropriety. Sister Anne had been in a lounge chair reading the Bible. Her simple clothing was in her place. Rose also noticed her shoes and socks were left on the floor. The convent wasn't known for practical jokes, but Rose supposed she might be witnessing the first in its history. She was careful to set the seeds on the kitchen table, as the abbess would not approve as she dropped it, no matter the reason why. Rose could not call out to end the prank, though she thought about it. This was so out of character as to be scandalous. How did they coordinate such an activity? Rose walked into the oversized kitchen. She fully expected to find her leader, or Sister Anne, or at least someone else who didn't know about the joke. However, when she went into the room, her skin crawled again. There were more abandoned piles of clothing. Chapter 3. Air Force 2. The Mammoth VC-25 jet was the reinforced version of the commercial Boeing 747, but even with its military-grade enhancements, the wide body seemed to strain during the violent turn. Ted clung to his seat during the maneuver, losing his phone with the bone-jarring turbulence, but he had other things to worry about when the VP tumbled in with him. She'd been standing by the Secret Service desk before the surprise turn. Now she was practically in his lap. A plane-wide announcement followed. "This is the flight deck. We're under attack. Out." Ted commended the man's calm. He sounded like he did this every day. He immediately recognized the sound of chaff and flares being dumped outside. His flight team had dropped them numerous times in the simulator. The countermeasures were designed to fool missiles and blind radar, like an explosion of confetti might make it difficult to see a balloon. The jet swung from one banked turn to another. Now, he and the VP were on the high side, looking down at the computer operators on the starboard row. He held on to her waist, assuming she wouldn't want to go tumbling away. "Let me up," Emily ordered. "Oh, sorry, ma'am." She got back on her feet, but immediately did an impression of how she could epically fail a field sobriety test. Ted reached out again. "Careful!" he hollered. She shook off his hand. "I'm fine, pilot." She lunged a few steps and grabbed the edge of John's Secret Service desk. "Get me someone in the line of succession," she cried out. "I need to know who's still alive." "Ma'am," John responded. Because of the words she'd used, Ted assumed she was giving up. By telling the world she was dead from a missile strike, it would be easy for the next person in line to know they were getting bumped up in the line to the presidency. "Listen, people, as far as we know, I'm the only one left alive in the upper government. Once we get out of here, we have to stay in the game until we know who's left. Got it?" He'd underestimated her again. She wasn't giving up. She was fighting back. "Yes, ma'am," he replied. The others did too, though some were still next to their seats, rather than in them. A few seconds after his reply, the bottom dropped out of their flight path. Emily was thrown 3 feet in the air and tumbled back to the floor a moment later. The plane jerked like it had been hit by a professional wrestler's body blow and soon pointed down. Emily landed with relative grace, given the violence of the turbulence, and now was on one knee in the aisle, her skirt stretched to the breaking point. The plane went level, then started upward again, like a roller coaster from hell. "I need to buckle up," she complained. "Ma'am, here!" Ted held out a hand to reel her into his seat. He unbuckled himself to show what he was going to do. She briefly looked around like there might be other alternatives, but everyone else was at their duty stations, doing their best to hold things together. He'd been keeping his seat warm and nothing more. Now he could make a difference, no matter how small.
"Thank you,"
she said as she arrived. The plane bucked, and she rammed her hip into the desk, but she slammed into the seat a moment later.
"Here, buckle this."
He held up the locking mechanism for the restraint belt, which had been hanging off the side of the swivel seat.
"What about you?"
she asked, as the plane dropped into an even steeper dive.
"I'll hold on. You keep doing what you're doing."
The sounds of the engines overpowered all talk. He recognized the dive as an escape option for whatever threats were out there. The pilot was gaining a lot of speed as fast as possible. Emily braced herself on his desk. He had to hold on to the side of her chair while also using the wall to steady himself. Oxygen masks dropped from discrete panels on the ceiling. The VP looked at him.
"Do we need these?"
He shook his head. "Not yet, but know where it is if you need it." The modified aircraft would regulate pressure better than its civilian counterpart, but he wasn't going to bet her life on it. If it came to it, he would help her into her mask, then do his own. Making himself useful was now foremost on his mind, but he wanted to find his phone, too. He wasn't going to give up trying to reach Kyla. The plane came out of the steep dive and gradually evened out. There were no windows in the secure area of the plane, but if there were, he'd see the ocean not far below. He knew the pilot was now low to the deck. The engines sprinted wide open. He recognized that, too. For several minutes, he and Emily sat in an eerie, jet-fueled limbo, as if expecting a missile to blow them up at any second. The air was bumpier, and the ride was rougher above the waves of the North Atlantic. His teeth rattled in his skull every few seconds as they continued their escape from the scene of the attack. After a couple of minutes of steady flight, he thought they might be in the clear. "Captain Robertson needs a medal," he said to cut through the tension. The VP exhaled, then seemed to reappraise him.
"You should know. I'll be sure he does."
He wished it had been him, but for now, he was simply happy the Air Force had a pro in the seat. "We're clear," the co-pilot said over the speakers. Emily sprang out of her seatbelt like she'd been stung by a bee. She rocked side to side, as if the plane was still doing evasive maneuvers, though it wasn't. However, after the initial uncertainty, she walked the short way to the microphone on the wall without falling. "What was all that?" she dryly asked the pilot. Ted returned to his seat. After a long delay, the pilot came on. The VP had the hand unit facing John, Ted, and the others, so they could all hear the response. "Sorry for the rough ride. We were attacked by a surface-to-air missile. We think it came up from a fishing boat, but it could have been a submarine. We're on a vector away from the point of attack, but we're now heading for eastern Canada. When everything's clear, we'll turn back toward Europe." Emily raised the mic to her lips.
"Captain, please belay that order. Resume course for Andrews. Take whatever evasive action you must, but get us on that tarmac alive, and I'll promote you and your whole damn crew."
"Understood," the pilot said seriously. "We're headed for Washington." The VP hung up the mic, then walked down the aisle again. She glanced at Ted.
"Thanks for offering your seat. You're a team player, I can see that. Believe me, I know what it's like to sit on your ass and watch the world go by. You won't be in that chair forever."
She smiled pleasantly for a moment before getting back to the other information desks. "Thanks," he said to her back. He found himself impressed with her performance since comms had been lost with the mainland. She didn't wither in the fury of the missile attack either, and if he was being honest with himself, if she wasn't who she was, he might even be a bit attracted to her. His phone caught his eye in the aisle next to his workstation. Kyla, he thought. He leaned over to grab it, but found himself glancing up the aisle and admiring the vice president's skirt, her slim back, and how her brown hair was held together in an elegant knot. He maintained his professionalism and averted his eyes, but immediately noticed John Jeffries doing almost the same thing. The other man leaned sideways in order to see ahead. In that crazy moment of coincidence,
He wondered if he was checking her out, too. Then he saw John's gun. Bonne Terre, Missouri. It wasn't only dark in the mine, it was absolute. Tabby might as well have been wearing a blindfold with a shopping bag over her head for good measure. She inhaled, held it, then released the anxiety with her breath. As she breathed to keep calm, she patiently waited for the backup generator to kick on. The mine's electrical system was designed so it didn't depend entirely on the power grid of the town of Bonne Terre. The gas-powered unit should have been providing light the moment the electricity from the city failed. What the hell? A small flame came from the wreckage of the elevator. It wasn't much, but it was enough to illuminate 10 or 15 feet of the elevator's landing. In the confusion, she couldn't remember if the lift had been going up, filled with kids, or was coming down empty. She crept over to the still-shut gate. Her heart slammed against her ribs because she didn't want to see a dead body, much less an elevator shaft full of them. However, she was in charge. She had to look. As she put her face to the bars of the jailhouse door, someone spoke, seemingly from right next to her face.
"Empty! Audrey made it out!"
Peter's voice was ecstatic. Tabby saw no bodies.
"How do you know she's safe?"
she asked. It didn't look like anyone was inside the remains of the elevator car, but she wouldn't be positive until she was up top with a full head count. Peter laughed nervously.
"You work here. Don't you listen to the car when it goes up? I heard it go to the top, open its door, then shut again. This junk is just empty, elevator guts." "Who's Audrey?"
Because Peter had never stopped his ham-handed flirting during and after the tour, she assumed he didn't have a girlfriend back wherever he came from.
"Oh, a girl I'm crushing on. I have since the 6th grade."
He chuckled.
"Now she's safe up there while we die down here. I'm willing to make the sacrifice." "Whoa, sport, take a chill pill. No one is dying here."
He chuckled.
"If you say so. I distinctly remember you saying this mine has but one entrance. I'm assuming this stack of metal is it?"
She shook her head in dismay.
"Yes, but we have safety equipment up top. Dad will call the fire department, and they'll have us out of here in no time. If you say—"
Peter tripped over something and fell backward on his butt.
"Ouch!"
he cried out. At first, he patted his palms on his pants as if he'd hurt himself, but when he noticed what caused his fall, he scrambled over to it.
"It's a girl,"
he said with fear ripe in his voice.
"And she's hurt."
They both squatted down next to the small framed student. The black hair was familiar, and once she got near to the girl, she knew it was the same young woman who'd been standing next to her before the elevator crashed. Tabby put her finger on the girl's neck, like they taught her in those first aid classes. Because she was a tour guide and a scuba support person, she had to know how to care for the injured. Nothing this serious had ever taken place in the mine.
"She's alive,"
Tabby said with relief. Peter could barely contain himself.
"Thank God!"
Then, with a gentle scold,
"Why didn't you get on the elevator, Audrey?" "Let's give her a little space,"
Tabby said to him with a little sympathy. She studied the girl for injuries, but didn't see any. Her legs were easy to check because they were mostly bare. Her red shorts were wildly inappropriate for the chilly mine. The girl stirred after a few seconds.
"Mom?"
"No, we're not her," Tabby replied. However, that made her realize she needed to get in touch with her own mom and dad.
"Peter, make sure she's okay. I'll be right back."
"I will," the boy agreed. The speaker box was still affixed to the wall, so she trotted over and pressed the button.
"We're fine. The power is out, but no one is hurt."
She waited for a response, but had no patience. She pressed the button and repeated herself. After another brief pause, her patience went down to 0.
"Come on! Pick up, damn it!" "Where am I?"
It was another male voice, distinct with a country accent, but from the far side of the landing.
"Hey, Donovan, is that you?"
Peter called into the darkness.
Tabby recalled there were 3 kids with her when the lights went out. At least she accomplished job 1 of any tour guide. Come back with the same number you started with.
"Where are we?"
the girl asked from her spot on the ground. Tabby went over to her.
"Are you okay?"
She tried to help the girl to her feet, but it took the boy's added grip to get her all the way up. They both had to steady her for a minute while she recovered.
"I'm fine,"
she eventually replied.
"I think I passed out. I'm supposed to check my blood sugar when I get up top. I think I'm due for, another injection."
"Diabetes?" Tabby asked matter-of-factly. It was Tour Guide 101 not to make guests feel bad for their personal challenges, so she hoped mentioning it was okay.
"Yes,"
she said weakly. Tabby took a deep breath, then went back to the speaker box.
"Dad? Mom? Anyone?"
Nothing came back, which made her insides feel like jelly. However, she kept herself upbeat when she turned to her new friends.
"I'm sorry the lights are off, but at least we can see each other from these little flames. If I had my phone, I could use the flashlight app."
Peter said it sarcastically.
"But Mrs. Pinkle made us turn in all our phones while we were still on the bus."
Tabby had been so busy avoiding Peter and his annoying questions the past hour, she'd failed to notice the kids didn't have any phones out. That was unusual. Teachers usually didn't care. She continued.
"Light or no, all we have to do is wait here and rescue will come and get us."
Tabby coughed for a few seconds, slapping her chest when it got bad.
"My, oh my! Where did that come from?"
Probably the fire, she thought. The small flame chipped away at the broken wood floor inside the elevator car. However, it was more than that. A small stream of liquid dripped into the fire from high above. Rather than dwell on things she couldn't control, she reached out and touched each of the 3 kids, as if to bring them closer.
"We may be here for a while, so I'm going to get us some lights." Wait a minute,"
Peter tried to say, before Tabby interrupted.
"I'm sure you remember my name from the tour, but I don't know all of yours."
She sounded upbeat for their sakes.
"I'm Peter,"
the annoying kid said before either of the others.
"I'm Donovan,"
the country boy declared sadly.
"My mama always calls me Donnie." "My name is Audrey,"
the black-haired girl added.
"Oh, right,"
Tabby thought. The girl Peter said he was crushing on. It didn't really matter to her in the scheme of things, but she was about to suggest they break one of the cardinal rules of tour leaders. This was only slightly less important than bringing the same number back.
"Okay, y'all,"
Tabby drawled, feeding off Donnie's country boy energy.
"We have to split from the main party."
Chapter 4. Newport News, Virginia. Kyla swiped around on her phone looking for online information about the attack taking place above, but none of the big news sites had anything about it.
"See anything?"
Ben asked.
"Nothing but the usual politics. Central News just updated this story about the president's billionth scandal an hour ago. That is the most recent thing they have posted.
She froze at the cracking sound from elsewhere in the ship. Ben acted like he didn't hear it.
"Yeah, I saw the same, but my stupid internet shut down."
Ben tapped his phone, then set it down. The signal strength of their phones went in and out at the best of times while inside the ship.
"What are we going to do? What if this is some sort of terrorist attack?"
He spoke quieter.
"We could get trapped down here and captured. That would be bad."
Ben was a brown-skinned man with wide-set eyes and a high forehead. Kyla would guess he was Italian or Greek, but she'd never asked. They worked together well enough, but their association ended at the gate to the naval base. The only personal information she gave him was about fake boyfriends. She put her phone away, acting like she didn't hear the gunfire either.
"Yeah, well, now you're making some sense. So what are we going to do? We're unarmed, untrained, and we've got no tools beyond our laptops and my spare tire."
Ben patted his bulging stomach poking out from his maroon polo shirt. Kyla was a bit out of shape, too, though lately she'd been walking in the evenings to keep her butt from growing any larger.
It didn't hurt to stay fit when you worked on a ship full of single men. Thinking about men reinforced the notion she didn't want to die inside the ship either. Not that dying outside would be preferable. Avoiding it altogether was her plan.
Come on, let's go.
Kyla bundled up her laptop in its case and hefted the strap over her shoulder. She was going for the exit, but she didn't want to leave the expensive laptop behind. Whatever else was going on, she'd be fired for losing control of a secure laptop used for nuclear-related programming.
"Lead the way, young lady,"
Ben advised, like he was happy to go, but also happy to have someone in front of him. Her stomach turned to mush when she opened the door.
"We're screwed,"
she blurted out. The unmistakable rattle of gunfire seemed to come from everywhere. It was impossible to tell sound direction while in the ship because the vibrations jumped onto the beams and danced in all directions. However, her best guess was that it came from the front of the ship. That was the way the last sailor ran. She breathed in and out like she was about to do the 50-yard dash.
"We go this way,"
Kyla pointed, then walked deliberately toward the rear of the vessel. If she thought too hard, she knew she'd go back into the computer room and crawl into a corner. They'd gone about 50 feet when they reached a metal stairwell to the upper decks. Kyla stopped and listened for a few seconds, but didn't hear any gunfire close by.
"After you,"
Ben said, like it was no big deal.
"Fine,"
she replied. She cinched the laptop strap and started up the steep flight of stairs.
"This is 6,
she said when she reached the landing.
"Crap! That guy said the upper decks were gone. What do you think we'll find?"
Kyla looked back to Ben because there was fear in the man's voice.
"We can do this. Just keep going up. There's no one around."
They went up another level without incident, seeing nothing of note but a wayward uniform shirt hanging off the side of one riser. She expected to be relieved the higher she went, but fear gnawed at her gut with each step up. Normally, the stairwells would be filled with sailors going to their duty stations. During a typical drill, it was a model of military efficiency as up and down passed within inches of each other. Now it was only the two of them, though more and more uniform shirts and pants had been tossed around the floors. It made her think the laundromat had exploded and blew clothes all over the ship. They continued to Deck 4 and stood at the foot of the next flight to Deck 3. A mess of uniforms had been strewn on the stairs, from top to bottom. Kyla hesitated.
"I know we should run up and get the hell out of here, but something doesn't feel right about this. What's this mess about? Why all the shooting? You think there are really terrorists on board?"
"What the hell else would it be?"
Kyla shrugged.
"I don't know. This is a shakedown period. Maybe this is how the Navy shakes down a carrier? Simulate an attack, tell half the ship to get off, tell the other half they're under attack?"
She'd been commuting to the ship for the past 6 months, and nothing like this had ever been suggested or whispered about. She wasn't in the Navy, but she spent a lot of time with sailors as well as with Uncle Ted. He'd told stories. The military had their hazings and secrets, but her contacts in the Navy would have told her to be ready for this.
"Just keep going up,"
she said, with less enthusiasm. She'd put one foot on the bottom riser when a shape came tumbling down the narrow, clothing-filled stairwell. It wore multicam fatigues and sported 2 big, black boots. One of them went right in Kyla's face. Air Force 2. Ted's mind detached from his body, and he was back in basic training, the place where his reactions were trained for months to respond to threats like this. Sure, he'd spent the first 4 years of his service life playing foosball in Tallahassee, but he'd picked up more training in the years since. He didn't have time to get all the way to John's arm, but he got close.
"Doc!"
Ted shouted. The Secret Service agent fired the pistol despite Ted's shove. Emily fell sideways into one of the other computer operators. The Army officer hopped into the space vacated by the Vice President as if trying to absorb the next blast.
"Shoot her!"
Ted yelled, though no one could mistake what was happening.
Ted had the Secret Service man off balance, but far from down. He intended to knee the guy in the small of his back while he was vulnerable, but John flung himself sideways, so Ted bounced off the curved wall. And he still had the gun. The whole world became a pair of tunnel vision goggles where he saw nothing but John and his large black pistol. Ted flung himself at the man's shooting hand, intending to force him to drop the weapon. John expected as much and tried to use his elbow to pile-drive a blow into Ted's ribs. However, they were in such tight quarters, neither of them could get much momentum going against the other. He shifted enough so the elbow crunched into his shoulder. Ted's heart could have been heard over a full drum line as the two of them wrestled behind the desk and around the chair.
"Get the hell out of my way, Ted! This isn't about you!"
The Secret Service agent snared him in a bear hug even as he got a grip on the pistol. Since he was at a disadvantage, Ted tried to shove the arm down onto the edge of the desk, hoping to break it. However, that didn't go as planned either. The barrel of the semi-automatic pistol hit the metal table. The second it happened, the weapon discharged. That shot went into the floor. Ted used the momentary distraction to pull back and try to punch John's gut. He intended to follow it up with a knee to the nuts. John fired the gun again. This time, it was a lot closer to Ted's body. John released the bear hug grip and tried to shove him out into the aisle, though now Ted wouldn't let go. Several people scrambled nearby. He hoped they were getting clear of the flying lead. Worst case, he reasoned, he could make John fire all his rounds so he had none left for the VP. How many rounds were in a Sig Sauer P-229? He thought the answer was 15, but he wouldn't bet his life on it. If he was right, he had 12 left to endure. He fought to hold the gun away from himself, but John used his leverage wisely. When the other man had a bit of advantage, he tried to get Ted to relent.
"Just get out of my way, big guy. Let me do my damn job." "Since when is it your job to kill the person you're supposed to protect?" he wheezed.
"I'll tell—" Another gunshot resonated in the confined quarters. A chunk of John's brain popped out the side of his head and decorated the white plastic coating on the outer wall of the plane. The struggling agent slumped to the floor. It hadn't come from the pistol dangling dangerously close to his hip. It came from the next computer station. A small revolver appeared at the edge of his focus. It was in the hands of the VP.
"What the hell?"
Ted asked with shock. Emily Williams smiled.
"What the hell indeed? That was my own man. Why was he trying to kill me?"
Amarillo, Texas. Brent Whitman was ready to call it a day. He'd finished his overnight shift at the prison, and he was ready to sleep it off. Every third week, he had to take a weekend shift in the Hole, which was the lower level of the medium-security prison, where he and 300 other misguided souls temporarily called home. It sucked, because there were no windows whatsoever. It felt like working in a casino with similarly shady characters behind the bars. "I'm done. Let me out." He loved joking with Trish, the young and very womanly corrections supervisor in the security cage most days. And he believed she enjoyed joking with him.
"How did you get released so soon?"
"I want to go upstairs and get some sunlight. I feel like a vampire living down here with the other bloodsuckers." The prison was home to some rough characters, including a few prone to bloody up other people. However, he was happy to know none of them were killers, at least not on record. Violent offenders went downstate to one of the maximum intensity vacation hotspots in the corrections system.
"You've earned it, Brent. I'll see you tomorrow."
Trish's shift only overlapped in the mornings. She was one of the few bright spots in an otherwise thankless job, and if she wasn't 30 years his junior, she would have been his type. "Yep, see ya," he said pleasantly. When he reached the elevator, he decided to bypass it and take the stairs. He thought about his fortunes on the way up. "I'll find my own gal some day, just not around here." He lived several miles outside of Dalhart, which itself was 50 miles outside of Amarillo. The chance of meeting a woman his age in the grassland prairies was remote. He went up at a good clip and pushed through the door with youthful excitement. "Still got it." The very next step got out from under him like he'd stepped on something that didn't belong on the floor. He wheeled backward and fell on his side and shoulder with a heavy thud. "Holy shit!" he cried out. The camera guys on this level were undoubtedly laughing at him, so he tried to play it off as a prank. "Ha ha!" he said aloud. When he rolled over, his hand slid on a pair of pants someone had tossed on the floor. His first instinct was that a riot was in progress, because all sorts of things got thrown during those incidents, but this pair had a long blue stripe down the gray leg. It belonged to a guard. "What the heaven the hell is this?" It wasn't only the pants. A man's shirt and shoes were there, too. It was as if someone had excitedly undressed to go skinny dipping, something that never happened willingly in prison. The guard's security belt was also on the ground, and that signaled a real problem. It contained 2 cans of mace and, for when things got really bad, a taser. No guard worth his salt would ever ditch those items. Brent glanced down the main hallway and saw a couple other sets of clothing. Both of them also had their thick belts on the floor. He pressed his radio call button with breathless urgency. "Hello? Operations? We've got some missing guards on the 500 block." No one replied for half a minute, until Trish's voice came out.
"This is Floor 0. Are you trying to call ops, Brent?"
He heard her reply and was thankful for it, but he'd gotten to his feet and had taken a few steps down the hallway. The first cell belonged to a guy named Edward. It was a relatively happy fellow who spent his time reading political magazines. Said he was going into politics when he got out. It was a long-running joke that got everyone laughing. Edward's clothes flowed lengthwise on his bed, along with one of those magazines. It was as if he'd taken off his orange jumpsuit while he was reading this morning. Brent's internal alarms began to clang. The guards might be pulling a fast one on him, but there was no way on God's grass-fed earth the lockups would also participate in a prank. We have something going on up here. Prisoners are gone." Trish gasped.
"Are you sure?"
He didn't hold the stupid question against her. He wouldn't have believed it either. Brent walked to the next cell, then 5 more. By the time he reached the guard shack at the end of the block, he was sure this wasn't a prank. It was more like the end of the world. "Yeah, I'm real sure."
"Was it an escape? How did we miss it?"
Trish seemed flustered. An escape alarm droned to life. She followed protocols to the letter. "The guards are gone, too," he said warily. "Every living person up here is now a pile of clothes. All gone." He looked back down the cell block. Alarms would do no good. Chapter 5. Air Force 2. After the attack on her life, the vice president was whisked away by the other members of her security detail. It happened so fast, Ted had no time to think about the connection between the dead man lying next to his seat and the men and women of the Secret Service. Without making a big deal out of it, he shoved the Sig Sauer pistol into his waistband at the small of his back. He was flushed from the ordeal and breathing like mad, so it wasn't hard to pretend like he was checking his uniform for puncture holes.
"You all right?"
a female Air Force lieutenant asked him. He straightened his navy blue tie. "Fine. He surprised me is all." Ted got out of his chair, not wanting to spend time near a dead man with half his brains missing. The officer spoke at barely a whisper.
"You'll probably get a medal or an award. You saved her life, sir."
Ted always had his eye on advancement, but he never thought about adding to his collection of useless awards. The only thing that mattered was protecting the citizens and assets of his countrymen. He was beginning to see the vice president as an asset. "Where do you think they took her?" he asked no one in particular as he picked up his phone. The intel deck was behind the flight deck, but above the seating and living areas of the main fuselage.
Since she wasn't visible at the back of the room, she had to be on one of the other 2 levels.
"Probably have her holed up in a bathroom with guns pointed outward,"
the airman replied. Ted shook his head as he clicked his tongue. It was something he did when in deep thought. The plane had to have an Alamo type of refuge, but he wasn't sure that was where she'd go. Not unless forced. "Did you see her fire her weapon?" he continued. "I always thought she was a mild-mannered nobody."
"That's what you're supposed to think. Politicians are never what you imagine."
The female officer paused for a few seconds.
"Well, some of them are big assholes on TV and in real life. I guess my rule doesn't apply to all of them, sir."
She laughed a bit as she checked her screen. "You must get around," Ted said, to keep the small talk going. He'd only been with Air Force 2 for 6 months. It was a capstone assignment for many officers on board. Ted still wasn't sure if it would be that way for him. Robertson, the hero pilot currently at the stick, didn't look like he was in danger of falling dead from old age any time soon. "I'm sorry," he said, realizing she was answering his question by naming off her past duty stations. "I need to walk off this nervous energy. Will you excuse me?" He hurriedly shuffled down the aisle toward the back. To a person, the men and women at the computer terminals gave him a pat on the shoulder or a good job for what he'd done to protect the vice president. He took it in stride, but continued out the back and down the winding flight of steps. "You!" a Secret Service man called out. Ted flashed his badge when he came over to him. He'd taken off his jacket, revealing a sleek, black submachine gun. The Heckler & Koch MP5 would have made a sieve out of Vice President Williams if John Jeffries had used one. Ted sucked in a deep breath, not sure what the guy was going to say. He also realized his heart continued to gallop along like he was still wrestling that gun away. His body wasn't ready to let its guard down. "Okay," he said. "You're clear." He stepped back and took a relaxed stance. "Thank you for covering our asses. They'd probably dump all of us service folks out the back door if we'd let Ms. Williams get shot by our own man." The man's unflinching gaze seemed to look into his soul, almost as if he interrogated him without saying a word. Was he waiting for him to admit he was part of the conspiracy? Ted smiled with his best attempt at being friendly and non-threatening. When the man appeared satisfied, he nodded to the plush seating area behind him. "We're not letting anyone see her right now because we don't know who's a threat. However, you've earned a pass by saving her life." "Now that's all I had to do," he said as a joke. The man's stare was ice. "Go inside, funny guy." Ted wondered why he was even thinking funny thoughts at all. He'd almost been shot, and a high-level figure in the government was nearly assassinated. The nation was already at DEF-CON 2, so the threat level couldn't go much higher. All that was compounded by the communications issues for the mainland United States. He figured the humor was a defense mechanism. He'd go a little crazy if he thought about things too seriously.
"There he is,"
the VP said with excitement.
"Come over here, please."
He strolled over to the seating area, but before he got there, she stood up and extended her hand.
"I'm Vice President Emily Williams. I see you all the time up on that deck, but I'm afraid I don't know your name, pilot."
A low-ranking Air Force woman appeared from a separate chamber and snapped his picture the second he touched the VP. She whisked the big camera away as she returned to her nook. "I'm Major Ted MacInnis, United States Air Force, ma'am," he said, not sure if it was normal to have his photo taken during a crisis. She shook his hand with both of hers.
"Thank you, truly, for saving my life."
He chuckled. "I'd say you can take care of yourself just fine. You probably saved my life, in fact."
"Oh no, don't pull that manly hero crap on me. You're going to take my gratitude, and I'm positively going to owe you one, all right?"
He shrugged as she let go of his hand. "I reacted by instinct. I've known John Jeffries since I started flying with you. I've never seen him express the smallest clue he didn't like you. If anyone was going to be the shooter, it should have been me, because I don't care for your party." She laughed for a moment, but immediately turned serious.
"This isn't about parties, Ted. This is an attack on our country."
She glanced around her.
I'm not only talking about this assault on me. It's potentially World War big. I understand, ma'am. I talked to my sister while it happened. She was in New York. Said the news showed the attack came from the West Coast. What can I do to help? She leaned back as if digesting what he'd told her. Then she flashed her perfect white teeth. What more can you do? I thought you'd never ask. Come with me. The vice president motioned him toward the back of the plane. He happened to notice her hand shook as she moved away. Beneath that mild-mannered nobody persona crafted over multiple campaigns of political nonsense, she was a real person who was scared. It made him appreciate her situation and his own. He always balled his fists after combat. Bonne Terre, Missouri. Tabby guided the 3 students further into the mine using a small penknife she always carried. There was a survival box stationed on every floor, stocked with gear such as chem lights, headlamps, and first aid materials. Her dad liked to be prepared for anything, he often said, and keeping guests alive was always job number 1. She arrived at the first box like it was an important stop on the tour. I'd like to direct your attention to this safety box. I'm sure you 3 will remember me mentioning this exact box when we started our walking tour this morning. She asked the question knowing the answer. The kids grumbled. I see. Well, let me tell you about it again. On the regular tour, she'd only point at the box. Now she opened it. It has everything we need to survive down here until the rescue team comes and gets us out. She pulled an armful of gear out while she held the penlight with her teeth. Here's a flashlight for you. She held it back, not caring who took it. And all of us are going to take these green chem lights and tie them onto your clothes. This way we can't possibly lose each other in the dark. Make sense? More grumbles. Audrey might have been crying. Or maybe it was Donovan. She shifted what was left in the box but didn't pull the rest out. There's food in here and bottled water. I don't think we'll be here long enough to need them, but they're here, right? My dad took care of us. Peter spoke up. Your dad works here? Doesn't that bum you out? This was the family business, and she couldn't imagine life without it. Sure, it was dank, dark, and mysterious, but the lower levels were filled with crystal-clear water. 1 billion gallons of the stuff. It was as beautiful as it was creepy. Her parents brought her inside when she was a baby. They taught her to swim there. They trained her in scuba and let her explore the underground chambers. No, I love working with my mom and dad. She forced a laugh. What? Don't tell me you wouldn't work with your parents if you got the chance? Peter's head blurred, he shook it so fast. No freaking way, dude. My parents are suck. Audrey stepped closer, flashlight in hand. My parents wouldn't be caught dead down here. They work up in St. Louis at some fancy law offices. I hate going there. Tabby started walking again. What about you, Donnie? Would you want to work with your parents? He sobbed for a second. Are we ever going to see them again? My parents, I mean? Tabby cursed herself for failing so bad on the morale-building part of her tour. Fear was contagious, and Donovan's fear was going to infect the other 2 if she didn't do something about it. A deep rumble shook the floor. What was that? Donovan exclaimed. It felt like an explosion in an underground chamber. She'd once taken a tour of a working limestone mine and was there when they blew the caution sirens and detonated explosives to peel material off a rock face. The grumble was similar. She wasn't going to tell them that, though. This old mine has lots of chambers down below. Men and women have dug out the tunnel since 1864. Granted, a lot of the 3 lower levels are flooded, but old support beams give out every so often. Then the ceilings collapse. Her intentions were good, but she was in danger of scaring herself. She'd never felt the rattle inside her mine, but if there were collapsing passages, she guessed they'd feel like explosives. Are we in some serious danger? Audrey asked, as if reading her thoughts. No way. Come on, let's keep going. We have a few stairs to go down to get to the 2nd level, then I'll show you why I brought you down here. They walked in silence for several minutes. Audrey managed the flashlight, but she enjoyed shining it everywhere except at her feet. The 30-foot pillars of stone seemed to come out of the darkness like stone giants holding up the ceiling. The light barely pierced the black void beyond the first, but she knew the others were back there. The total darkness almost gave the impression they were walking on rocks under a nighttime sky. Drops of water and the reflection of minerals on the roof caught the light and reminded her of stars. The others didn't seem to appreciate it as much, especially when they got to the stairs going in the wrong direction. Donovan was distraught.
"I don't want to go down there,"
he whined.
"Can we wait here?"
Audrey said matter-of-factly. Without missing a beat, Peter added,
"I'll stay with her."
Tabby sighed, not knowing which of the tour guide rules she wanted to break. Nearby, her little light barely penetrated the narrow stairwell. It reminded her of a sickly mouth with rocky teeth and a multi-stepped tongue leading her into the stomach below. Suddenly, the mine was more dangerous than beautiful to her. She thought it was because the lights were off and she'd caught some of the kids' fear, but a few moments of reflection cleared that idea from her brain. She'd been in the mines lots of times when the power was shut off. It was part of the tour, actually, to show people what absolute darkness was like. Talking about her parents made her realize how much she missed them, and looking into the abyss, something grabbed her heart and wouldn't let go. Like Donovan, she desperately needed to see her mom and dad. Chapter 6. Newport News, Virginia.
"Sorry,"
the woman Marine said without much sympathy.
"You got in the way of my foot when I came down the ladder."
Kyla rubbed her right cheek, certain it now had a boot print on it. She was also pretty sure she kicked her on purpose. Before she could say,
"No problem. And by the way, it's stairs, not ladder,"
more Marines came down the stairwell like a pack of vicious dogs. "Identify yourself!" a bulldog stout Marine bellowed.
"They're civvies,"
the boot-wielding woman called back.
"I took her out on accident because she didn't have a uniform. Figured she was one of them."
5 or 6 men spread out at the bottom of the stairwell, battle rifles up, and pointed along the axis of the main hallway. Kyla looked back and forth, unaware she'd been in such immediate danger. "She's dressed like a fast food cashier," another Marine joked. "How'd you mistake her for a threat?" Kyla hated wearing khaki long pants and her maroon polo shirt, but it was company dress code. The honking big name tag did make her look like a Burger King server. "F you," the woman replied with an impish grin. A man Kyla figured was the leader took off his combat helmet to wipe away sweat from his forehead. "Sorry, ma'am, we're taking fire from unknown elements. We can't take any chances." The man's uniform looked like it had been painted by a computer. Tiny squares of brown, green, and black assembled into swatches that appeared as leafy camouflage. The name tape on his right breast pocket said Carthager. The bootwoman's last name was Meacham. Ben put his hands up.
"Don't kill us. We're computer geeks, not threats."
Kyla put her hands up, too. "What's in your purses?" Carthager pointed to the laptop bags hanging from their shoulders.
"Computers,"
Kyla answered calmly, ignoring the insult. Carthager laughed at Ben. "We aren't going to kill you, guy. We're the United States effing Marine Corps. Now don't get me wrong. It'd be better if you were a pair of damsels in distress, but we deal with what we're given."
"I would have preferred a pair of hunky firemen,"
Meacham said without looking at Ben.
"But not while I'm on duty."
The leader scowled. Kyla felt like she was in a dark comedy. The Marines aimed their rifles to cover her and Ben from whatever enemy was out there, but they talked like they were sitting in front of computer screens playing video games. "Meach, take point again. Go aft." Carthager motioned for her to travel along the deck toward the back of the boat.
"Aye, Sergeant. I'll keep my eyes open for sunbathing hookers if you want."
The tough-looking woman spoke dryly and could have been serious. "You do that," the leader replied. Meacham finally turned to Kyla and seemed to read her like a tech manual. She spoke in a low voice.
"They're cool. We just work together."
Louder, she said,
"Sorry about your face, but I think I did you a favor.
Now you look like Sarah Connor."
"Who?" Kyla replied. She couldn't mean the woman from Terminator, could she? The Marine snickered. Carthager slapped Meacham on the back.
"Get going."
He turned to Kyla and Ben.
"Follow us, ladies and gents. We gotta clear the rear of this deck, then we're going back toward the hangar and the levels above."
"We have to get off this ship," Ben said with worry. "We were told everyone is dead up top. There's probably a virus or something."
"It isn't a virus," the sergeant said with authority. "And you aren't leaving. Not yet. We don't know who's firing on us. No one is up top on the comms, so we're trying to figure this out as we go. Now enough talk. Move."
Kyla and Ben fell into the line of heavily armed Marines and fast-walked along the suffocating metallic hallway. Being told he couldn't leave seemed to make Ben skittish, and Kyla sensed the fear emanating off his Greek skin like expired yogurt. Meacham trotted at the front, while some of the others checked hatches and connector hallways on the left and right. They kicked at some of the random clothes spread on the floor, but they didn't stop and go into each compartment or the side halls. It seemed to leave a lot of threats behind them. Kyla knew better than to tell any military person how to do their job. As a civilian contractor working for the Navy, she'd learned that lesson long ago. She kept her mouth shut and held her breath while praying no one would jump out and shoot her in the back. Carthager called out after a couple of minutes of travel.
"Hey, Meach! Hold up!"
The Marines came to a halt, spread out along the walls, and covered each other. Gunfire rattled from far down the hallway, or it could have been from another level. The cramped interior continued to make it sound distant and muffled. Kyla pretended she was relaxed so she didn't look like a scared idiot in front of the fighting men and woman, but she wasn't so sure she'd succeeded. However, she felt like she'd kept it together better than her partner. Ben acted like he'd soiled himself and didn't want anyone to notice. "You okay?" she asked him. Ben jumped with fright.
"Damn, Kay! Don't sneak up on me!"
"Sorry." She gently tapped him on the elbow, intending to soothe his fear.
"When you woke up this morning, I bet you didn't think you'd be running around a carrier with guns like this, did you?"
Ben seemed to relax, and even laughed for a moment.
"I do my duty for king and country by hitting computer keys. This running and gunning isn't what I signed up for."
"We'll be fine," she reasoned.
"By staying with the Marines. In the movies, these guys are always the ones who fight like hell until the job is done. None tougher."
Carthager laughed.
"We're going to start charging for rescues. $100 for dudes with laptop bags, $50 for a doggy. Ladies are always free."
He smiled at Kyla in a friendly way.
"No, ladies are $200,
Meacham hissed from the front.
"No one should need rescuing, not even women. Learn to take care of yourself."
Kyla wasn't sure how to take that. She was suggesting Kyla needed to do better taking care of herself. Ever since Uncle Ted gave her the heads up, she felt like she'd been doing something for her own rescue. It wasn't her fault the Marines found her before she got Ben to the gangplank off the ship. The other Marines snickered again. Kyla was left wondering how the hell they got anything done with all the banter, but Carthager held up his hand, and everyone stopped talking. He used some hand gestures that seemed to indicate there was trouble down the hallway they'd recently passed. Kyla and Ben were pushed through a door. She held her breath again, certain the gunfire was about to be a lot closer. Air Force 2. Ted followed the VP and her shaky hands into a cabin big enough for a wooden conference table. It could seat maybe 20 people, but there were only 2 there now.
"General Charleston, Mr. Auger, this is Ted MacInnis. He saved my life."
The 2 men stood up and everyone shook hands. By the time he was done, the VP took her seat at the front of the table between the 2 men. She motioned for him to sit next to the man in the suit.
"Mr. Auger is the head of my Secret Service detail."
He knew the section leader by face and name, though they'd never met. The man turned to Ted. "Please, sir, call me Marcus. Thank you for your assist." It was the same sentiment as the guard he'd spoken to. They were obviously a proud service, not used to setbacks like this. "No problem, Marcus. I'm a major in the Air Force, so I know a little about self-protection. As I told Ms. Williams earlier, she's really the one who saved herself. She pulled out the snub-nosed wheelie gun and put that asshole down for us both. Yeah, I've complained about her walking around with that piece since she's been in office. It may be the only time I've been glad she didn't listen to me." He turned to face the VP.
"Gentlemen," she said, "now that you know each other, I need options for where we can land near D.C. "You've given up on Europe?" Ted asked out of turn. She'd already given the order to the pilot to fly to D.C. Emily closed her eyes. "I'm sorry. We can't fly backward and blind. There is something intercepting our communications with the mainland. There are boats below with missile launchers. There could be 100 between here and London. We can practically see the coast already, so we should just go home." The general rolled his fingertips on the table.
"Would you consider going as far back as Iceland? We could also invite ourselves into Nova Scotia. We should figure out what's going on in D.C. before we return there." "I can't guarantee your safety," Marcus remarked.
Emily's face was cheery, but her eyes were hardened gems. "There are no guarantees anymore, not even on my own plane."
Marcus acknowledged her statement, but went on. "What I mean is, we don't have an advanced team in any of those places, and that might be for the best. We are scheduled to land at Andrews, so we'll have coverage there, but if there is a threat to your life from inside the department, ma'am, they will know that's where you're going next." She snorted.
"They attacked my plane. They attacked me inside my plane. I'm feeling pretty damn lucky right now. I say we stick to our original flight plan and get ourselves to Andrews. Major MacInnis said the news broadcast showed the attack in real time and that it happened from coast to coast, but I'm sure your boys were prepared, right, General? We'll get military backup when we land."
The gray-haired man was attentive and alert, but his face did not convey the can-do attitude Ted hoped to see. "If I can't get through to my boys at Andrews, I can't ensure they will be at the doorstep when we arrive. However, I'm sure they've been watching our flight pattern go sideways up here. I'm confident they'll be ready with a whole rifle brigade."
"Excellent. We have a plan. Get this bird on the ground and then get some backup."
Ted was conflicted. He desperately wanted to get the VP to safety, but he also thought about his sister's daughter. The Marines had called after the event had passed. Kyla could still be alive on the JFK. "Excuse me, ma'am, but why am I here?" The senior man in the Secret Service looked as if he wanted to say something, but he kept his thoughts to himself. Emily appeared genuinely happy he asked the question. Then she spoke to the other two men.
"Mr. Auger, General, please excuse us."
Ted stood at attention while the general and Marcus exited the room. Emily rocked in her chair with fingers steepled together, like she was about to reveal her diabolical plan.
"Sit back down," she said, dryly.
Poor Sisters Convent, Oakville, Missouri. Sister Rose spent the next 15 minutes of her life carefully picking through the piles of clothing spread around the convent. The order of nuns wasn't very large, so she was able to account for all 9 of the women based on their manner of dress and the colors of the vinyl covers for their pocket Bibles. 2 were in the kitchen. 4, including Abbess Mary Frances, were in the great room. 1 was in bed up on the 2nd floor. The remaining 2 were in the patio grotto, presumably praying outdoors in the pleasant morning air. All of them were gone. Over that short period of time, she'd come to a conclusion about what had happened, and it didn't involve a childish prank. The women of her order were a tight-knit group. She expected as much when she walked in and signed up to become a member over 5 years ago. She was 20 when she started, making her by far the youngest resident. The next youngest was Sister Margaret, and she was in her 40s. Sister Rose thought about her situation as she walked slowly to the chapel. Abbess Mary Frances often chided her for minor infractions of the rules. Those smarted because she worked so hard to fit in. The abbess told her time and again not to take it personally. She was the new girl, and as such would naturally garner the most attention. It was all done with love. Rose entered the chapel and flicked on the lights. When she was satisfied no one was inside, she walked down the short aisle and kneeled in the pew in the front row.
"I failed you, Lord. I failed you."
She kept her words to herself, but she couldn't stop the flow of tears.
"Please don't forsake me because I broke the rules one too many times."
She clenched fingers inside her folded hands.
"There was that time I waited 5 minutes after my alarm went off. I missed part of the morning prayers."
Tears formed under both eyes and soon rolled down her cheeks.
"And that time I swept the leaves into the shrubs rather than into the compost bag as instructed. I was lazy."
Rose crushed her folded hands together.
"Lord, forgive me. I took a private meal in my room and did not give thanks to you. I was certain you already knew how much I loved you and was thankful for all your gifts, but I had been praying all day. I didn't think another line was necessary."
Each passing minute enabled her to recall dozens of specific instances where she cut corners, ignored orders, or failed to acknowledge the role of God in her life. Individually, none of them were worthy of notice, but when she stacked them all on top of each other, she realized it was a tip-over tall pile of papers documenting her life as a failed nun. She almost spoke aloud, but wasn't ready to surrender that unwavering devotion. So far, she'd managed to hold her vow of silence for 1 solid year, a minor victory among what she now viewed as a string of defeats. The reason the other nuns were gone was simple. When God called them to him, they were all found worthy.
"I wasn't,"
she thought. He'd collected his flock, but chose not to include her. She'd missed God's return. Chapter 7. Air Force 2. The guard shut the door after General Charleston and Mr. Augur passed through.
"I don't know you," the vice president began, "but I trust you. In circles I frequent, that is more valuable than the gold-crusted flatware we use for state dinners."
He nodded. "The Air Force has its own complicated pecking order. I understand where you're coming from." She frowned.
"This isn't about promotions or duty stations. I'm talking about life or death. Do you know how many threats the Secret Service takes care of every year?"
"A few a month?" he guessed.
"Nope. Not even close. If Mr. Augur were here, he'd stop me from giving away the store, but I'm going to tell you anyway. They receive literally thousands of threats. Only a small percentage of those are actionable, but they are a significant number."
He whistled in awe.
"You see, I depend on the Secret Service for my existence, the President more so. And now, out of the blue, one of them tried to put a bullet in my spine. Do you see my dilemma?"
It wasn't hard to figure out. "You can't trust the people who watch over you while you sleep." He didn't say it to be funny, but she laughed.
"You got it. I let Mr. Augur in here because I have to trust someone in his department. I can't lock them all out at the same time. However, I can bring in new blood."
She gave him a knowing look. That wasn't hard to figure out either. "Ma'am, I appreciate it, but I'm a pilot. You saw me up in my waiting room. When the pilot gets poisoned by the fish dinner, I step in and fly the plane." He rubbed the back of his neck. He wasn't saying no, but he realized he wasn't saying yes.
"When your country calls, are you letting it go to voicemail?"
He scratched his head, not sure how to answer. "What exactly do you want me to do?"
"Just be ready,"
she said, as she bounded out of her chair, seemingly sure of his answer.
"When we get down to the ground, I don't know what we're going to find. At this point, I only ask that you watch my backside."
She flexed her hip to one side and looked over her shoulder as she stood next to the door. She was trying to be cute in showing him the backside in question, but he purposefully avoided looking at anything below her eyes. She was the vice president of the most powerful nation in the world, not some sex symbol. "I'll need an official weapon, ma'am." She acted like she was going to open the door, but then hesitated. After stepping back a pace, she hiked up her black skirt a little and pulled out the revolver. He figured she had a thigh holster.
Here, use this. Keep it hidden.
He decided to show his own hand, so he spun around and lifted the hem of his long-sleeved shirt. The grip of John's Sig Sauer pistol stuck out of his trousers.
This was John's. It's not official.
I guess that confirms it,
she said dryly.
If you'd wanted me dead, I'd be dead.
Why would I want you dead? Ted asked with surprise.
Oh, it's how Augur and his people have me thinking. With the endless death threats and letters filled with mysterious powder, it's easy to lose faith in people. When I see you and your gun, I naturally think of how easy it would have been for you to take me out.
Ma'am, you live and work around U.S. military personnel. Any one of them could be trained to take you down. Our whole system is built on mutual trust. She nodded agreement.
And that's why it's so important for you to come onto my team. Here, let's trade guns. My guys are probably up on that deck looking for it right now. At least you know this one wasn't used in a crime.
They shared a laugh as they swapped. If she'd asked, he'd have preferred the Sig because it had more rounds left, but he wasn't going to argue with her.
This is a modified 357 Ruger LCR, 5-round cylinder. I had a laser sight put on. It's been dialed in by the guys in Augur's department. I've tested it on at least one live target.
It was a grim reading of her self-defense shooting not 15 minutes ago. He studied her hands, pleased to see they were no longer shaking. The talk of guns, trust, and fighting back seemed to bolster her spirits. After he stowed the revolver, she motioned him to follow her out the door. A short time later, they were on the flight deck behind the pilot and co-pilot. They'd regained altitude to about 10,000 feet and cruised above the irregular coastlines of the upper Chesapeake Bay.
"How's it look at Andrews Air Force Base?" the VP asked.
"Okay, ma'am. The tower isn't broadcasting, but the transponder is active. We'll have to confirm the runway visually, but it shouldn't be a problem because they'll clear everyone on our flight path once they see us on approach. I'm not showing any weather in the area."
"Excellent."
Emily pulled him into the short hallway between the flight and intel decks.
"Ted, when we get on the ground, I want you to get off the plane first and talk to Special Agent Melvin Jones. Tell him what happened up here and that I've lost confidence in my field detail. He'll know what to do next."
"He won't shoot me, will he?" Ted smiled hopefully.
"Medals, Ted. There's going to be a buttload of medals when this is over. You'll have to take chances to get them."
She quietly laughed for a moment, but turned reflective.
"Show him my revolver. He helped me sight it. He'll know I gave it to you and why."
Won't he think I killed you and took it?" She patted him on the arm. Because she was a bit shorter, she looked up into his eyes.
"If you'd killed me, do you think the rest of the crew would simply let you walk off the plane with my gun?"
He felt like a first-year cadet for not seeing the obvious. "Of course. It seems like you have this figured out." They were closer together than he thought appropriate for their respective stations, so he took a step back. However, she grabbed his arm and peered up with those steady brown eyes.
"Ted, I'm going to tell you a secret. Something I've never said on all my campaign stops for the president and haven't even said since we've been in office. Not even during that dust-up with the Chinese."
She paused dramatically.
"I'm scared to death. I freaking killed a man. That was not what I had in mind when my job description said, 'Other duties as assigned,' you know?"
The plane vibrated as they lost airspeed and altitude. "Ma'am, let's get this puppy on the ground and get you into some proper protection. Then you can reflect on what you had to do. Until then, don't think about it."
More good advice from my bodyguard.
Her grin was magnetic. He couldn't look away. "I do what I can," he replied. A metallic ding meant the fastened seatbelt sign was back on. The VP spun around and went into the intel deck. She didn't even glance at John's corpse, still on the floor. Bonne Terre, Missouri.
"Are we going down there?"
Audrey asked in a mouse-like voice. Tabby realized she'd been standing there lost in thought for way too long. She'd be with Mom and Dad soon enough, so she didn't need to see them right that second.
However, she was going to split from the main tour up top, taking her 3 charges the other way. That was a no-no in horror movies, warfare, as well as tour guiding.
"Shine your light down there,"
she ordered the young woman. When the light was in position, she stepped closer to the top landing.
"You 3 were already down these steps, remember? There's a scuba area, boat dock, and there are more walking trails along the lake. There's nothing to be scared of, except Bonnie, and she doesn't bite hard."
Bonnie?"
Audrey replied. Tabby rolled her eyes. Clearly, she'd been expecting too much of her joke. The kids probably already forgot the name of the lone inhabitant in the underground lake.
"Bonnie's a fish, Audrey. A small, harmless little fish. You saw her on the tour, remember?"
"I fed it," Peter bragged. It was a regular tour stop. Dad always let kids feed the lone resident of the lake, as long as she showed up.
"Right, see? Peter fed it."
Audrey shined her light in Tabby's face until she winced and turned her head.
"Oh, sorry," the girl said. "I believe you. It's just that it's so dark down there. Come on, y'all, stick together. I don't want to split us up. That's not what tour guides do."
Tabby started down the dark stairwell, ignoring the fact she'd split them up from the people up top. The 3 kids murmured among themselves, but hurried down the wet stairs as if unwilling to be left behind. Minutes later, they were at the scuba and boat dock. 2 long rows of tanks and regulators hung from hooks. On a normal day, there would be groups of divers who came here to get their certification. The clear, calm waters were perfect for newbies. If the lights had gone out later in the day, there might have been swimmers in the water, but the high schoolers came through on the first tour before the place really started hopping.
"Dad doesn't allow overly powerful lights underwater because we provide enough with the overheads. That makes it so visitors down there get the optimal experience instead of dealing with a billion lights in their eyes."
She pulled off one of the small waterproof flashlights.
"But he does let people use these pinpoint lights."
The light was attached to a thick loop that could be wrapped around the wrist, perfect for hands-free diving when you needed to see into a dark passage or light up a piece of rusting excavation equipment. There were miles and miles of flooded passageways to explore, and having hands free of gear was critical to getting around fast. The light clicked on, illuminating the scuba dock in a satisfying way.
"I'll take one!"
Donovan yelled, coming out of his funk. She handed them out like it was Halloween. The 3 kids put them on their wrists like they were going underwater. She did the same to show solidarity.
"Can we go back now?"
Peter asked. Of the 3 of them, he seemed to handle the unusual situation the best. Tabby assumed that was because he was trying to impress a girl. She was fine with that, she'd decided, if it helped keep at least one person from rocking the boat. She tried to use that power to her advantage.
"Peter, do you want to lead us back? Just follow the yellow arrows painted on the ground."
She pointed to the first one.
"Sure,"
Peter replied after seeming to think about it for a few moments.
"Don't fall behind."
He looked at Audrey to make sure she was okay. Tabby noted how the girl, for all her bluster, smiled weakly when the boy shined his light on her. Peter then pointed his light to Donovan. The white stripes on the thin boy's athletic shorts glowed because they were reflective. Finally, he directed the beam to Tabby's stretch pants.
"Peter?"
she asked sternly, in a why-is-your-light down there tone. The boy whisked his light in another direction.
"Move out!"
he ordered. Once on the move, and not looking at girls, Peter was a good tour guide. He kept a steady pace and didn't dwell on the tight, dark passageway when they went up the steps between level 1 and 2. However, when they came around the last of the big pillars, Tabby called out to him.
"Whoa! Wait up!"
Peter didn't need to be told twice.
"What the heck is that?"
he asked. The elevator wreckage was still there, of course, but now the fire was a rager. The flow of liquid coming down the shaft had become a torrent, and the seemingly wet fire tried to climb back up the walls after it splashed all over the debris choking the bottom. Lots of it spilled out the metal jailhouse door, and it ran down the path toward their position like liquid metal.
"I think there is something serious going on up top,"
Tabby said in a calm, emotion-free tone. Her inside shook like a magnitude 9.0 plate of Jell-O, but she was always mindful of the example she set for the others. Her memories begrudgingly went back to something Dad mentioned a year or two ago while she listened during one of his tours. Someone asked what would happen to the mine if a nuclear bomb went off up top. His response was glib, like always. "First of all, if they drop a nuke on Bonne Terre, they'd waste a perfectly good bomb. There's nothing left in this town but fast food and faster salesmen on the used car lots." The visitors on the tour laughed, as expected. "But if a bomb did drop up there, we might not even notice it down here. We have enough water to last a lifetime. Sure, we'd probably resort to eating each other once our snack packs ran out, but that's way down the road, right?" More laughter from the crowd. Now, seeing it as a totally plausible explanation for the molten metal coming down the shaft, Tabby wasn't laughing.
"We have to go back,"
she said with borderline panic in her voice.
"The fire is spreading."
Chapter 8. Newport News, Virginia. Kyla and Ben waited in the small berth for several minutes as the Marines moved around the hallway outside. She expected bursts of close-by shooting to begin at any second, keeping her on edge, but it never came. The distant gunfire finally hit a lull. "We're going back up," Carthager advised his Marines. "Parsons saw the enemy use the ladder about 50 yards that way." He pointed toward the middle of the ship. "You two should stay here," the Marine sergeant said sensibly. Ben nodded vigorously, but Kyla did not.
"If it's all the same, I think we should stick with you."
Kyla glanced over to Ben.
"If those shooters find us here by ourselves, they might off us. I'd rather be close to the guys with guns."
The other programmer didn't look convinced. "It's your call," the sergeant said with indifference before talking to his point person. "Meech, you up for some action?"
"Tell me who to F up,"
she deadpanned. The leader pointed above his head. "Go!" The combat unit climbed another stairwell with the same burst of energy they'd used when Kyla met them. A trailing Marine stood at the door, rifle at the ready, like it was their last chance to join them. "You two coming?" the men asked.
"We are,"
she responded. The Marine looked disappointed as he waved them out of the room. "Come on, hurry." Kyla and Ben fell in at the rear of the contingent of badasses. At the front, Meacham paced them, and Carthager directed her where to go whenever they got to stairs or intersections. By the time they'd made it to Deck 1, the hangar, Kyla's legs felt roasted.
"I see natural light,"
she remarked. That was something she'd often missed while doing her work on the mega carrier. She seldom saw the sunshine. Kyla was at the top of a stairwell that came out at a hatch next to the hangar deck. Sunlight came in through the open aircraft elevator doors. That same light also illuminated dozens of empty uniforms spread across the deck, mostly near the walls. The Marines had spread out among a dozen compact aviation tow vehicles, the kind designed without tops so they could easily go underneath the wings of planes. She was about to go up the last couple of steps and join them, but the deck erupted in gunfire and screams.
"Shit!"
she howled in fear. A tall black Marine fell over when something slapped against the side of his head. At first, Kyla was sure the man was dead, but he sat up a couple of seconds later with a big divot on the side of his helmet. He grinned like it was fun. "Stay down!" Carthager shouted. Ben stayed on the steps below, and Kyla stayed down, but didn't hide completely. Who was shooting? Identifying the enemy would help her know who to run from, so she peeked over the lip of the top step to watch the action. The hangar was about 50 yards across and almost as long as the monster aircraft carrier. A group of fighter jets had been parked in the distance, but closer to the action, the chamber looked a lot like a parking garage without the cars inside. However, Numerous big wooden crates had been lined up along one wall near the middle of the ship. She guessed they were about 75 yards from her stairwell. That was where heads poked out and sent shots their way. "Don't hit anything leaky," Carthager advised his force. "We don't want to blow up the ship." The aircraft carrier was technically not ready for war, but there was a big effort to get the ship seaworthy. She had no idea how many planes would be there when it was combat-ready, but there were at least 15 or 20 already in the hangar. That probably meant there were fuel lines, oxygen tanks, and a huge number of bombs and missiles. Ben pushed against her rump like he wanted to go all the way up.
"What's going on up there?" "Hold up!" she shot back to him. "I can't move right now." "They could come at us from down here," Ben wheezed. While looking at her friend, shouts bellowed from the boxes where the enemy was set up. Kyla shifted position to get a better view. When she peeked over the top lip again, she saw an unarmed seaman hobbling across the metal deck. A man popped up by the crates and lined up a shot on the runner. One of the Marines aimed in return. For an instant, Kyla thought he was going to target the runner, but he squeezed off several rounds that made the enemy shooter duck down behind his crate. However, by the time the injured man made it half the way across the open space, several other bad guys had beads on him. The Marines sent everything they could in the other direction, but the man fell over forward when he was struck in the back.
"Suppressive!"
Carthager howled.
"Dump smoke!"
The Navy man was injured in at least 2 places, but he continued to crawl toward safety. Kyla peered across the floor to the guy because she was down low, practically on the man's level. The sailor cussed with each shuffle, but he didn't stop.
"Come on!"
Kyla shouted to him.
"What's happening up there?"
Ben hounded. She didn't look down.
"There's a Navy dude making a run for it. The Marines are covering him."
She didn't finish her thought. There was no way the guy was going to make it on his own. A small puff of red smoke appeared between the boxes and the runner. It billowed into a larger red cloud in seconds. Kyla waited for the Marines to do their badass thing. They sprayed rounds by the dozens on the boxes along the wall, but there were always lulls. The brief moments of pause allowed enemy soldiers to poke out and shoot at the downed man. Even the smoke wasn't going to be enough to stop them. Another shot hit the injured man. He cried out with the impact, and she thought that was it, but a few seconds later, he began to move again.
"Damn,"
she whispered with awe. Red smoke blew in funny swirls thanks to the cross-currents inside the big hangar. Most of it stayed where it could help, but it wasn't perfect concealment. The Marines relentlessly hammered the far side of the hangar. Kyla couldn't imagine how much ammo each of them carried because they weren't letting up at all. Her head pounded from the assault on her ears, but she kept her eyes on the crawling man. He was now close, maybe 20 yards from her safe little hatch, but the smoke wasn't going to last. Uncle Ted popped into her life today for a reason. He said he called because of her mom, that crazy, wonderful mother of hers.
"Mom wouldn't let a man die like this," she reasoned. "Neither would my uncle."
Kyla's adrenaline surged as she realized what she was about to do. Joint Base Andrews, Maryland. Ted was already on the flight deck, so he stuck around to observe the landing at Andrews. On a normal day, the airport would be busy with military transports and helicopters, and he was alert for any sign of normal activity, but there wasn't a single thing moving. He wasn't on the internal comms with the flight crew, so he couldn't hear what they or the tower said on the radio. "Please let it end when we touch down," he thought, knowing it probably wouldn't. The longer Air Force 2 went without fighter support, the more he was certain this wasn't a random missile attack. If the Air Force got wind of danger, they would have sent up a full squadron of fighter jets to protect the VP. Top-of-the-line airframes, too, F-22 Raptors, no doubt. But there was nothing out there. He tried Kyla again as the plane dropped to about 1,000 feet.
If he could get word from her that she was all right, he could focus on his mission. It wasn't like being overseas where he had no idea what was going on back home. Now he was fighting for his home. Kyla was a part of it. The network signal said he had no service, so he pocketed it and watched outside. The two long runways at Andrews were joined by a wide, grassy infield. Huge domed hangars flanked the landing strips on both sides, though more were on the western edge, which was to his left as they approached. No emergency services vehicles. None of the black fleet of Secret Service trucks. No airport personnel hustling along the fringes. And beyond the airport, there were no cars on the move. Highway 4 and the Beltway should have been crawling with traffic. There were vehicles on the road, but they weren't moving. 500 feet. They passed over the golf course like they always did, but today there were no carts crawling along the grassy fairways. None of the usual bright-colored outfits on golfers. They were low enough now to see individual people. It was mid-morning in June near a military base. There should have been someone down there. The pilot and co-pilot worked the controls as they neared touchdown. Ted found one of the jump seats normally reserved for the stewards and strapped in for the last leg. He relaxed as the rear wheels barked. A second or two later, the front tires gently nudged the earth, and then the plane began to rattle. The engine brakes spun up, making it sound like the pilot was trying to take off again, but the deceleration indicated exactly the opposite. The pilot pulled back his headphones. "Tell her we're down. We'll be at the gate in 2 minutes. I've got no tower clearance, but there's nothing else in the air. We'll be fine." The co-pilot relayed the message on the internal comms. Once they got close to the presidential hangar, the pilot turned to Ted and gave him a little nod. "Good job keeping the Veep alive. I'd hate to come home short by one man." "Thank you for pushing the stick today," Ted replied. "You saved us all." The pilot gave him a steady look, then turned back to his controls. "Let's hope they open the garage doors for us." Ahead, the presidential hangar door remained closed. Amarillo, Texas. Brent spent several minutes standing in the hallway where his fellow guards had disappeared. On some level, he felt remorse for the prisoners, too, but they came and went, so he didn't know them as well. The men and women in the corrections department were like brothers and sisters. He snapped out of it when he noticed the pile of clothes belonging to Toby Greer. He recognized the man's black baton. It had white dots to signify how many times he'd had to crack skulls with it. They were supposed to be like kill marks on a fighter plane, which was something he'd brought back from his service in Vietnam. Brent had been there too, and that shared military experience kept them close. Now his bud was a pile of laundry on the dirty floor. "Brent?" He almost coded out on the spot, though the woman's voice was soft and curious. "Yes?" he stammered. "Sorry," Trish said sheepishly. She'd come up behind him. "I had to see this for myself. You were right. They're all gone." "It wasn't an escape," he replied in his business voice. "Unless everyone stripped down before they left." She chuckled. "Not too damn likely, is it?" "No, but what is likely here? What could have caused this?" He looked around, expecting a chemical truck or army tank to be sticking through one of the cells, anything that would account for this crazy situation. "We tried calling Central Texas Supermax, but they didn't answer. State police isn't picking up either. Same with local Amarillo." He turned to face the pretty young woman. She appeared scared, which was saying something for her. She'd done years in an environment many men couldn't handle. "Trish, give me a head count of those who are left downstairs. I'm going to go outside just to be sure they aren't out in the yard having a good laugh." She shook her head. "We checked the cameras. No one is out there. But please get a visual confirmation. Maybe the cameras are wacky." They separated for their own destinations, but as soon as he went through the security doors and saw into the grassy yard and sports area, he spotted more piles of clothes. "Some of them were out here when it happened."
No one walked across the parking lot, and no cars came in or out of the visitors' gate. That wasn't wholly unusual given the early hour and how far they were from the nearest town, but it began to paint a picture for him. People had vanished on the inside, in the yard, and on the streets. The sky was normal, too. The sun appeared like it always did. All was as it should be, except no one was around. "It's not a joke," he mumbled to himself a second before noticing one of the surveillance cameras watching the outdoor recreation area. He stumbled a little while backing up, then he ran inside. "Trish!" For a 75-year-old man with a broken-down body, he ran the hallway like a world-class marathoner. "Back up the camera tapes! Back 'em up!" He was going to get to the bottom of it.
Chapter 9. Joint Base Andrews, Maryland. No one opened the doors to the hangar, and no support staff came to greet the plane. They sat on the tarmac for 15 minutes while the VP conferred with Auger and the general. Eventually, she brought him in. Vice President Williams gave it to him straight. "We need someone to check what the hell is keeping them." "I'll do it," Ted said without thinking. The vice president studied his face. "Major MacInnis, are you sure?" He studied the subtext and wondered if she preferred to keep him by her side rather than have him go out of the plane to snoop around. If she did, it wasn't something he could figure out by the emotionless tone of her voice. "I'll go with Captain Biddle. Frank is my assigned co-pilot for this flight. The two of us will get some damned answers, I assure you." Marcus Auger sat up and leaned across the conference table. "Ma'am, I suggest 2 teams go out. The Air Force team and the Service team. Service will check on our people in the presidential hangar. They can go check out other facilities. We'll cover more ground that way." Ted was uneasy about Mr. Auger and his organization, but it wasn't his place to disagree with the VP's right-hand man. It would hamper his efforts to contact her friend Melvin, but what could he say? He watched Emily as she pursed her lips in thought, knowing her job was a balancing act. "That's fine, Marcus, as long as you stay here with me." The service guy gave a curt nod. Emily looked at Ted. "Whoever makes contact with the airport or security staff, the first thing I want you to do is raise the pilot and let us know you're okay. I'm sure there's a simple explanation to all this." Ted watched her facial expression. If he had to guess, he'd say she doubted her own claim. "I have a phone with all the numbers in it," he assured her. It was protocol for Air Force 2 pilots to have every contact number they might need during a flight. The assumption was if a tower went offline, they'd be able to call up the air traffic control supervisor directly. "But I'd like to add yours," he said without thinking. Someone in your office." She held out her hand and took his phone. He hoped he'd have better luck with her number than with Kyla's. Ted had tried to reach his niece a few times while waiting inside the plane, but her phone wouldn't ring. "Here's my direct number," she said, in a businesslike tone. "Call me as soon as you find something, Major." 5 minutes later, his foot hit the tarmac. The modified jumbo had its own retractable stairway, so it didn't depend on any airport to provide jetways and steps, but they decided it was too risky to lower it. Instead, he had to go to the lower level of the plane and hop out the bottom hatch. The Secret Service guys insisted on going first, and they were already on the run across the tarmac toward Air Force 2's usual hangar. "Not much for team players, are they?" Frank Biddle was a middle-aged Air Force pilot, same as Ted. A lifer in the service, as they say. He was also supremely capable behind the stick, but today his assignment was to co-pilot for Ted, which made him a backup of a backup. Ted shunted that line of thinking aside. He was no longer a scrub on Air Force 2. He now headed up an intelligence-gathering mission for the Vice President of the United States. "You had to be there," he deadpanned. "But one of their guys tried to pop the vice. I think they're looking to make up for that. Look at them run." "I heard about that. News gets around fast on a plane, you know."
Frank chuckled quietly, as if someone was watching them. "I guess." He pointed to a different hangar about 150 yards away. "Let's go check that place out. The main terminal is directly behind it." They both ran across the empty tarmac. Snipers would have a clear shot for a mile in all 360 degrees around them. It felt like running across an open stage with a huge spotlight on him. By the time he'd made it across, sweat seeped through his blue uniform under his arms. "What do you say we come back in a limo?" Frank said suggestively. "If you see one, I get to ride in back." They both had a good laugh at that. The side door to the giant aircraft hangar was open, as if people had been using it today. Ted got up next to the wall and waited for Frank. A small orange flag blew by on the pavement, as if a flagman who was supposed to guide planes to the jetway had walked off the job. When Frank got there, he pulled out the snub revolver. "Hey, I didn't get a sidearm." "This is Emily's, the Veep's," he corrected. "Sharing guns? Wow, that's supposed to come after the 7th date, not before the 1st. "Shut it," Ted snapped. "It doesn't mean anything like that." Not to him, anyway. Ted looked inside the hangar, fully expecting to see someone. There was a government 737 parked under the roof, with a stairway up to its open door, but no people were in sight. "Damn," Ted said as he waved Frank to look inside. "Someone has to be here. This is a busy airport." "Slow day, you think?" Ted gestured toward the main terminal. Even from 100 yards away, he should have seen people standing at the plate glass windows along the front. Every hour of every day he'd flown out of Andrews, there was someone watching out those windows. "If we don't find anyone here, I'll eat my cap." Ted put his hand on his pilot's hat to make his point. "I hope you're hungry," Frank said sarcastically, "because I've got a bad feeling about what we'll find." They ran across the next stretch of open concrete. Ted looked as far as he could over the airfield grounds, but no limos or normal vehicles were in sight. He did note a food truck parked next to an executive jet. Probably belonged to a general or a typical Congress critter. He diverted over to it on a hunch. When he and Frank arrived, his hunch was proven correct. The food truck wouldn't be out on the tarmac unless it was making a delivery. "It's still running!" Ted trotted up to the open driver's window. The front seat had some clothes draped over it, but the driver wasn't there. "Come on, let's take this truck. Some 4-star won't get his meal, but I won't tell if you don't." Frank trotted slowly around the front bumper. "If it means I don't have to run anymore, I'll steal the president's lunch." Ted opened the door and shoved the disheveled uniform onto the floor in front of the passenger seat. The owner would have to chase the truck to get them back. He laughed as he put his foot on the brake. Some dude would have a lot of ground to cover as he ran naked across the wide airfield taxiway. "Now we have wheels. Let's get this over with and beat those Secret Service guys at their own game. I want to be the one to give the vice president some good news." "Let's roll it," Frank agreed. There were still no people in those windows. Bonne Terre, Missouri. "What are we going to do?" Peter asked the instant they were back at the scuba dock. He fiddled with his chem light, which hung from his belt. Tabby struggled to catch her breath. They'd been fast-walking back and forth in the mine, and it had caught up to her. But that wasn't even a minor issue. After seeing the spreading chemical fire, she decided to break out the big guns. She reluctantly pulled out her phone and turned it on, causing the kids to act like she'd saved their lives. "I need to call my mom," Audrey said, as if to be the first to claim it. Donovan was quick to pile on. "And my mama will want to know where I am. I was supposed to text her when we were back on the bus. We'll get to the bus, won't we?" "No," Peter droned. "Yes," Tabby said, at almost the same time. After a pause, she repeated herself. "Yes, you will definitely get back on your bus. I promise." She tapped on her phone to check for a signal, but she'd never gotten service in the mine before, and today was no exception. "I know your phones were taken, but it wouldn't have mattered.
We have about 100 feet of solid rock above us. Dad talked about getting a repeater, or whatever he called it, so we would have a cell signal down here, but he never got around to it. I think he liked visitors to take a step back from their technology while they were here. It forced them to pay attention.
She thought back to Peter's cringy flirting on their tour. He was paying attention all right. To her. She clenched her jaw, which was a nervous tick she'd long tried to kick. Fortunately, because it was so dark in the cavern, none of the younger kids saw it.
All we have to do is hang out down on this level until the fire is out.
She tried to be convincing, but didn't do a very good job of it. The excitement of the last half hour had taken an emotional toll on her. She hated being in charge of these kids. It should have been her on the first elevator up, not part-time Peggy, the other girl Mom and Dad hired to work the mine tours. She took a seat on one of the wooden benches. On a busy day, it would have been soaked from scuba divers who sat there after they came out of the water, but it was bone dry. Audrey shined her light across the lake. The beam reflected off the surface and hit one of the giant rock pillars, but it went no further. The illusion was that the lake went off to the nighttime horizon.
"Will we burn to death?"
Donovan practically whispered it.
"What? Why would you say that?"
Tabby couldn't predict what would come out of the kids' mouths, but she never expected such nonsense.
"We're next to a giant underground lake, under a sopping wet rock ceiling next to a stone walkway. The only thing flammable is this bench and a few wooden boards on this dock." "But it could burn, couldn't it?"
he pressed. Peter groaned.
"Of course not, genius. If it did, we could splash lake water on it. If a fire came through here, we'd get on a boat and go deeper into the mine. Unless fire can walk on water, we'd be more than safe from it. Nothing can get us there."
Audrey shined her light in Tabby's face.
"Should we go on a boat right now? It might help keep us safe, you know."
Tabby took a deep breath, noting for a moment how she could smell the coppery metal odor from the burning liquid on the upper level. Her intention was to fully catch her breath so she could answer in a reasonable manner.
"Guys, whatever is going on up there, I promise you we can survive it down here. We have lights, water, a little food. There is literally nothing you have to worry."
She smelled it again. The odor was now stronger. The others must have noticed her hesitation, because they all craned their necks like a bunch of prairie dogs testing the air for hawks.
"You said that word literally again,"
Peter said with forced humor. Tabby replied like she was in a dream.
"Yeah, I did."
This time, she took in more of the stench, and her head immediately flared with pain, like she'd been gifted a migraine headache from a giant.
"Gross!"
Peter pinched his nose.
"Someone took an aggressive dump."
He'd undoubtedly said it to impress his friends, but they didn't take it that way.
"Are we gonna die?"
Donovan lamented while he absently kicked at a board with one of his sporty sneakers.
"We are not—"
A flash of light caught her attention over by the stairwell. Several beads of the flaming liquid came down the stairs like slinkies looking for their owners. The goop must have followed the walking path as it went down grade into the mine.
"Damn, this isn't good,"
Tabby thought. Out loud she said,
"Okay, a minor hiccup."
She stood and looked around for ideas.
"The tanks! Quick! We'll get you set up with oxygen so you can breathe easy. My dad ensures all these tanks are filled and ready to go. This'll be a cinch."
As soon as the words left her mouth, she wondered if the kids were catching on. The obvious truth was she didn't know what she was saying most of the time. She'd been wrong about most everything, and she was probably wrong about this, too.
"Dad, I need you down here,"
she thought. The smell was nearly a taste by the time Tabby put the regulator in her mouth. She'd made sure to get Audrey, Peter, and Donovan set up before she did her own. There was no need to sling the tanks over their shoulders, since they were going to stay on the dock. She had each kid sit next to their tank and suck oxygen from it. She admired the racks filled with Dad's oxygen canisters.
There were days' worth of air inside those tanks, even for the 4 of them. Tabby kept an eye on the stairwell. Liquid fire continued to pour down the steps, but most fell off a slope and went into the water. Steam rose up like a frothing bubble bath, but at least it didn't get any closer. Thanks to the steep angles, it never would. Then her eyes started to burn. Chapter 10. Newport News, Virginia. Kyla's consciousness floated above her body as she tossed off her laptop bag, hustled up the last steps, and stepped partway onto the metal deck of the hangar. Red smoke was everywhere, but nowhere was it thick enough to hide her entirely, and it did nothing to blunt the constant fireworks of battle going on around her. "Save him," she ordered herself. Her breathing became tight and labored in those first few paces, like there wasn't enough air reaching her lungs. The jackhammering of guns overpowered her ears and made it impossible to know who was firing in which direction, but the whip-bang sound of a bullet striking the ground right near her flats made her appreciate she was committed to doing something idiotic. Her extra 10 pounds and a sedentary lifestyle really worked against her. The 20-yard dash seemed to take an eternity. When she got there, she tried to grab the man like she'd seen the female superheroes do on TV, a snatch and grab. Kyla successfully got her hand around one of his arms, but when she pulled, she found out how much the sailor weighed. Instead of dragging the man, she nearly fell on top of him. "Come on!" she exploded, hoping he could help. Blood coursed through her ears with the power of Norse gods slamming hammers. The beating served to remind her of her own mortality, but for the moment it also drowned out the endless cursing of the Marines behind her. Carthager's bellows were somehow louder than the gunfire. "I know this is stupid," she said to herself. The gunfire was now constant. "How are we not dead?" she said to the guy on the ground. The sailor mumbled back, "Mom." Kyla didn't understand the rest of what he said in the roar of battle. Rather than ask him to repeat it, she grabbed the guy's arm with both hands and pulled with all she had left. Her extra grip did the trick. The air got thicker with gunfire, as if a jilted girlfriend was angry at Kyla for trying to steal her lover. Small divots appeared on the metal deck near her feet where rounds deflected, to emphasize that fury. Scenes of her life whizzed by like a video stuck on fast forward. Kyla saw a few boyfriends, lots of movies, working for the Navy. Her one big regret was spending so much of life in front of a terminal and so little of it in the sunshine or with those boyfriends. She also saw Ben's terrified eyes at the edge of the stairwell. 10 feet to go. "Out of the way!" she screamed. Kyla was sure she'd be killed right as she reached the hatch, but she continued through and fell onto the first few steps. The injured sailor came down with her, though Kyla tried to use her body to cushion the already injured man's fall. Her thigh took the brunt of that bad idea. That was going to leave a bruise for the ages. Ben slid further down the steps, though he stopped about halfway. "Are you insane, Kay? What were you thinking?" The murderous gunfire continued a few feet above her head, but now she had the deck of an aircraft carrier between her and those guns, so she finally exhaled. "I don't know," she sputtered while gasping for air. "What the hell was I thinking?" Kyla pointed to the man. The sailor groaned in pain, with his head still pointed down the steps. "Help me get him to the bottom." She did her best to move the sailor to the base of the steps, but he went down like a slab of beef. Instead of helping slow the disaster, Ben only stood there watching. As a result, each step seemed to torment the fallen man. "I'm sorry about that," Kyla lamented when she got him all the way down. She wanted to help the sailor get comfortable, such as in a bed, but his wound suggested he wasn't going anywhere besides the floor. "Imposters," the man wheezed. Kyla noted the man was in typical Navy camo, which was a mix of blue and gray blotches. His name tape said Applebaum.
"What do you mean? Who are imposters?"
She knelt next to his head so they could communicate.
"Marines,"
he hissed. Kyla looked to Ben, still standing halfway up the stairwell.
"No, they brought us here."
Applebaum reached up and grabbed her polo shirt collar, which got her attention back on the bloodied man.
"Marines don't belong on Navy ships."
The guy's eyes bulged like he was in a lot of pain. Kyla looked up to Ben again.
"Get some help from our friends."
Ben didn't move.
"Go!"
she yelled. Her partner finally went up. She spoke quietly.
"They said they were here as part of a training exercise."
Kyla noticed a stream of blood spreading on the floor by the man's hip. Every TV show and movie about stopping the flow of blood played in her brain. She tried to tip the guy over a little so she could get a look at the wound, but Applebaum blocked her arms.
"Some Marines came after it happened,"
he croaked. She refrained from fighting the man, but she pressed down on his hip, hoping it might help stop the bleeding from underneath. She put her other hand on a smaller wound by the man's shoulder, hoping to physically hold him together until one of the Marines could come and give him proper first aid.
"Did those fake Marines cause all these people to die?"
Kyla motioned to a nearby pile of clothing, presumably where another sailor lost his life in the attack. However, Applebaum wasn't able to turn his head to see it. His eyes got glassy and distant.
"Hey!"
Kyla shouted.
"Don't let go! You have to tell us! Did the Marines cause all these deaths?"
Applebaum's eyes rolled up into his head, as if experiencing a seizure. Kyla's body let go of the tension it had wound up since she'd started her run. A violent tremor ran through her thighs and midsection, as if she'd been picked up and shaken like a rag doll. Then the freight train of revelation came barreling out of the tunnel.
"I almost died. Holy freaking hell," she let out. "What was I thinking?"
"Yo!" Carthager shouted while jetting down the steep stairwell. "What did he say about fake Marines?" All of Kyla's tension returned. Joint Base Andrews, Maryland. Ted drove the food truck right up to the terminal exit facing the runway. "We'll find someone inside," he said matter-of-factly as he put the truck in park. Frank hopped out of the passenger side. Together, they went through the automatic glass doors and entered the modest-sized terminal. It wasn't as flashy as the civilian version, but it sported many of the same elements: ticket counters, luggage conveyor belts, and bench seating facing the airstrip. "What the—" Ted was at a loss for words. He took a few steps inside the long, thin building. Frank strode up next to him, but they both halted at the military uniforms spread out on the ground. A woman's dress was a few feet away. A child's pants, shirt, and shoes were strewn out between them. Beyond that, other pieces of clothing dotted the floor, usually in little groupings. "What am I looking at?" Frank said, with rising fear in his voice. "I have no idea," he replied. Ted took a step around the nearest pile of personal effects and walked a few more yards so he could look left and right inside the terminal. "Hello!" he shouted. "Is anyone here?" These were people, weren't they? Frank was nearby, crouching over one of the piles of dropped clothing. "Hello!" Ted bellowed again at maximum volume. "This one left his wallet. It's filled with cash and credit cards." Frank threw the wallet back on the black pants. However, he still had something in his hands, which he brought over to Ted. "What's that?" he asked. "Look for yourself," Frank advised. The ID card had the seal for the United States Senate. "Carl Trillman, Montana." Ted held the card for a few moments, then threw it down as if it was electrified. It was exactly like what his sister had told him. People had simply disappeared. "Oh, God, we got to get out of here," he said while backpedaling.
And you have to eat your hat, Frank agreed. No one is left. Something terrible happened in here. They ran through the automatic doors again and hopped into the truck. He'd left the keys inside, so it started up in an instant. However, before he put the truck in gear, he noted the bundle of clothing he'd pushed off the seat. Frank's feet smashed them on the floorboard. "They're all dead," Ted said dryly. "No kidding," Frank replied. "I can't believe I touched something that might have been infected." After saying it, Frank wiped his hands on his pants. "I don't think this could be an infection. Those people in the terminal disappeared while they were standing around doing their normal business. If all it took was one touch, I'd be dead too." "Because you touched the ID card?" Frank asked. "No, because I pushed the previous owner of this truck onto the floor." He pointed to the bundle of clothes under Frank's feet. Frank glanced at Ted, then where he pointed, then at the terminal. "This is bigger than the terminal," Frank deadpanned. "Yeah, it is," he replied distantly. Ted wanted to believe that Rebecca had had it wrong, that it wasn't all across America. She'd gotten her information from the notoriously unreliable cable news, after all. However, it looked like they'd gotten something correct. It couldn't be coincidence the Beltway had no traffic on it. It couldn't be coincidence Air Force 2 was unable to raise any ground location on the East Coast. And it wasn't coincidence the whole terminal was filled with those things. He pulled out his phone and tapped on the number the VP had given him. When he put the speaker to his ear, he realized the call didn't go through. "Damn! The network isn't taking my call. That's one more thing gone wrong." He punched Kyla's number, wondering if the fault was on the VP's phone, but he got the same result. After that, he stuffed the device back in his pocket. He gave the truck some gas. "Come on. We have to get back and report this to the vice president using good old-fashioned sneaker net." That was a term his niece had taught him about walking data from one computer to the next. The technology whiz kid was high on his mind, though not too high, because he had a ton of problems facing him at that airport. The windows of the terminal mocked him as he drove away. The ghosts of the passengers were still in there. Only they knew what caused it all. Poor Sister's Convent, Oakville, Missouri. Sister Rose was having the worst day of her life. After confirming she was the only one left in the convent, she sat at the organ and played sad hymns. Unable to use her voice, she wanted the music to convey her grief and contrition. If she prayed hard enough, perhaps God would come back and get her. Maybe if there was a priest, she could confess her sins and remove the black marks from her soul. She stopped playing. What if? Rose found the community phone numbers and began dialing. Though she'd taken a vow of silence, it wasn't against the rules to hear other people. If a priest was passed over for heaven, like her, she would travel to him and write down her sins. Then all would be right. It took an hour to go through the numbers for local parishes. When she was at the end, she'd heard dozens of answering machines, but no live people. On a whim, she dialed her mom. Despite the falling out they'd had about her brother, she still remembered the phone number. If her mother answered, Rose would hang up. Then I'll know, she thought. Abbess Mary Frances would not approve of the phone call. Rose knew that, even as she dialed. The intelligent leader of the order would know Rose's motives even before she herself did. Sister Rose, are you calling your mom to see if she's as wicked as you? Rose hung up the phone before it rang once. As soon as the handset touched the cradle, the ringer exploded with noise. Oh! She reacted out of instinct. The house phone was set to maximum volume. Most of the aged nuns were hard of hearing. It was unfortunate she'd been standing next to it when it went off. The phone rang a second time. She was afraid to answer it because of the guilt she carried about her vow of silence. If it was her mother, would she break that vow to let Mom know she was okay?
After the third ring, she picked it up, but did not say hello. When she put her ear to the handset, a robotic voice was already speaking. "The St. Bartholomew's Rectory thanks you for your inquiry. This is an automated dial-back to let you know we value your time and a live person will return your call within the next 24 hours. Thank you, and have a blessed day." It was only a computer. The delay had given her time to consider the weight on her conscience. "If Mom is still here, it will confirm what a bad person I am. God would never take her but leave me. I can't be that bad, can I?" She knew the answer to that as soon as she thought of the question. Her heart was broken at the realization she was actively rooting against her own mother finding salvation. Every lesson she'd been taught over the past year had been temporarily forgotten due to useless personal baggage. Sister Rose ran out the front door and was greeted with unexpected silence. No cars on the nearby roadway. No whirring sound coming from the interstate a few streets over. It was only her and a small flock of sparrows foraging in the grass nearby. Her faith was in crisis. Was I the only one not taken? Chapter 11. Joint Base Andrews, Maryland. "What's going on, Ted?" Frank asked quietly as they drove back. "Was this done by a neutron bomb?" He didn't have time to speculate. All he wanted to do was get back on the plane and report the truth. This wasn't a local or regional terrorist attack. It was way bigger. Impossibly bigger. "Hold on," he advised. He sped across the tarmac toward the jumbo jet still parked in the middle of the taxiway. Because this was an unknown situation, the pilot left the engines running like a rabbit poised to bolt. "We're getting out of here and back up into the skies." "Hey!" Frank blurted out. "There's some people!" A nearby hangar door was partially open. A couple of men stood in the dark gap. They stood out from the stillness of the rest of the airport. Ted drove onward for a few seconds, determined to get his knowledge back to the boss, but then he relented and turned toward the hangar. "They have weapons," Frank said matter-of-factly. It was a military base with lots of active-duty personnel. Guns at the ready weren't totally unusual, though it was a little odd on the tarmac. "Our job is recon. Someone has to know what the hell happened here. They're going to tell us." Ted jabbed his finger ahead, but they'd only gone a few yards when the front glass shattered with several bullet holes. He yelped in surprise. The men ahead knelt and zeroed in with their rifles as he veered the truck to the right, putting him back on his original course to the plane. Bullets pelted the food truck like a hailstorm. "My God, who were those guys? Did you get a look at them?" They were in the shadows of the structure, making it hard to see details. "Frank?" He looked over to find his partner holding his side. Blood was everywhere, as if a water balloon filled with red had popped on the seat between them. "No!" "I was really looking forward to watching you chew up your hat," Frank wheezed. A bullet shattered his side mirror. "Hold on, man. We're there." The food truck was too tall to fit underneath the fuselage of the modified 747, but he parked behind the wing and did his best to put it between the ladder and the shooters. "Leave me," Frank complained. "I can't climb a freaking ladder." Shots smacked off the tail of the plane. The fuselage of Air Force 2 was built to withstand a nuclear blast, so the bullets were no threat at all. He'd soon enjoy that protection, if he could get them inside. Ted still wasn't sure what to do. The action hero would grab the injured man and heft him up the ladder, but the practical hero would do what was necessary to inform the vice president about a rapidly changing situation. He looked across the tarmac. The hangar door was now open wider, and a truck was visible in the gap. "Can you get out?" "Go, damn it! This isn't a game!" Frank spit up blood, which went right onto his pants. "If we can get out, I'll get help to get you up inside the plane. We can do this, buddy." Frank took his hand off his side and showed the bloody palm. I can feel myself going, Teddy. If you don't get your ass on that plane right this minute, I'm going to call your supervisor and have you written up. You don't want a citation in your permanent file, do you? You'll never make it to the big seat."
Both men chuckled at the empty threat. "Damn it, Frank, I'm sorry." He took out the revolver and set it on Frank's lap.
"She's going to be pissed you lost this,"
Frank whispered. "No, she'll be happy to know it went with a good man."
"I'll bet she will,"
Frank said with his eyes half closed.
"I'll try to make it more painful for the other guys."
"Good luck," Ted replied. He pushed the door open and jumped out. A van came out of the hangar a few hundred yards away. The men on the ground continued to send 1,500-foot-per-second love notes. He scrambled around the fender of the truck and struggled up the ladder. It exposed his belly and family jewels to the shooters, but there was no other option. 3 steps later, he was protected by the armored shell of the VP's plane.
"Get us out of here!"
he shouted to the first person he saw.
"There are shooters incoming!"
"We know," an Air Force steward said in a businesslike voice. "The VP said to wait for you, or we'd have already left." The ladder came up automatically, and the hatch slid closed.
"Did the Secret Service guys come in?"
he asked. The man shook his head grimly. He lost his footing as the pilot goosed the engines. That was his cue to go find a place to buckle in. Air Force Two's engines screamed as the pilot got them up to a brisk pace. For a few seconds, he thought the pilot was going to do something crazy, like take off directly from the taxiway, but the reverse thrusters kicked in, sending him off balance in the other direction. He danced through the empty passenger compartment, seeking Emily or her staff. The pilot guided the jumbo into a sharp left turn, making him crash into one of the seats. A few seconds later, the pilot turned left again as part of a U-turn. Ted figured out they were back on the main runway. "Good driving, buddy," he said to no one. He got back to his feet, intending to go forward some more, but he decided to play it safe for a few moments. Not only did he need to catch his breath from running, driving, and avoiding bullets, but the forward thrust was about to knock him into the tail if he wasn't bolted down. He hopped into a port-side seat and latched the buckle right as the pilot kicked the big dog in the nuts. All 4 engines opened up, giving the huge aircraft the thrust it needed to make a speedy getaway. Ted watched through his window because they were going to pass the same hangar where the shooters had been. On cue, they appeared in trucks on the taxiway.
"Who the hell are those guys?"
he wondered. A half-dozen pickup trucks and Humvees sped on an intercept course, but the plane was only seconds from getting off the ground. One of the trucks skidded to a stop. A man in a black jumpsuit was already in the cargo bed. Even from 100 yards away, Ted recognized the military anti-aircraft system hefted by the big man. The plane rumbled by the opposing force as the guy manhandled his shoulder-fired system, but they were only a few feet in the air by the time a plume of smoke exploded behind the weapon. He instinctively got away from the window.
"As if that will save me,"
he said, sarcastically. Bonne Terre, Missouri.
"Oh, God!"
Tabby cried out.
"It's poisonous!"
The burning liquid continued to slosh into the water of the lake, keeping it safely away from them, but the chemical reaction created a gas that was apparently spreading fast. Sitting there sucking clean air from the tanks wasn't an option.
"What do we do?"
Audrey said with surprise. Tabby's knees shook from how weak and ineffective she felt. It wasn't because of the smell, or now the burning eyes, but it was the fact these kids depended on her to make the right decision. There was no longer even a slim margin of error.
"Here, take one."
She picked up one of the oxygen masks, along with the harness and regulator, and handed it to Audrey.
"What am I going to do with this?"
she whined.
"Hold it!"
Tabby ordered. She picked 2 more bottles off the rack, then handed them to Peter and Donovan.
"We're not going into the water, are we?"
Donovan seemed close to whizzing his pants.
"Just follow me."
She grabbed her own bottle and equipment, then ran for the pontoon boat.
"Put your stuff in here." The boat was second nature to her because it was part of the tour. Earlier today, she had to make 2 trips around the short course so the whole field trip could see the mine from the water. As the 3 kids came aboard, she hopped off. The air was dense with the chemical, and she coughed several times on her way. "Where are you going?" Peter asked with surprise. "It burns!" Donovan howled. Tabby grabbed some of the community weight belts sitting at the edge of the dock. They were heavy nylon belts lined with removable pieces of lead. They were sometimes necessary to counteract the buoyancy of divers in the lake. Dad kept a bucket of them right next to the water so divers could reach in and take them. The 3 teenagers stood at the edge of the boat as if she was going to leave them there. "Sit down and shut up!" she screamed. Tabby threw off the dock line, pushed the boat away from the wooden platform, then hopped in and went to the captain's wheel in the back. "We're going into the mine," she said with determination. Donovan sobbed openly in the first row of bench seats. Audrey and Peter were a row back from him, holding hands. She started the motor, which turned over immediately. That was Dad keeping up on the maintenance. He never let things break down, even in the harsh underground environment. "Here we go," she said, between a pair of coughs. None of the tourist lights were on, so piloting the boat into the mine was a lot like driving into a pool filled with ink. At night. The boat had one emergency spotlight, which she'd turned on, but it was only the bare minimum needed to navigate toward the back of the mine. She continued to hack up phlegm, which she spat into the lake. The kids coughed from time to time, but not as much as her. That was reassuring, because despite being upset with their behavior, she didn't want to see them come to harm. She drove for 15 minutes before turning off the motor. They drifted for a few seconds, and she took in the familiar surroundings. The miners in the 1800s didn't have the advanced technology of modern excavators, so they had to leave stone columns every 50 feet or so. They appeared like giant stalactites hanging down from the ceiling and disappearing into the water. Scuba divers would go underwater and see them exactly the opposite, as stalagmites rising from the floor to the ceiling. "Are you okay?" Peter finally asked her when she stopped coughing. "Yes, I think I took in too much of that poison air, but I feel better now." Audrey shifted on the vinyl seat. "Thanks for taking care of us. I would have never thought of going out here on a boat." "Me either," Donovan sniffled. Peter harumphed. "I would have thought of it, if it were just the 3 of us." Tabby shuddered to think of the 3 kids down here by themselves, but being with her wasn't that comforting either. Her psyche went back to the terrible thought of being responsible for them. Was this what parents felt like when they were alone with their kids? There was no one available for her to dump them off. She doubted any of them would have thought of the boat, much less the secondary protection of the oxygen tanks. They probably would have never left the elevator. She inhaled deeply. The air didn't smell like that chemical, which she took as a win. "We'll sit here for a—" The smell came back. "Oh, crap," she said as inner monologue. When it got a little thicker, she expected her eyes to burn again, so they couldn't risk staying. In a calm fashion, she explained they had to keep moving. "Guys, this lake goes for several miles in that direction." She pointed into the void. Her dad had saved her again because he'd come back into this area and painted the rock pillars with small symbols. Visitors seldom noticed them, but they were the routes boat drivers could take through the chambers. White was the short route. Blue was the medium one. Red was the Mac Daddy route around the entire perimeter of the mine. It was seldom used because once you've seen a few pillars, you've seen the entire mine from the boat. Everything looked the same. However, now the red route was the one she'd selected, if only because it had the best potential for giving them enough space between them and the chemical. It would also take them to a hidden feature she hoped they wouldn't get to see. The locomotive. Chapter 12. Newport News, Virginia. Carthager towered over Kyla and the dead sailor. "Maybe you didn't hear me. I asked what he said about fake Marines. Your friend here pulled me out of a firefight to see this." Heat radiated from the barrel of the sergeant's rifle. Ben was on the steps again after getting help as she'd instructed. Kyla stood and pointed down.
"The only thing he said was that the Marines are imposters."
"What the hell does that mean?" Carthager said in a thunderous voice. "I don't have time for 20 effing questions." The action up top had never stopped. Kyla took a breath so she didn't sound as jittery as she felt.
"He wasn't talking about you. He meant the guys who shot him."
It was a blatant lie, but the sailor wasn't specific about which Marines were the bad guys, so she wasn't going to point fingers at the guy with the gun. "That would explain a lot," Carthager replied, like he'd been given the solution to a puzzle. "They're using M16A4 pieces, dressed like us and seem to be almost as aggressive. However, I'd agree with this squid. Those shooters aren't real Marines. If they were, you'd have been dead when you did that stupid rescue." He knuckled Kyla on the shoulder, sending her back a step or two, but it wasn't done out of violence. "Nice job, though. We've been running around fighting these guys, trying to figure out how they got inside the ship so fast after the initial attack."
"You mean all these piles of clothes?"
This time, when she pointed to the nearby empty uniform, the Marine's eyes tracked it. "Yep. Meech thinks it was an alien attack. Cleared out the carrier of our friends, then they send in cloned humans to take it over." Kyla wasn't ready to believe it was aliens. It was more likely something one human did to another. A virus or bacteria were the most likely culprits. In the moment, it really didn't matter. The Marine leader pulled a pistol off his belt and handed it to Kyla. "You've earned this Beretta, ma'am. Don't make me regret giving this to you."
"I've never fired a gun."
It was embarrassing to admit, but she didn't come from a family of gun owners. "No sweat, lady. They make these idiot-proof so even knuckle-draggers in the Army can use them. It's cocked and locked. All you need to do is press this funny-looking twisty part." He held the gun to show the trigger.
"I can do that,"
Kyla admitted. Carthager stuck 2 fingers between his lips and whistled so loud Kyla almost hopped up off the ground. "Meech! Pocampo! Alfalfa! Get down here!" 10 seconds later, 3 Marines crashed down the ladder-like stairs, pushing Ben aside like a screen door. "We're going around the backs of those pricks. Our resident heroine talked to this dead man, said we're fighting imitation Marines. I say we show 'em how the real deal can call up the hatred." "Hoorah!" they said in unison. Carthager looked at Kyla, then pointed up the steps. "Get back to your spot up there. Keep your pretty head down and keep track of what's going on topside, but also don't let anyone sneak up behind our friendlies, got it?" She didn't reply. "Ma'am, you got this. I wouldn't trust this to anyone else. Look at your friend here. Think he should have the gun?" Ben sat on a middle step, still looking like he was in shell shock from the gunfight.
"No,"
Kyla said with a dry swallow. She wondered how she got tangled up with Marines and guns. As Ben was probably thinking at that moment, typing code for the Navy was supposed to be a steady paycheck with 0 risk. The sergeant said one last thing before jogging away. "And for God's sake, don't try to be the hero again. You're making us look bad." Meacham smiled at her, leading her to think she was going to say something nice, but she strode away without opening her mouth. Kyla took that as a minor victory. For the next few minutes, the gunfire continued up in the hangar. Kyla snuck up to the top few steps and looked out on the bad guys behind the boxes like she'd done before. There were no injured men struggling to reach her, which was a bonus, but she was scared to death someone was going to come up behind her, so she spent most of her time watching the hallway below.
"We should find the railing and jump off this floating nightmare,"
Ben whispered. His voice was covered in sweat, making Kyla realize how soaked through her shirt had become. The maroon color had almost become black under her pits and below her bra line.
"I'm hanging with these guys,"
Kyla replied, sure she was making the right decision. Having the big black gun in her hand was a big confidence booster. Trust had been placed in her, and she didn't want to surrender it. She peeked up top, again noting the many piles of uniforms and boots spread across the hangar deck.
Whatever happened to those sailors, the bastards behind the boxes were a part of it. Air Force 2. Ted fell forward as the missile exploded. He didn't have enough time to secure his belt, so he rammed into the seat back and tray table ahead of him, but then he slammed back into his own chair. The jumbo plane lurched sideways as if caught in a raging crosswind, but the pilot kept it mostly pointed forward. The engines were already maxed out, but they seemed to gobble up twice as much jet fuel as they tried to get the airframe into the sky. The G-force of takeoff forced him into his seat.
"Did we make it?"
he wondered. Ted looked over his shoulder, expecting a gaping hole in the fuselage, but all appeared normal. He spun to see out the window, straining to see behind them. The trucks had all skidded to a stop. A few men managed to get out and fire rifles. He observed the tiny flashes. But the man with the shoulder-fired rocket stood there like he knew he'd missed the target of a lifetime. "Screw you," Ted deadpanned. He sunk into the chair as tension drained out of his bones. There wasn't a chance to relax, however, as several people stormed into the seating area, including the Veep.
"Ted, are you okay?"
She strode over and sat across the aisle from him.
"Where's your partner?"
"Dead. Those—" He wasn't sure if they were soldiers, mercenaries, or civilians playing dress-up. "Those assholes shot him. We almost made it. If I wouldn't have turned—" He was going to replay those last few minutes for the rest of his life. She reached over and gently touched his arm.
"I'm sorry. Really I am. But I have to ask what you found out there. What the hell are we dealing with? Why can't we communicate with anyone?"
"I honestly don't know," he said, voice cracking. His throat was a desert from all his exertion. "Phones don't work. Tried calling. Frank and I went into the main terminal and found evidence of hundreds of people inside."
"People? What did they say?"
He turned to her. "They were gone, ma'am. The only thing left was piles of clothing. Hundreds of piles of clothing. Men, women, little kids. All disintegrated. Vanished. I don't know how to describe it." Emily pulled away.
"Were we attacked?"
General Charleston inserted himself into the conversation. "Impossible. There aren't any weapons that could kill a whole terminal in one shot while leaving only the clothes." Ted steeled himself for the rest of the bad news. "General, it wasn't only the terminal. The Beltway isn't moving. There are no cars on Highway 4. There isn't a single living person within view of the airport." "Uh-huh," the military man replied skeptically. "Then who were those assholes you were talking about?"
"General, please,"
the VP replied. The man wasn't letting it go. "He says everyone is dead, but his partner is gone. The service guys were conveniently left behind, too. This officer could say anything without anyone to back him up." Ted wasn't in the mood for the armchair general. "Sir, with all due respect, I almost lost my life getting this information to you. That missile would have killed me the same as everyone else on this bird. I'm telling you, a weapon was used out there. It might have taken down the whole city. Those must be the guys who did it." The gray-haired general gave him the stink eye, but relented a small bit as he thought through the logic. "Sir, if this is a weapon, and those are the culprits, it's safe to say they are actively working to take down our government." He purposefully looked at the vice president. "That's why they put at least one sleeper agent aboard with her. The first missile in this shoulder-fired attack were the backup plans." Emily spoke up after listening to his explanation.
"They aren't going to stop. We have to warn the others. The Speaker of the House, the Secretary of State, all of them."
The general motioned to some aides behind him, and they scurried off. For a moment, he traded looks between Ted and the vice president, but then he settled on Ted. "Sorry about your partner." He spun around and followed his people toward the front of the plane. Emily leaned closer again.
"Don't worry about him. He's too proud to say it, but he thought this trip was a waste of time. Flying with number 2 isn't exactly a plum assignment, you know?"
Her smile suggested she wasn't only talking about the other guy. Ted found comfort in her friendly expression,
but his brain was stuck in a loop trying to solve the most frightening part of his recon. Strangely, it wasn't the bullets or missile that jabbed the fear of death into his gut. It was the stillness of the world beyond the airport. They'd lost radio contact with all stations on the East Coast. Was every city suffering under the same attack? He came out of his reflective funk to respond, but she was already out of her seat and moving forward. "Come on," she directed. "I have another mission for you." Amarillo, Texas. Brent leaned against a wall while Trish rewound the security tapes. He'd run down from the second floor and trundled along the sublevel back to the security station. He ignored the shouts and pleas of the caged prisoners the entire way. Exertion was a foreign thing for him, so he needed to catch his breath. "Here, sit your ass down," Trish insisted. A few other guards hovered around them, curious as to what he saw on the top level. "Thanks," he said with mild embarrassment. By the time he was situated, the tape started playing. "This is 20 minutes ago," Trish reported. The scene showed a lengthwise view of the upper floor. A guard was in the foreground, and another was in the distance. The men in the first few cells were visible, but those in the more distant ones were blocked by the walls. She clicked a button to switch to a different angle. "Here's the view of the crow's nest." The security cage on the main floor was larger than the one they were in. There were 6 correctional officers in plain view up there. "And this," she switched the view, "is the yard. We've got good recordings." As expected, the outside yard had men standing around talking, throwing footballs, and shooting hoops. "Here we go," she said dramatically. Trish pushed some buttons, and the screen went into fast-forward mode. She left it on the screen outside. The basketball game accelerated as men ran back and forth, bouncing the red ball at what looked like 100 miles an hour. It was comical for a few seconds, but then the ball shot out of view. "What the hell?" Trish blurted. The man bouncing it was gone. A defender squaring up in front of him also disappeared. The whole court emptied out. "Back it up!" he cried out. Trish queued up the video to a few seconds before the ball bounced away. For this replay, the event happened in real time. The man ran toward the hoop while bouncing the ball. Then he wasn't there. His shoes and socks tumbled a few feet until they lost their momentum and stopped. The rest of his clothes fell to the ground a short way back. The ball continued off-screen. She reversed it again, and they watched it another time. Each of the men was gone, leaving only a pile of clothing, or, in the case of the fast-moving ball carrier, creating a short trail of clothes. Trish changed views. They watched the crow's nest as gray-uniformed guards carried out their duties in the cramped office. They sat at computers, filled out paperwork on desks, watched the hallway. Then they weren't there. Uniforms fell to the ground. Utility belts careened off chairs and slid onto the tiles. Hats fell nearby. "Hallway, please," he asked the young woman. She switched it to the long view of the cell block. His pal Toby Greer was saying something to one of the men in the cell near the camera. It looked like the guy they always called Popeye because he worked out his arms almost around the clock. He closed his eyes for a few seconds because he already knew Greer's fate. When Trish clicked the computer to play the video, he opened them again. Brent rolled his chair to get as close to the screen as possible. "I want to see it happen," he whispered. Greer was there on the screen. Then he wasn't. There was no transition, or fadeaway, or white light, or anything else that might be responsible for the event. It was as if some supreme being snapped their fingers, and the men in the hallway were no more. Popeye turned to a pile of clothes, too. He backed away from the screen, feeling the bile rise in his stomach. He'd seen men die in Vietnam, so he was no stranger to violence and death, but this hit him from an unexpected direction. "I've got to go," he blurted.
His stomach heaved, and the others stood back as if he might hurl on them. "I gotta get out of here!" he cried out. Brent pushed through the others and ran out the side door. The residents were shouting for answers, but he wasn't able to give them. He went up the stairwell to the main floor, then headed for the fresh air of the visitors' entrance. The gates were all unlocked because there were supposed to be guards going in and out when the event took place. He made it to the front foyer before his stomach punched out of his nightmare. "Oh, God!" he cried out when he was able. The intense burning and watery eyes were caused by the mess he'd created for the janitor, but they did nothing to cancel out his fear. The exit was right ahead. He intended to use it. Chapter 13. Air Force 2. "You want me to find out if the president is dead?" Ted wasn't surprised that it had to be done, but he was shocked she would ask him. The result of such a recon mission would have implications for America and probably the world. The VP and a female assistant sat in the row ahead of him. Ms. Williams glanced between the seats to speak with him in low tones. "Yes, there are men and women on this plane who I would have asked in a heartbeat 2 hours ago. Now I need someone I trust." Air Force 2 flew over Washington, D.C. and Baltimore, Maryland, at an altitude Ted thought was too risky. However, the Veep insisted the pilots fly low enough to break off treetops so she and the others could see the ground. He must have stared out his window for too long, because Emily kept talking. "I wanted to prove you and your sister wrong, you know. We're flying low because I was hoping to see cars moving on I-95 a few miles outside of D.C. Then we'd confirm the attack was bad, but local to our capital. However—" "We aren't seeing a damn thing," he said sadly. He'd been watching for activity the whole time. "Nope. And the pilot is still only hearing radio call signals out over the Atlantic. The nearest working tower is apparently in extreme eastern Canada. Newfoundland, if I recall." "Damn, this keeps growing," he said with awe. "I'll go wherever you tell me, ma'am. I'll get into the city and report what I find." "Do you want any help out there?" she asked. He turned to gaze at the still roads down below. Having a wingman was usually a good thing, but his partner had died on the last outing, and he wasn't sure he could deal with losing someone else. Being alone would probably make him harder to spot. "Nah, I found that running truck without even trying. The highways are filled with cars that are in the medians and off to the sides. It should be a simple matter of picking one and driving it the 30 miles to the White House. I'm not paying any tolls, though." She took him seriously at first. He could tell by her expression. However, when she figured out he was joking, all he got was a sad headshake. Emily replied in a sarcastically sad voice, "And here I thought you were a Boy Scout." They shared a brief moment. Then she turned back around. Eventually, the plane went up to a safer altitude, which seemed to make everyone feel better. After an hour of flying in random circles north of Washington, D.C., Ted and the others met in the conference room for the final plan. The vice president, the general, Mr. Auger, and a handful of aides were in the room. Emily stood at the front of the wooden table and gave out the details. "Major MacInnis has volunteered to debark the plane when we touch down at Dulles. He'll be responsible for finding a car, driving it through Tyson's Corner, and then into D.C. His singular mission is to visually confirm President Tanager is dead. If possible, he is to find and identify his clothing." She didn't seem comfortable describing it. "I recommend snapping photos with your phone if you'll take one." "I will, ma'am," Ted replied. Emily nodded and maintained her professional face. "People, this is important because we have no idea what's going on out there. If the president is gone, it means I've got to renumber this plane." People nervously chuckled with her. "And it means your lives will become more complicated, do you understand? We have to figure out who did this to us, assuming it was a who." Ted cocked his head, which she noticed.
I honestly don't know how this could have happened. The General was right. This could not have been a weapon because no one has this kind of technology. Was it aliens? Was it a heavenly creator? Maybe it was the devil? His sister would have claimed it was caused by space crystals or lack of love among humanity. She was weird and wonderful that way. In his view, it had to be human-caused mayhem. If a nation secretly built a weapon that could wipe out a country in a heartbeat, they'd use it. Those guys with guns weren't acting alone.
Pfft, the General interjected. If this is God's doing, I'd say he was pretty sloppy. Why are we on this plane still around? Why only attack our home turf and not the rest of the world?
You have ideas, sir? The Veep replied.
My comms guys have information from our bases around the world. All of them are solid, unhurt, unchanged. No responses are coming from the lower 48 states, but we've made contact with a training unit in the North Slope of Alaska, and we've established the base at Pearl in Hawaii is still fully functional. No one in Hawaii has been touched.
He laughed.
So unless you're telling me God stole every American except those beachcombers out in the Aloha state, I'd say we have to search somewhere else for answers. My bet is a rogue nation.
Ted was behind the General 100%.
That's why I want to send one of my people with Major MacInnis on this mission.
That caught Ted off guard. He sat up in his chair. Sir, I'd really prefer...
I don't care. No one goes out alone. You know that, pilot.
It always came down to backups of backups. He clamped his teeth shut and briefly considered passing a look to Vice President Williams. He was certain she would back him up if he pressed her on letting him go alone, but he decided not to put her into that position. He was part of a chain of command, and even though the Army Brigadier General wasn't his direct supervisor, he was in charge.
"Yes, sir," he said, in a dutiful tone.
"It's settled, then," the VP remarked. "I'll tell the pilot to initiate the landing. While we wait for touchdown, I suggest we all say a few words to our higher powers. There is nothing moving out there. Nothing. For now, it doesn't matter what caused it. We're all going to need help picking up the pieces."
"Amen," Ted replied.
Bonne Terre, Missouri. Tabby stopped the motor again and let the pontoon boat drift for a while. She pulled out the key and spun sideways on her captain's chair. Immediately, a little of the smell came back, but it wasn't as strong, and her eyes weren't burning. It was almost as if the boat dragged it along behind them. For the kid's sake, she ignored the implications. "You guys want—" Audrey shivered uncontrollably. "What is it, honey?" "I'm freezing," she replied. Tabby kept her face neutral. Dad always advised schools to tell their kids to dress warm for the mine. It was a constant 65, but it was always damp. It chilled people to the bone when they were in there for an hour. That's why she wore her stretch pants, long-sleeved shirt, and a fleece jacket. Audrey was dressed for the beach. Tabby badly wanted to ask the girl if she even glanced at the recommended attire section of the waiver sent to each student, but that wouldn't change the hand she'd been dealt. "Here, take my warmie," she offered. "I wish you would have said something earlier." The boat ride, slow as it was, must have made the chill even worse. "Thank you," Audrey said as she took the coat. "I'm also feeling the effects of my, diabetes. I really need to get to my backpack." "Would it help if you had a snack bar? We keep a few on the boat." She reached into a small glove box under the steering wheel. "For the children." Audrey smiled and took it, but she crinkled her nose a few minutes later. The chemical spill wasn't letting up. It was like the smell of a forest fire traveling on the wind miles away from actual flames. Tabby tried to be nonchalant. "Hey, how are you guys with swimming? It's summer and all. I figure you three would spend time doing fun-in-the-sun type stuff." Peter harumphed. "You must think we're fourth graders. You bring us out here on the boat loaded with scuba gear, and then you ask if we can swim. You're going to throw us in the water, aren't you?" Audrey moved closer to Peter, though there already wasn't much space between them. The boy seemed to revel in it.
"No,"
she said, a bit defensively.
"I'm not throwing anyone over the side, but I keep smelling that stinky stuff from the burning chemical. I think we should put on the oxygen masks and breathe from them again. That should tide us over until the smell goes away." "Oh," he replied. "That's different."
She got one of the tanks.
"Who wants to be first?"
Audrey and Peter looked at each other, but Donovan was seated toward the front. He raised his hand immediately.
"Okay, let me show you how it's done,"
she said with haste. While she helped the young boy get into the harness and cinch it around his waist, she kept her eye on Audrey. The jacket helped a little, but her short shorts left her legs exposed and vulnerable. Her shivering continued. After pulling the regulator over his shoulder and holding it next to Donovan's face, she coughed. The gas was getting stronger, but she played it off as if she wanted everyone's attention.
"This is so easy to use. I've adjusted each of these so they'll provide air when you breathe normally through this mouth guard. It helps a lot if you try to relax, like go zen or something."
She coughed so hard it made her eyes water. The odor was definitely getting worse again. Donovan put the mouthpiece in, but then spat it back out.
"Ew! It tastes like a Frisbee."
Tabby flung her head back like she was horrified.
"How do you know what a Frisbee tastes like?"
He didn't miss a beat.
"Now you know, too. It tastes like one of these. Yuck!"
Peter laughed.
"Just put it in, Donnie, you big baby."
He hacked up a cough after he'd said it, instantly worrying Tabby.
"All right, y'all. Please get into these as fast as you can. The air isn't as good as I thought back here."
She expertly put on her own tank, strapped it up, and took a drag off the regulator to make sure it was working all right. It made her light-headed how fresh it was compared to the poison air around her. It took a few more minutes to get Audrey and Peter ready to go, but when she had the three of them in their harnesses, she gave them the thumbs-up sign. They practically gulped down the clean air. Tabby popped out her mouthpiece.
"Guys, breathe normally, okay? I know it's really hard when you're scared, but I assure you there's nothing to worry about as long as we have these tanks on. Just sit in the boat and take it easy. Close your eyes to protect them. We'll get through this."
They all returned to where they'd been sitting before. She thought it was actually cute seeing Audrey and Peter no longer pretending they didn't like each other. They held hands as they waited. For her, however, the interlude gave her time to think of how she'd taken them all the way to the back wall of the place, and they still weren't in the clear. She had to think of how to save them if the situation didn't improve. Tabby shined her light directly down into the water. The black shape of the sunken train was barely visible in the darkness 30 feet below. The ancient piece of equipment had long fallen off its track and was forever useless in the water. However, behind it, the still intact tracks led into the flooded tunnels. She took a deep breath.
One thing at a time.
Chapter 14. Newport News, Virginia. Kyla crouched on the steps while the chattering of gunfire continued in the spacious bay above. She stayed at her assigned duty station, guarding the back door for Carthager's Marines. Though she wasn't in the big battle, it felt like she was at least making a difference. The sergeant's group had been gone for at least 5 minutes, and Kyla was going nuts waiting to hear a lot more shooting, because it would mean the sneak attack was underway.
"Why aren't they attacking?"
she asked Ben. Ben's eyes never left the pistol in her hands.
"I know. I look ridiculous."
She laughed a little and held up the gun in her sweaty palms.
"I'm a plus-sized Ronald McDonald with a plus-sized weapon of war."
That brought Dan out of his state.
"Kay, stop kidding yourself. You aren't overweight, and you don't look like a fast food worker."
It was the nicest thing he'd ever said to her.
"But that gun isn't who you are either. Let's ditch these laptops, throw away that gun, and then jump over the side and go back to proper civilian lives." "They're trusting me to watch their backs."
Ben wiped sweat across his brow.
"No, they're trusting you to get killed. Kyla, don't take this the wrong way, but pull your head out of your ass. You're the bait.
The Marines are using you, and they definitely won't come down here to save you." She glanced at the fancy handgun. Could she point it at another man, or woman, and pull the trigger, like Carthager had asked? She shifted the gun between her hands. Ben stood a few steps down, and she noticed the pistol's barrel was aimed at her co-worker's head, so she nonchalantly readjusted it toward the wall. She considered again if she had any business holding it. "I'm not leaving them." The dead sailor at the bottom of the steps took his secret to the grave. Who did he mean when he said fake Marines? It had to be the others, or else why would they have fired on him? "This sailor did his duty till the end." Kyla trailed off as she acknowledged the dead man on the deck. The way the body was positioned, she could imagine the guy looking up at her. His midsection was ripped up, leading to a growing pool of blood under his side. "That's weird," she continued quietly. "What's weird?" Ben replied with a fear-filled stutter. "He's wounded in the stomach. Did that happen before he ran over, I wonder?" "Bullets were flying everywhere, you know. That's why we have to get the hell out of here, like right now." Ben spoke with a nasally whine. Kyla's faith in the Marines was shaken, and she was curious if she could check out the dead sailor to see where else he was struck, but her priorities changed when she saw movement down the hallway. "Crap," she gulped. "More soldiers are coming, not ours." She used the gun to point down the hallway in the direction opposite where Carthager had gone. "I've got to let them know," she whispered. Ben mumbled something, but it was interrupted by a renewed chatter of gunshots up on the hangar deck. The counterattack was happening now. "This figures," she said to herself as she climbed the stairs to the top. The remaining 6 Marines hunched behind the flat-topped hangar trucks. The white machines were about as tall as shopping carts, which made them the perfect height for the men to stand up and shoot, then crouch back down and move to another position. A bullet whizzed by and ricocheted off the nearby wall. Kyla waved to catch the attention of the nearest warrior. It happened to be the man who'd survived the shot to the helmet earlier. "Hey, you!" she called out with the least volume she could. The black man was nearly as ripped as Carthager, but his resting face wasn't as mean-looking. In fact, he seemed to be smiling and having fun, like when he'd taken the glancing blow to the head. He fired again, but finally noticed her arms flailing. "There are some guys coming up the hallway from the back," she clarified. The man waved, getting more serious for a moment. "Come over here, little lady. We'll jack 'em up when they stick their heads out of that hole." He went back to aiming his rifle over the little truck, but he also spoke to the next man in the line, probably telling him the news. "Crap," Kyla chuffed, not relishing the idea of going into the bullet ping-pong game. "Ben, we've got to go up." She turned to look at her associate, but the older man was gone. "Ben?" From the top of the stairs, Kyla glanced back and forth down the hallway. The approaching men were still several chambers away toward the back of the ship. She caught a glimpse of Ben as he went through a side door 20 or so yards the opposite way. "Ben!" she exclaimed. It was far too late. Ben was gone, probably on his way to jumping ship like he'd wanted. Up top, the gunfire ramped into a crescendo. She scrambled up the stairs, praying the bad guys didn't notice her. At the very last moment, she stopped and glanced down the narrow hallway to be sure the men continued her way. The Marine's square hat was a dead giveaway to his identity. "Imposters," she said to herself. The Marines saw her at about the same time and aimed in her direction. A simultaneous cracking sound exploded from his rifle and the metal stairway. "Shit!" Kyla squealed. She squeezed the trigger of her borrowed pistol without seriously aiming. It was louder than she expected, and fear sweated out of her palm like spring water, so she immediately lost her grip on it. For a second, she bounced the heavy gun from one hand to the other. A second shot came down the hallway. Kyla slammed the gun between both her hands, capturing it. Fear clawed at her knees and stomach, begging her to drop the pistol and run, but she didn't want to disappoint Sergeant Carthager, so she made a clumsy escape with the gun sandwiched between her mitts. She ran through the stairwell hatch and tumbled toward the happy Marine on the end of the firing line.
"They're right behind me!" she screamed.
"You get one?" the warrior responded, like it was of great interest. Without waiting for her reply, he hopped up and fired 3 times at the boxes. "Come on, we have to move." Kyla crouched and followed the Marine to the next little truck.
"I don't know if I hit one. Maybe."
She wasn't going to say she fired into the wall or ceiling, which were more likely than hitting an armed attacker. "Good. One less bastard to shoot. We're running low on ammo." He didn't sound stressed or worried, which confused her civilian brain.
"Really?"
Kyla blurted out.
"What happens if you run out?
She noted the man's name tape.
Parsons?"
The big guy bashed his chest. "We go hand to hand."
"Just great,"
she let slip. "That's the spirit," he replied with cheer. "Where's your shadow?" Kyla pointed the pistol toward the stairwell hatch. She immediately regretted it because her hand shook violently like a high branch on a windy day. She lowered it and talked like it didn't happen.
"Ben left me. I think he's had enough guns and adrenaline. I can't say I blame the guy."
"Hold on," Parsons said emphatically as he positioned himself to fire again. "Crunch time!" Someone turned the knob of the battle all the way to maximum. For about 10 seconds, Kyla imagined she wore headphones that could only play jet engine noise. It came from Parsons and the Marines close by, and it came from the boxes. It also seemed to come from down the steps. Carthager was making his move. Air Force 2. Ted and the vice president stood at the back of the flight deck as the pilots guided the plane toward the commercial airport. He wanted to get a good look at the property's layout before he was on the ground. The soldier assigned to his recon team was there as well. Lieutenant Eduardo Ramirez was a stocky, middle-aged man who reminded Ted of a hot dog vendor at the ballpark instead of a trained killer. His easygoing nature only added to the illusion. "I don't see anything moving on the roads down there, do you?" the lieutenant asked him quietly as they both watched the world outside. They flew along the Potomac River, heading north. "No, Ramirez. Everything is where it fell when the people disappeared. It's exactly as I saw the Beltway while back at Andrews. Should make it easier for us, right?" Ramirez elbowed him in the ribs like they were old friends. "Everything is free for the taking." "Yeah, sure." The Veep joined the discussion.
"Are we going to do a few loops around the airport? Maybe we can spot anyone who intends to shoot at us."
"No," Ted said the same time as Ramirez. He continued before the other man had a chance. "If they're there, we'll never see them. The other guys came out of a hangar to attack us. No, our only advantage is speed and surprise." Captain Robertson interjected. "We won't be on the ground for long, I assure you." Emily seemed unconvinced.
"Don't we have parachutes they could use? It would keep us out of the line of fire."
He cringed at the notion of jumping out of a jumbo jet. There were emergency parachutes, but the exit routines were dangerous. He'd only read about them in the operations manual. If she demanded it, he'd do it, but it wouldn't be his first choice. "We do have chutes," the pilot replied, like he favored the idea. Ted looked at Ramirez. "Have you ever jumped?" The man's face gave it away before he said a word. Ramirez shook his head. "No, but if I have to..." Jumping from the plane wasn't going to be easy, but it would definitely be safer for the vice president and everyone else on the big bird. A new voice chimed in. "No one is jumping." The VP turned around.
"General, we were talking through options before we get to the airport."
"No jumping," he repeated.
We might have to drop and pick up people several times in the next few hours. We need to master this maneuver. Get in, get out. Got it?"
Ted didn't argue. Hopping out of the VC-25 jumbo jet while on the move would have been a nightmare with a guy who'd never jumped. The safe play was to land the plane and have it take off again once he and Ramirez were down the ladder. The vice president didn't counter the general either. Over the next few minutes, the pilot guided them north, then abruptly turned south. He flew low and fast at about 500 feet. The giant airport loomed on the horizon, giving Ted a final look at his target. Planes were thick at the terminals, like always, and a few aircraft were on the taxiways, but none of them moved. A lone plane burned hot in the grass at the end of one runway, like it had failed to take off or didn't use brakes on its landing. Smoke rose 1,000 feet into the blue sky. The pilot spoke to those in the cabin like it was a typical business flight. "We're going in. Get ready." As Ted walked back toward the rear ladder, he remembered why he was up with the pilots in the first place. After all that discussion and planning, he'd failed to get any real intel on the airport beyond the fact nothing was on the move. A whole tank brigade could be hiding behind those terminals. He was going in blind. Poor Sisters Convent, Oakville, Missouri. Sister Rose walked from the steps of the front entrance into the small parking lot. They hardly got any visitors, and only Abbess Mary Frances was allowed to go out and use the convent's van, so it didn't need many spots. Only the van was there. However, beyond the lot, there was about 20 yards of grass at the edge of the suburban roadway. There were no cars moving on the road, but there was one parked at an odd angle on the grass. Its hood was smashed upright, like the occupant had run off the road and smacked into the big oak tree. "Please don't be injured," she thought. Never in her life did she wish someone to be hurt. She tried to bury any thought of her mother not getting saved by God. In a twisted way, that could be seen as wishing injury on the woman's soul rather than her body. Though Rose might have thought it, at first, she did not wish it now. "I don't want anyone to get hurt," she said, in an attempt to squash all doubt, physical or spiritual, from her mind. Her soft-souled Keds hardly made a sound as she crossed the parking lot. The sun peeked out from behind one of the few wispy clouds, making it hot and muggy even under the shade of the trees. It did seem to get a bit cooler when she hopped the curb and strode into the grass. She'd made it to the gold-colored car after a dozen stops to listen for vehicles on the street. There were no human sounds at all, at least until she got up next to the damaged sedan. Chimes played inside, like a tiny tornado siren. The airbag had deployed and then deflated. The front windshield was cracked, and the driver's side window was broken too. Only a few shards remained at the bottom. However, when she got up next to the door, it was evident no one was inside. She was in there, she thought. A small pile of women's clothing sat on the seat and on the floorboard beneath the steering wheel. A royal blue headband and a barrette rested on the vinyl seat. A halter top and a pair of shorts were down below. To her eyes, it appeared as if the owner of the car disappeared, and then the clothing fell to the floor during the crash. There wasn't anyone in the passenger seat unless they'd been naked. Sister Rose made the sign of the cross for thinking such thoughts, but she couldn't help but be sad for someone who'd been in the shower when called. No one would ever know they'd disappeared, because there would be no pile of clothes to mark the event. She drooped her chin and prayed for the unknown woman's soul, but it was interrupted by the deep bark of a dog. The animal stood near a tree about 50 feet away. "Oh my," she thought. The exact type of dog was beyond her reckoning, but it was frightening. It had a short, silver-gray coat, pointed and upright ears, and reminded her of both a wolf and a German shepherd. It was without an owner, which she viewed as making it unpredictable. Most importantly, it seemed to zero in on her, the only living person around. Rose's heart floated up into her throat as she thought about screaming for help. However, there was no one around to bother trying. Plus, if the vow of silence was ever broken, it would be for a better reason than saving herself from a dog bite. She analyzed the distance back to the convent relative to the stray, but figured she couldn't make it. The four-legged visitor was already on the property and had begun to trot her way. Briefly, she looked up and down the road. Was there anyone who could help her? The gold car in her front yard wasn't the only one off the road. A few others had run into people's yards, or they'd crashed into the edge of a nearby wooded park. It appeared as if the spiritual removals happened to a lot more people than her sisters in the convent. The dog trotted her way, lighting a fire under her feet. She casually went for the rear door of the wrecked car, but it was locked. "Oh dear," she thought, as she went back to the front. Rose reached through the broken front window and jabbed at the controls. Adrenaline mixed with fear as she first hit the power window button, then the one for the power mirrors. Finally, she heard the satisfying click of the automatic locks. The dog was close enough she heard it panting. She shuffled to the back again, praying the door would open. When it did, she almost cried. "Hurry!" Rose hopped through the door, then slammed it shut. A second later, still afraid of the terrible creature, she locked herself in, as if the dog was going to try the handle. "Thank you, Lord." The attacker arrived faster than she imagined. Seconds after she'd locked the door, two giant paws came up on the window. Rose flung herself to the middle of the back seat, convinced it was after her. Its snarling snout and determined amber eyes seemed to broadcast hatred. "Stay," she mentally ordered the dog. After composing herself, and satisfied it couldn't really open the door, she tested using her hands to shoo it away. Rose scooted closer to the window and waved over and over, hoping it got the message it wasn't wanted. When it finally pushed off the doorframe, she thought it was over. The wolf trotted in a rough circle pattern, but instead of heading away, it sat about 10 feet from the car. The panic came creeping back, and she thought it was interesting how it sat upright on its haunches, as if it was thinking. Many seconds later, after staring back at the lost dog, she remembered the front window was wide open. Thanks to her vow of silence, she did not curse out loud. Chapter 15. Dulles International Airport, Virginia. "Come on, come on!" Ted wheeled Air Force 2 back into the air. It lumbered down the runway and accelerated with its usual screams, but it seemed so slow while watching it from afar. As planned, he and Lieutenant Ramirez had hopped off the famous aircraft almost without it stopping. They now hid in the woods at the far edge of the airport to watch it return to the anonymity of the skies. They were each given an M4 carbine for protection. Ted kept his rifle in a death grip. They assumed that if an attack was coming, it would be near the terminals and hangars, so the pilot landed at the most distant runway to keep them far away. They ended up at the southern edge of the airport grounds. "Come on, Robertson, get the bastard airborne," he ordered his fellow pilot. After what seemed like an eternity of thrust, the big jumbo plane tilted up and lifted off the ground. It cut through the smoke of the smoldering plane at the end of the runway, as if using every scrap of cover to hide its departure. Robertson didn't make it comfortable for his passengers. Once airborne, the plane went into a steep climb. The thrust from the 4 engines resonated deep inside Ted's lungs. Ted dug deep into his small backpack and pulled out travel binoculars.
If bad guys were anywhere in the airport, they undoubtedly saw the giant plane and would certainly come to investigate where it touched down. It was perfectly flat for the mile or so to the nearest building, so he would see them coming. "Anything?" Ramirez inquired. He watched for a 60 count. "No, I think we're good. Either there's no one at the airport, or they didn't see us scramble down that ladder." Ted kept watch for another 30 seconds, then put the binocs away. "Come on, Ramirez. Let's go find a car and put some distance from this place. If someone did see us, they have good discipline. I want to get far away from here fast." The other guy hopped onto a 6-foot chain-link fence, made it over the top, but then fell backward on his butt when he came down. "You can call me ER, by the way," Ramirez announced from the ground as Ted went up and over without incident. "Let me guess. You were the guy who was always getting hurt?" ER laughed. "I can't deny I do seem to find every loose board, sharp corner, and yes, I sometimes fall from fences when I'm sweating balls, but ER refers to my name." "Eduardo Ramirez," Ted said with recognition. "Si," he said in a thick Hispanic accent. "I do fine assisting General Charleston, but I'm a mess out in the field. This muggy heat isn't for me." Ted held out his hand to help him up. "It's been a long time since I've been on the ground, too. I mostly fly planes and see trouble from 10,000 feet. Like most Air Force pilots these days, he'd fallen into the sand-filled ass end of the War on Terror, but he'd done more cargo hauling than bombing runs, though he'd done some of those, too. I'm sure my woodland elf skills will come back to me," ER chuckled. "You only have to be out here until 4:30 when they pick us up. Think you can hold out that long?" "I'll try," the other man said with resignation. They resumed walking in the woods, but it soon came out to a small 2-lane roadway. The pavement was covered with dry, gray dust, suggesting heavy equipment often used the route. "Which way do we go?" ER asked. In the woods, both directions looked the same, but one side of the street seemed to have more dirt than the other, leading Ted to suspect the construction site was close. If the area around Dulles was like that of Andrews, it would mean people disappeared during the workday, so there should be vehicles they could borrow. "This way," he said with certainty. 10 minutes later, he hit pay dirt. "Is this a mine?" Ramirez asked. Ted thought it was obvious, but humored his new friend. "I see these open-pit mines all the time while in the air. They mine limestone, I think." They tried to engage in small talk as they walked through the huge mining complex, but not much seemed appropriate. The open pit had a series of rock shelves around it, as if trucks used it like a spiral to get up and down. One of the giant yellow dump trucks was on its side at the bottom. "It happened here." Ted pointed to the wrecked truck. Soon, they saw more evidence. A pile of clothes lay by the mine's little office building. A company pickup truck was up against the side wall of the structure, as if it hit at an angle, giving another obvious clue the driver wasn't inside. "Check that one," he said to ER, pointing to the white truck. "I'll check for more keys inside." He opened the glass door of the office and went in. The air conditioning was on, and it felt like heaven after the humid walk in the woods. As he predicted, there was no one inside, though their clothing was everywhere. Ted squatted down by the remains of a man who wore khaki trousers and a white button-down shirt. His name tag said, "Gentry Davis, Manager." He pulled a key fob out of the guy's lost jeans. "I'm sorry, bud. I need your vehicle." When he looked up, he happened to notice a plush bench seat that was probably for waiting customers. The leftovers of a man sat on one side of the bench, and a much smaller pair of jeans and a little T-shirt were tossed next to it. The kid had a small yellow hard hat as well. The image hit him in a strange place, like he could see the ghosts of the kid and his father sitting there watching him. Hair rose up on the back of his neck, and he suddenly needed to get out of the morgue-like room. "I'm sorry for all of you," he said as he rushed to the door. ER stood by the white truck. "The keys are in this one, and it starts, but it's almost out of gas. Plus the front headlight is busted from the crash." Ted pressed the key fob. A nearby black SUV beeped and flashed its lights. "We'll take this one. The owner won't be needing it anymore." The unknown enemy at Andrews could be heading for the White House, too. There was no bigger target in the area if they were trying to kill prominent government officials. That made it critical to get there as soon as possible. They couldn't risk driving damaged vehicles or fooling around with gas. Ted climbed in the SUV, but took a moment to breathe in the wintry air freshener odor. The owner probably smelled the same thing hours ago. It felt like grave robbing, but he had his orders. It would take a day to walk to D.C. The man's truck would make it an hour-long drive. Living people depended on what he found there. He couldn't worry about the ghosts. Yet. Bonne Terre, Missouri. Tabby knew their situation was grim, but she couldn't tell her 3 friends on the boat. The odor and eye-burning chemical was still in the air, and there was nowhere to go to get further from the source. After putting on the tanks, she managed to get the kids in their seats, but it had already been 15 minutes, and nothing had improved. The aluminum 80 tanks were rated for about an hour of dive time. They might get a little more if the users were breathing steady and slow, rather than in great heaves, but she couldn't get them to settle. Audrey was the worst. Her body shook like she was stuck in a freezer. She'd spent the last 15 minutes thinking what Dad would do in this situation. Would he go back to the dock and get more of the tanks? It was the only logical choice, based on where she was, but the gas seemed to get worse with each minute. She could hardly keep her eyes open, and she couldn't drive the boat with her eyes closed. "There aren't really any choices," she admitted to herself. "Guys," she said, "keep your eyes closed and just listen to me for a minute. The air in these tanks isn't going to last forever, so we have to make a decision. I have an idea what to do. However, I want us all to be in on it, okay?" She peeked to see them nodding. Her eyes burned immediately. "I can't drive back to the dock to get more air because I can't open my eyes in this stuff. We might get lucky if I drove with my eyes closed, but I might also run into a wall and sink the boat. Or we'd run out of air during the journey. Plus, we have no idea what's happening with the chemical spill. The dock might not even be there." She coughed, then took a drag off her regulator. "So that leaves us with only one alternative. We have to swim for the exit." Peter pulled out his breathing tube. "You said there wasn't another exit." "I know. Honestly, I don't know if there is. I've never seen it. However, my dad told me he never takes divers beyond the train because they might tell the city of Bonne Terre." She hacked several times. "They might tell the city where it goes." She had to jam the oxygen feed back into her mouth. "But you don't know where it goes?" Peter asked in a worried tone. She breathed in more of the good air before speaking. "It has to be an exit. What else could it be?" The underground lake was filled with things it could be. There was a small building down there, miles of track, excavators, ladders, bridges, you name it. However, none of it matched the description Dad gave. None of those things would bother the folks at the city. Unless it was a bomb or something dangerous, she believed he'd found another exit. Why it would make the city mad, she couldn't imagine, but at that moment, she didn't care. "Bottom line, guys, we either swim for it or we run out of air on this boat. If we can't open our eyes in it, I don't think we can live for long breathing in that foul stench." Audrey and Donovan sobbed. Peter seemed to hold it together, which surprised her beyond reckoning. "We're with you," the flirtatious teen replied. "Just tell us what to do." Audrey's crying grew in volume, so Tabby gave her a minute to settle. The truth was,
Tabby needed the extra time to breathe because she'd gotten lightheaded. That confirmed there was no chance of waiting it out.
It's really easy. We're going to hop over the side while still breathing in our tubes.
Peter protested.
We don't have masks or fins. Are they on the boat?
She coughed.
No, we don't have any of the extras, but we don't need them, I promise. Take off your shoes and socks. That should be enough.
The kids did as they were told, then she took them one at a time to the edge of the boat. When the three of them were in line, she squinted through one eye to check the wrist lights for each of them and add a lead weight or two.
Once you get in the water, you can open your eyes again. It will be necessary so we can see where we're going. Follow me, okay? I promise you we can all make it.
The lie rolled off easily, but there was no choice. She was risking their lives on a throwaway line her dad once said. If she took them into the mine and they ran out of air, she wouldn't even be able to tell them she was sorry.
Now I'm going to give you a tap, then you fall into the water, right? Nice and easy.
She got next to Peter's ear.
I need you to be a man, Pete. You take care of Audrey. I'll take care of Donovan.
He popped out his regulator.
I will.
His voice was steeped in fear, but to his credit, he seemed willing to go with her plan. She tapped him, and he flopped into the water.
Ah! Cold!
He screamed.
It's okay,
Tabby said in a soothing voice for the sake of the others.
It's a little chilly, but not too bad. Put your regulator back in.
Without wetsuits, it was going to feel worse than it was. Plus, they were already chilled to the bone. She tapped Audrey and kept her hand on the girl's shoulder.
Peter's going to catch you.
The teen shook with fear and the cold, but she still leaned forward and fell into Peter's arms with a splash. Her screams bubbled out of the water as she descended. Tabby hoped it was mostly due to the chill.
Okay, Donovan, it's just you and me. Are you ready? I don't want to die down here,
he drawled.
I want my mama.
She instantly thought of her mom. She was probably up on the surface begging Dad to do something to put out the fire so they could rescue their daughter. If she and the kids didn't make it, at least the boat would point people where to find them. It didn't help her mind to know that.
I want to see my mom and Dad, too. They're up top with your mama, anxious to see us again. The only way we can do it is to swim to them.
She intended to make the speech longer, but she went into a coughing fit that was hard to stop.
Please jump,
she croaked.
I'll watch over you.
Donovan said something impossible to hear because he kept his regulator in his mouth. Then, like the others, he tipped forward and went into the water. She didn't waste a second. Tabby jumped behind them. It was freezing cold and took her breath away, but being able to finally open her eyes made it worthwhile. The kids flailed in the water a little way under the surface. She'd made good estimates with the lead weights. Otherwise, they would have had to work hard to stay submerged. They already had enough going against them. She looked down at the black, narrow-gauge train engine. The water was so clear it almost felt like flying above the antique piece of mining equipment. Her light focused on it because it was the most prominent feature. However, after looking at the engine for a few seconds, she guided her light to the left. A black tunnel beckoned her. Was it the exit or her death? Chapter 16. Newport News, Virginia. Kyla held the pistol in her hands, but she still didn't know how she felt about it. The firefight was over. Carthager and the other Marines had killed the men hiding behind the boxes, and thanks to her, they also got the drop on those coming up from below. She figured she ought to be relieved to know that, but she still wasn't certain these Marines were legitimate. Maybe she'd been cheering for the wrong guys to win. "All clear below!" Carthager yelled up the stairwell. Her ears rang with echoes of the battle, so voices around her sounded muted and distant. Her legs seemed wobbly, and her hands, which weren't that stable to begin with, wouldn't stop shaking. Plus, her nose burned from the gunpowder,
or whatever it was that guns fired. Was all that normal after combat? Meacham slapped her on the back, as if the Marines majored in it. "Good job, Ace. Sad that your heroics were wasted on a dead man." She was hard to read, but Kyla imagined she really meant she'd done a good thing.
Thanks,
she replied unevenly.
"Hey, don't worry about those shakes. They'll go away soon enough. Next time they'll be less of a hassle for you. Eventually, you won't even flinch when we break out the crab sandwich."
She sincerely hoped there wouldn't be a next time.
"I'm looking forward to getting off this ship and going back home."
"Not yet," the woman said with a laugh. "We're going back down to our quarters to re-up on ammo. We blew most of it taking care of these asswipes. As you can see, they ate a lot of our supply."
"We aren't clearing out?"
she said sadly.
"Sarge gives the orders. It's cool, though. These were the guys who have been hassling us. Now they're dead. We should have no problem moving about the decks."
"My friend took off. Can we go look for him?"
"Hell no," Meacham replied. "We have a mission to finish."
She walked over to a uniform lying on the hangar deck.
"Do you see this?"
She nodded.
"Whatever did this, it's out there."
She pointed out the door of the aircraft elevator lift. Far across the ocean-fed lower James River, she saw the mud flats and trees beyond.
"We need to have enough ammo to take care of business."
Kyla looked outside, wishing she was on the other side of the waterway.
"Jump if you want to,"
Meacham said, like it was no big deal.
"We won't stop you. However, if there are any more bad guys around, you'll be an easy target for 'em. I wouldn't like those kind of odds."
She looked away.
"Do you think we got them all? We heard lots of shooting."
"That was probably all from us, or our other squads. We've been running and gunning since we left the lower levels near the bow."
"You came up here and are going all the way back down?"
"Ammo, Dudette," she said dryly. "We go where the ammo is."
"Right, okay. You get your ammo, then what?"
Meacham shrugged. Her big black machine gun hung on a sling over her shoulder, complementing her digitized camo, oversized helmet, and numerous pouches. Carthager came over to Meacham and the others.
"Bravo and Charlie squads have secured their parts of the boat, but stay tight, people."
A few of the men kept watch. Kyla observed one by the boxes, another by the stairwell. By miracle or skill, none of the Marines had been injured or killed.
"We'll go one below, then walk all the way to the forward compartments."
Kyla worried that a whole army could have moved into the front while they were shooting near the back, but she retained her composure and didn't say that out loud. Carthager looked at her with furrowed brows.
"You need me to hold on to that pop gun? You look like you're going to puke all over it."
She couldn't deny she wasn't at her best, but she remembered the feeling when those other soldiers came up the hallway. She'd fired the gun and almost certainly missed, but it might have stopped or slowed the advance. Belatedly, she remembered that she wasn't totally worthless in the fight.
"I'll be fine in a second. I'd like to keep this if I can."
The big man grinned.
"We'll make a warrior out of you. Count on it. But do me one favor. Put the safety on and holster the weapon in your belt."
He pointed to the 4 o'clock position.
"Put it there, assuming you're right-handed."
"I am."
A faint knocking sound came from deep inside the ship, reminding her she was inside a $13 billion war machine. One little gun seemed inconsequential by comparison. The sergeant didn't look away until the pistol was secure in her work trousers, almost like a parent ensuring her child was dressed properly before going out into the rain.
"All right, Meech, you won't point again?"
She didn't hesitate.
"On it!"
Much like when they first met, Meacham flung herself down the stairwell to the deck below. Kyla was anxious about what they would find, but thanked fate she wasn't taking her boot in the face again. Tyson's Corner, Virginia. Ted had driven the black SUV out of the mine parking lot onto the rock-strewn 2-lane road and finally onto a larger 4-lane avenue.
"I guess we didn't need to take the first thing we found," he said to ER as they drove through the tangle of cars at a busy stoplight.
When the event happened,
The cars waiting at the light no longer had live feet on the brake pedals. Those cars rolled into the intersection and impacted the empty ones blazing through the green lights. The resulting crashes were messy and spectacular. "You found a good one. It has air conditioning at least, and a radio." The soldier sifted through the FM channels, but the only station still broadcasting was playing music. "Must be on a loop," he suggested, while slowing to get around another wreck. Ramirez scanned the AM band, but all he found were a couple of stations with short, repeating emergency broadcast system alarms. Those were obviously automated. "Not a single live person on here or out there." Ted pointed to the radio, then the world outside. Stations on the AM dial could be from several states away. Even if the attack hit all of the country, surely someone had to survive to report on it. It had hardly been a few hours since John Jeffries attacked the VP and the start of all the troubles with communications, but so far he'd learned very little about the extent of what was now clearly an attack on the American homeland. Was it military, terrorist, or other? Every civilian in this part of Virginia had been erased. It transcended terror, he believed, since there was no one left to be frightened by it. They fell into silence as they drove east toward the big city. Once they reached the interstate, the lack of stoplights made it easier to make good time. However, it also made it easier to see the countryside around them. Fires were spreading. "There's a big one," he said, as he pointed out ER's window. The fire was a few miles away, but the belching black smoke suggested it was something big, like a factory or refinery. Ramirez glanced out his window but didn't dwell on it. He maintained his forward gaze. "I find it best to focus on what's in front of us. Let's get this mission done, then we can watch the world burn." ER hadn't been quite as humorous since they'd gotten dumped out of the plane, but at least he couldn't get hurt while sitting inside the truck. 30 minutes later, they made it as far as the bridge over the Potomac. The concrete span was broad and flat, about 20 feet above the water, with 3 lanes of traffic and 1 pedestrian path on the right side. Another span carried the westbound lanes on the half-mile trip across the river. The Washington Monument stood tall beyond the far end of the bridge, and the white marble top half of the Lincoln Memorial rose a little above treetop level on that side as well. Of greater concern was the pileup of cars stuffing both directions of the bridge. Ted weaved through lighter traffic to about the halfway point, but the far side was blocked solid. Cars had turned sideways, been flipped over, and some had burned. "This is a good news, bad news type of situation," ER said when the truck stopped. Ted glanced over. The lieutenant took that as his cue. "Bad news is we have to ditch our getaway car and walk. The good news is we'll have our pick of cars once we get to the other side." Ted put the SUV in park, then took the keys. As he got out, he thought he was being stupid. Every car and truck in sight was now free for the taking. However, he felt good knowing they wouldn't have to ride with ghosts in the SUV. Those other vehicles were now grave sites as far as he was concerned. "Grab your rifle," Ted said to ER. "We're almost there." Amarillo, Texas. It only took Brent about 60 minutes to confirm his worst fears. Whatever swooped in and made his friends at the prison disappear, it also affected the towns around the prison. Briarville, Red Junction, Eggers. All had the familiar stacks of clothing where there should have been living people. He didn't bother going home, as there wouldn't have been anyone there even before the disappearance. A year ago, he might have rushed home to take care of his old mutt, Rufus, but he'd passed on not too long ago. His wife died a decade ago. "My life plays like a country song," he said as he drove back to the prison. On the way, he tapped the radio dial to see if there was any news from beyond his grassy piece of Texas, but there were almost no stations on the air. A few buzzed with that annoying emergency tone,
One kept saying the name of the station over and over, like it was on eternal repeat of that 5-second loop. The only station apparently still on the air happened to be the one he hated because they played young people's music he didn't understand. Was it hip-hop? Soul? Pop? He didn't enjoy the songs, but he let it play anyway. He was certain someone would eventually break in and say what was going on. When he reached the prison a short time later, the annoying tunes kept on coming. He punched off the radio in disgust because someone had remixed one of his favorite Supertramp songs into hip-hop oblivion. Why someone chose to play that rather than the news, he had no idea. Damn it, everything is run by computers these days. He slammed his beater pickup truck into park, then yanked the keys. The prison lot had emptied by about half from when he stormed out after seeing those tapes. Trish's flashy sports car was gone. He groaned as he climbed out of the truck. His arthritis-filled knees reminded him that his prime years were well behind. On the way inside, he tried to stiffen up and not let the pain bother him. It was dangerous to show any weakness to the prison population. He walked in the front doors without needing his key card. A guard had placed a trash can in the doors so they wouldn't close. Bunch of amateurs, he complained. Sure, he took off without saying goodbye after he saw the tapes, but he didn't run out and create security breaches like this. He pulled the can out of the door so it closed properly. "I'm back," he said to the cameras. An officer should have come up to greet him. It was protocol. He walked past the main hall security booth and did his best to not see the loose clothing on the floor. It was a lot easier to ignore the orange jumpsuits inside the cells, though he didn't have any enemies behind those bars. Brent continued for the stairs to the sub-level. He'd made it about halfway down when voices cried out from both ends of the hallway. "Help us! They left! Don't let us die!" He slowed to a stop and looked everywhere for the corrections staff. "They aren't here, boss," one of the inmates said. "They left?" Brent asked with amazement. The nearest prisoners nodded agreement as the others quieted down. For the first time since he'd taken the job, he realized that if he wasn't there to open the doors, the incarcerated men would die as certainly as if they'd been buried alive in coffins. Society put them there to pay their dues, but they were petty criminals, not capital murderers. They didn't deserve to die for their crimes. He trotted to the end of the hallway. No one was inside the security booth. He used his keycard to go inside, then called up the real-time cameras. The only living people in view were the prisoners on his level. The upper cell block was still a thrift shop clothing aisle gone wrong. "Damn it," he whispered. "They all followed me out the front door." He figured that when he left, the other officers saw their chance to go as well. He imagined Trish leading it all. "Old Brent wouldn't have left unless this was really bad people. I say we follow him and leave these men behind." He'd caused the panic without even knowing it. Brent looked up at the inmates hanging against the bars. 50 men now depended on him for their lives. Chapter 17. Washington, D.C. Ted took the lead as he and E.R. ran along the pedestrian walkway at the edge of the bridge. Next to them, cars and trucks were jammed in solid in the 3 lanes of traffic heading east. It was as if everyone let off the brakes at the same time, then deliberately crunched whatever was in front of them. "Obstacle," he said to Ramirez. Sometimes cars hopped the small metal barrier between the roadway and the walkway, forcing them to go into traffic or hop over the blockage. The station wagon came over the wall at an angle, which made it easy to climb up the hood. He hopped on and scooted to the far side. E.R. jumped aboard a few seconds later. "Look," the other man whispered. He pointed to the south. "Duck!" Ted exclaimed. They both fell off the hood. Ted landed on his feet, but E.R. came down next to him and immediately slipped on some broken glass. He was on the pavement in an instant. Damn, dude, you didn't have to hurt yourself. Ted laughed it off so the other guy didn't feel bad. He really was clumsy. Don't move. Another bridge was to the south, maybe the distance of 2 football fields. A convoy of Humvees moved from west to east, heading for the city. Even from this far away, Ted recognized the 50 cows on top of the trucks. They were ready for battle. I'm not going anywhere. He counted 10 armored trucks. They crossed the river and went to the south of the National Mall. Since they went in that direction, he hoped those guys were going to a different part of the city. He and ER were headed the opposite way. The White House was north of the mall and Washington Monument, a fact he remembered from flying over the city numerous times. You think they're friendly? They appeared to be American, but he couldn't say for sure. The people inside could be Russians for all he could see at such a distance. Unknown, ER replied. Ted waited for the engine noise to fade off, then he got back on his feet. We work for the Vice President, he said with some pride. We can't get tangled up with other units until we've got a better handle on our own reconnaissance. I like how you think, Air Force. ER held out his hand, which Ted took to help him get off the ground. I'm going to need a medic sometime. Ramirez held his palms up. When he fell on the glass, he must have put his hands in the shards because they were pockmarked with little bursts of blood. Remind me to request someone less accident-prone next time, Ted said in a light-hearted way. You weren't my first choice either. I was very comfortable working on the plane and leaving this running nonsense to some other young buck. That made Ted feel pretty good. He was in his 40s, not a young buck either. However, he hadn't fallen on his ass. Twice. They ran to the end of the bridge, and Ted went right to a small, brown, 2-door subcompact. ER stood outside pretending like he didn't want to get in. You could have found a Bentley for us. This thing is trash. Ted realized the Army guy had probably not spent a day in a front-line environment. His reasoning for selecting the car was entirely defensive. This baby is low to the ground and hard to spot. We'll glide next to the other traffic still on the road, and with a little luck, we won't be spotted by those guys in the gun trucks. ER brightened. That's pretty smart. Ted thanked heaven he outranked the lieutenant. He'd likely have chosen another big truck, and they'd be spotted in a heartbeat. The event had taken place at rush hour that morning, so the streets were filled with vehicles heading into the city. A lot of those cars had veered into the opposite lanes when the event took place, but they generally had no difficulties weaving their way through the city. Stay sharp, ER. If you see those guys, even from miles away, let me know. Ramirez had his window down and, to his credit, diligently watched the city streets for the big tan military rigs. Ted looked out his side and in the rear-view mirror, but they managed to avoid seeing them all the way to the White House. At least we know where they aren't, he said, as they pulled up to the heavy security pylons blocking the street in front of the White House. Did we beat them? ER asked. Or are they watching us? Ted put the car in park and turned it off. You trying to scare the crap out of me? I feel like my skin has been crawling under the surface since I saw the first, invisible person. You think they're still here? That would freak me out, too. The soldier had a way of twisting his words. He never once considered that the people were still alive and walking around like the Invisible Man. The notion made thinking about those clothes even creepier. No, I think everyone is dead. It was a weapon, not a setup for a comedy movie. Who would go through all that trouble for a gag? ER laughed. I would. It would be a legendary prank pulled on millions of fans. I would be laughter's hero for the ages. Ted shook his head, clearing the doubt from his mind so he could focus on what they had to do next. Let's get inside and get what we came here for. We can joke about it after we're back on the plane. Ramirez seemed to take it to heart. I really don't think they're alive. I just wish they were. Yeah, this sucks, Ted replied. Bonne Terre, Missouri. Tabby opened her eyes underwater, happy they weren't burning. However, new problems were everywhere in her renewed line of sight. Audrey flailed like a bass tangled in fishing line. Peter struggled with her, though he didn't have much luck calming the young girl. And Donovan kicked and swam under the boat in the wrong direction. His green chem light rose and fell like a floating ghost. All of them, including her, were using oxygen faster than was necessary.
"Steady, girl. Fix what you can."
She first swam out to Donovan. He windmilled his arms like crazy, but barely kicked his feet to propel him, allowing her to use better form and overtake him. However, when she tapped him on the hip, he curled up in a ball like a roly-poly bug. She shifted and shined her light toward his face, hoping to get him to acknowledge her. It took much longer than she'd wished, and they sank halfway to the bottom while getting his attention, but he finally looked at her face. Tabby held up 2 fingers and pointed to her own eyes.
"Focus on me."
Donovan looked from one side to the other, perhaps forgetting where he was. However, when he returned his gaze to her, he seemed to recognize her. She motioned for him to follow, but didn't let him go. It took a few more seconds, but the kid finally gave her a thumbs up. After flashing the OK symbol, she let go and made like she was going to swim away. Once she'd gone a few feet, she checked behind to make sure he was there. His red tracksuit made him stand out in the darkness. He moved toward her.
"One down,"
she thought. By the time she got back to Audrey, Peter had her in his arms. Once again, she reflected how surprised she was that the boy was such an asset to her. Tabby swam up to meet them and traded OK signs with both.
"God, please help us,"
she prayed. The idea of going on a one-way trip was not sitting well with her, but she was absolutely convinced it was their only hope.
"This way,"
she vocalized with the regulator in her mouth. No one would understand her, but she did it anyway. Tabby pointed the light into the dark tunnel beyond the wrecked train engine, and then went in that direction. When she reached the square entrance, she halted and stood on the 100-year-old train tracks. The 3 kids floated in the water like they were in a freeze-frame photograph. It was an illusion created by the clear water and slow movements of the divers in the darkness.
"Come on,"
she waved. When she was certain they were going to follow, she turned toward the interior of the mine tunnel. The tracks on the floor went into the darkness, and the horizontal shaft seemed to go straight into nothingness. She tried to reflect on where she was, relative to the mine entrance up in town.
"Am I under my house?"
a local kid would often ask while on the tour. Sometimes the answer was yes. But Tabby had gone far into the mine, and direction was impossible to know once you'd gone around a few of the giant stone columns. Even if she had a map of the lake and had the time to study it, she probably wouldn't have been able to answer the basic geography question. Now, under stresses beyond her imagination a few short hours ago, it was one of the weird thoughts crowding her brain. She looked back again. The kids were in the tunnel, but Audrey appeared to have trouble staying below the ceiling. She'd seen it before. The girl could use some more weight to keep her from floating upward. When the girl got close, she pulled off one of the weights from her lead belt and used the carabiner to lock it into Audrey's. Tabby was sure the extra weight would do her good, but when she finally looked into the girl's face, her eyes were terror-stricken. Tabby didn't know what to do, so she reached out with both of her hands and put them on the girl's cheeks. For a moment, the bubbles coming out of their regulators filled the area with chaos, but when those cleared out, the girl finally saw Tabby's eyes. She smiled at Audrey, wishing she could convey nothing but the word calm. Peter arrived and grabbed Audrey around the waist with one arm, like they were getting a photograph of themselves. Donovan stood on the track nearby, though he seemed to work to keep his bare feet off the metal and jagged rock. Tabby continued to smile with her eyes. Audrey appeared to relax. She figured it had more to do with Peter than her, but she kept at it. Donovan seemed to get something out of the pause, too, so she hoped it settled everyone. While she had their attention, she held up 3 fingers, then 2, then 1. Finally, she waved for them to follow her. Each panicky stop consumed more air. She wanted to make the next segment go as fast as possible so they could put in some distance. She kicked her bare feet as hard as she could to move fast down the tunnel. Her wrist flashlight focused on the tracks ahead, though the pool of darkness further down the carved tunnel never seemed to brighten. "Please have an ending," she thought. Her body was on the verge of shivering from the cold, but she was somewhat used to the feeling. Dad had taken her swimming and diving in this water for years. The other 3 would be freezing in it. Of that she had no doubt. "Hang on, guys. We'll warm up at the surface." Ahead, there was nothing but question marks. She didn't know where she was. She didn't know if there was a destination. If there was, she didn't know how to get there. A few minutes later, she reached a slight bend in the tunnel. It was time to look back. Chapter 18. Newport News, Virginia. Kyla and her laptop bag trudged along behind the Marine named Parsons. He was so large it was difficult to see around him, but she talked to his back. "So, you guys were down below when the attack happened?" The big guy looked over his shoulder. "We were here on a fast training exercise. We're with the Fleet Anti-Terrorism Security Team." "And you happened to be here when the poop sprayed on the fan?" she said jokingly. Parsons seemed put out. "What are you saying, miss?" "Oh, I don't mean anything. I just think it's good luck you guys were here to take over when the rest of the sailors on the ship disappeared." She pointed up. "Especially since those fake Marines caused so much trouble." They walked the gangway for a few more paces before Parsons spoke again. "Fast units deployed to several ships last night. Someone must have gotten wind of this thing." "Let's keep it down," Carthager said from a few men ahead. "We're going through the cafeteria." The low ceilings and metal bulkheads made the giant ship seem confining as they walked through the hallway. However, the seating and tables of the dining hall opened things up a bit. The Marines fanned out as they crossed the room, though Kyla purposefully stuck behind Parsons. If there was an enemy on the far side, they wouldn't even see her behind the hulking black man. Sergeant Carthager held up a hand, and everyone stopped. The Marines had their rifles out, always searching for something to kill, but Kyla kept her pistol holstered in her chinos. The pop gun, as the Marine leader had called it, would hardly be useful compared to the big rifles in the room. A tapping sound became evident as they waited. She'd heard it before, but the ship made a lot of different sounds. Fans, pumps, metallic grinding of machinery. "Do you hear it?" Carthager asked the squad. "It's an SOS," Meacham whispered from a distant table. "That's what I'm hearing," the sergeant replied. "Okay, keep it tight. Head for the nearest ladderway. I think it's coming from below." Meacham fast-walked for the other side. The rest of the Marines swept across the seating area before they went through double doors to the hallway. When Kyla came through, Meacham was already at the next stairwell. The woman warrior gave Carthager a thumbs up, then went down. On the next level, the clanging SOS became louder. "What are you—" Kyla started to say. "Shh!" Parsons cut in. "We're hunting Wabbit," he whispered. A few of the nearby Marines snickered. Meacham seemed to lead them on a random path through the ship. Sometimes she would go toward the back, only to turn around and head toward the front. They went through the bunk area, a long supply compartment, more bunks. Eventually, she figured out the Marine was zeroing in on the sounds. They kept going down. When they got to a steel door with a rope attached to keep it from opening, Meacham stopped and pointed like a bird dog at her prize. "Spread out," Carthager ordered. Kyla saw what was about to happen, and she thought back to how she'd been able to help the Marines by going out to rescue the injured sailor. Whether the man died was irrelevant. She'd risked her life so the guys with guns could do their job.
"I can open it,"
she blurted out a little too loud. Carthager flashed a look suitable for the hounds of hell. His whisper was quiet, but carried all his authority.
"Parsons, if she says another word, shut her up."
Parsons growled, making Kyla wonder if that was for real or show. She shut up. Meacham cut the rope and pushed the door open. She and 2 men shoved through the hatch with rifles drawn. Kyla realized how stupid it was to try to out-hero these guys, but she wanted to participate wherever possible. Being the damsel in distress wasn't her style. She held her breath while waiting for the sounds of gunfire, explosions, or even shouting. After about 30 seconds, Meacham came back out looking relaxed, followed by a man. He was dressed in a white Navy uniform with a rank on his shoulder of 4 gold stripes and a star. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Kyla couldn't stop her own mouth.
"Captain?"
Washington, D.C. Ted and Ramirez took a few minutes to study the gate and fence around the White House. Because everything else was unlocked, he assumed the front gate would be easy to open. However, he found security there was buttoned up tight, even though no one was in the gatehouse.
"I don't suppose the VP gave you a key?"
E.R. asked sarcastically. "No, but she did give me the garage door code."
"Really?"
"Hell no," Ted snickered. "We're going to have to climb the fence." Ted put his hands on the bars, intending to scale it.
"Wait,"
E.R. insisted.
"We should find a truck that can break down the gate. What if we find something too big to lift back over the fence? I don't want to leave anything behind."
"What are you planning on taking? The refrigerator?" Ted meant it as a joke, but after he'd said it, it dawned on him how the soldier could have orders he didn't know about. General Charleston wasn't exactly supportive of Ted's go-it-alone mission, which was why he sent his own man.
"You wish. There's a hot painting of Mrs. Lincoln I've had my eye on."
Ted was resigned to shaking his head.
"What? Everything is free for the taking, right? Can you blame me if my tastes in women run about 150 years behind? I'm going to take it off the wall and hide it in an Arby's bathroom. I'll come and get it later when things look better out there."
"Sounds like you thought of everything," he said dryly. Ted wasn't sure he believed the guy was out for artwork, but he was out for something. Up until that moment, he expected to find the president in a safe room or bunker, but if no one was there, the people's house would no doubt be looted.
"There must be vehicles close by."
Ramirez motioned toward the tall buildings of downtown, which were only a few blocks away.
"This town is always under construction."
He could have easily hopped the fence and completed his mission, but there was some logic to having a larger vehicle. Ramirez talked about removing art, which wasn't his concern, but perhaps he was onto something. It was the seat of power in the United States. Who knows what would be useful? Whatever they took, it would be safer to have the vehicle at the door.
"All right,"
Ted said after some thought. "Let's go grab something. Make it quick." They passed the gate and walked east toward the row of buildings. The park-like area of the White House contrasted sharply with the stone and steel cityscape, but once they were in the city, it was typical of most American downtowns. The only major difference was that this urban center had no skyscrapers due to the architectural laws for the city. It was an aviation quirk he'd been told when flying out of Andrews, but he'd first heard about the law in a game of Trivial Pursuit. They strode around a corner, avoiding several clumps of lost clothes, but stopped when a fire down the street blocked most of their way.
"Screw this!"
Ramirez exclaimed. A small tanker truck had run into a shop on the ground floor of a 5-story office building. Based on the intense flames along that part of the street and up the side of the doomed structure, it appeared as if the vehicle had blown up on impact. Flames had jumped to an adjacent building and seemed to spread there, too. "So we go this way." Ted pointed down a different street.
"Good call."
Ted tried to engage in small talk. So, still think Art is your best target from inside the White House? With no fire departments, fires are going to be a real problem. If you hide the painting in an Arby's, it might burn up. You think the president has jewels and gold stashed in there? I'd settle for those. Of all the possible people on that plane, Ted thought, I get paired up with a common thief. The thief was right about one thing, however. Ahead, a giant red, white, and blue dump truck sat quietly up against a parked police car as if it had T-boned it. They had their gatecrasher. Poor Sister's Convent, Oakville, Missouri. Sister Rose wasn't a dog person. She'd never had one as a kid. In her mind, there was only one outcome possible. It would jump through the broken front window, scurry over the seats, then eat her like kibble. Yet the wolf dog sat outside her closed door like it had the patience of Job. She tried again to wave her hands as if to say, "Shoo!" That seemed to excite the creature. It stood up and walked in a circle, giving her a good look at its powerful legs and giant paws. Its silvery coat was well kept, as if it had recently been combed straight. The dog seemed alert and intuitive, as if it knew she was the person it had been looking for. She finally noticed the thin leash dragging behind it. The line was attached to a collar well hidden by the fur. "Where's your owner?" she thought for a few seconds. "Let me guess. She's been brought home to God, too." Rose took a deep breath, inhaling the sweet odor of fruit. That was curious, given the circumstances, so she peeled her eyes from the dog to see what caused it. It was a short search. Both seatbelts remained fastened in the back seat. Boy's clothes were in the seat next to her, still held down by the restraint. The second person, now underneath her, once wore the colorful pants and blouse of a young girl. Two slushy fruit drinks melted together on the floorboard on the far side. "Oh, dear," she thought. She'd failed to look at the seat when she came inside the car. It horrified her to know she'd desecrated their belongings. Sister Rose knew what she had to do. After making the sign of the cross to fortify herself to the necessity, she opened the door to get out. The dog stood up and hopped around like it was happy she was making herself an easy target. Given the choice, she was willing to endure a painful bite rather than soil the memory of those who had been chosen by God. Rose held her hands to her shoulders as if to keep them far away from the deadly-looking teeth. The animal ran around her feet a few times, dragging the leash along her ankles. "Shoo!" she said with her arms as she began the perilous journey to the front door of the convent. The dog didn't listen. It paced her as she steadily made her way across the grass of the front lawn, and it stayed next to her as she walked onto the parking lot. "Please help me, God," she prayed silently. The leash made a scraping noise as the wolf dog stalked her on the pavement. Rose clenched her jaw as she walked up the path to the front door. She had to get there first, lest the dog go inside. That would cancel her refuge in an instant. She picked up the pace. The dog matched her by trotting faster. Her breathing became fast and shallow, as if her body was readying for the painful bite. Rose was absolutely certain it was about to jump in the air and cling to her back, so she turned around to make sure. She was only a few yards from the front door, but the distraction made her lose her direction, and she instantly tripped on one of the low landscaping steps. "Oof!" she said aloud by accident. Not really a word, she thought. But the dog. It came at her like it knew she'd been hurt and was vulnerable for the killing blow. Before she could so much as move, the wet snout of the angry-looking beast was in her face. Those teeth were white and clean, but looked terribly sharp. "This is going to hurt," she imagined. She closed her eyes, momentarily forgetting everything, including how to pray. Sister Rose was overcome with a new, horrifying odor. Dog breath.
Chapter 19. Washington, D.C. "This pig is 100% loaded," Ted noted while he worked the gears of the dump truck. "Must have been going to a job," Ramirez replied. "It's great for us. This will plow down that gate like nobody's business." He got the truck up to speed and handled it through a few corners in the business district. It was easy to stay away from the burning building they'd seen coming in, but there were other fires, too. A couple of cars smoldered under their hoods, most likely from accidents. A CVS pharmacy was ablaze for reasons unknown. Far down the streets, other plumes of smoke suggested more. "We should find a fire truck next," Ted declared. "We could stay pretty busy." The dump truck made short work of pushing abandoned vehicles out of the way. Most were lone cars or trucks, but he had to shove 3 black SUVs in a row on one street as if they were part of a convoy. "There it is!" Ramirez pointed with excitement. The White House was a block away to the south, beyond a park featuring a statue of a man on a horse. "You cutting through?" ER asked. "It's the only way." They weren't able to drive the truck up to the fence of the White House using the streets because there were security pillars blocking the way. The retractable barriers came out of the ground in the middle of the road so cars couldn't get close to the White House and hit the gate or detonate a bomb. To get around all that nonsense, he planned to cut across the park. He didn't stop when he got to the edge of the green space. The truck crunched over a small fence and went into the wide walkway. Ted did his best to avoid driving on tourists. Their clothes were everywhere. They went by the 30-foot-tall horse and rider, but he didn't give it a second glance. The White House grounds were right ahead, and he planned to hit the fence on the first try. However, as he got to the edge of the park, he realized there was one issue he couldn't ignore. "Damn it! I can't ensure we're going to fit up the driveway. You're going to have to get out and guide me in. Once I'm in position, I can give it some gas and go right through. But if I hit the guard shack or the post on the other side, we might end up popping our front tires." "Who cares? Bash it and knock over the fence. We can get in easily." Ted laughed. "I thought you wanted to carry stuff away." ER seemed to think about it. "Oh, right. I see what you mean. Can't take the goods if our ride has flat tires." He put on the brakes about 50 feet from the fence. "After you." Ramirez climbed out of the cab and jogged onto the street. Ted noticed his rifle was still wedged against the seat, and he tried to call out through the passenger window, but the other man didn't hear him. He leaned out his own window, intending to be heard. "Hey, dumbass!" he said, before cutting himself short. Motion caught his eye at the end of the block to the left. At first, he thought it was a small vehicle, like a 4-wheel ATV that hunters used. However, it wasn't a vehicle at all. The sleek thing had 4 metallic legs and a barrel-shaped body, painted in woodland camouflage, along with a thin wedge of black metal for a head. It moved in a straight line, with all 4 jointed legs working together to keep the body perfectly level, like a cat stalking its prey. "What the?" he whispered. ER had reached the fence and turned around to wave him in. "Stop," he said quietly, while trying to get the man's attention over to the robot cat. Lieutenant Ramirez either didn't see him or didn't understand his signals because he continued to wave him over. The robotic animal trotted toward ER, who finally noticed it. Ted expected him to run back to the truck, but he held his ground and put his hands up. "What are you doing?" he wondered. The robot spoke with a female computer voice. "Security inquiry. Please state your name and social security number." ER spoke in a serious tone. "I'm Thomas the Train. My number is 12345. Does that compute?" "Confirming," the woman's voice replied. Ted considered using his rifle to do harm to the robot, but the machine was directly in front of the soldier. It would break about 10 gun-handling rules he'd learned in basic. There was only one real option at that point.
He stomped on the gas. The truck lurched off the curb and into the street. He immediately had to shift into second gear because of his payload. The weight advantage that was going to destroy the gate also slowed him down. He left it in second gear for the last 30 feet. The engine whined like it was going to blow up, but that served as a warning for ER to get out of the way. The robot heard it too, and its head spun around like an owl's. Ramirez jumped to his left as soon as it looked away. That gave Ted the green light to plow into the robot and the front gate at the same time. "Smile for the camera!" he shouted. The big rig smacked into the robot's delicate-looking machinery and pushed it into the heavy metal gate. The black tubing bent forward toward the White House driveway as he kept on the gas and bulled through the entrance. Ted gripped the wheel like a vice to keep it steady. His pilot's sense of depth perception helped him place the truck exactly between the two posts of the gate. The mirrors on both sides were sheared off, but the rest of the dumper went through. He didn't dare stop because he wasn't sure if the robotic animal was going to hop back up and attack him like in every monster movie ever made. He continued around the circular driveway for about 50 yards to the awning reserved for foreign dignitaries and heads of state. He half opened his door to look back. The robot wasn't anywhere on the ground behind him, so he figured it was stuck to his grill along with the remains of the gate. Once he'd shut off the engine and hopped down, he hesitated to make sure his partner was all right. "I'm fine," the lieutenant shouted as he ran up the driveway. "Just a minor flesh wound." The soldier held up his elbow to show blood had soaked through his uniform sleeve. "You'll live," Ted said quietly. When ready to face what was left of the security cat, he got his M4 rifle ready, then crept forward to see what was left. "Oh boy, we jacked this thing good," he said with relief. The main body had slid under the front bumper, and all 4 legs were bent. The black wedge head was squished against the metal grill of the truck, and the whole mechanical beast was surrounded by the remains of the black metal gate. If the truck backed up, the robot might get free, but otherwise it would take a blowtorch to break it out. It broadcast no lights or sounds, but he sensed there was activity in the black head. "We have to hurry!" he shouted. Bonne Terre, Missouri. Tabby looked back. The teens were still coming. "Phew," she thought. She kicked and pumped her arms slow enough she didn't get away from them, but also fast enough they couldn't catch up. However, her own pacing had been uneven, and now she was a little too far ahead, so she watched as they swam out of the gloom. She also eyed the remaining pressure in her tank. Crap! There was no more than 15 minutes of air before it would be necessary to tap into the tiny reserve bottle. They'd gone about 200 yards in the dark tunnel, which was amazing for first-timers. She considered waiting for the 3 to catch all the way up so she could give them high fives and pats on the back, but it seemed more important to pull them forward. Tabby waved at them when they were about 10 feet away, then kicked off the train track to continue swimming into the tunnel. "Please follow me," she begged. After another 5 minutes of swimming, she couldn't hold out any longer and had to stop again. This time, the kids were farther back than they were before. "They're getting tired," she acknowledged. Scuba diving was an all-body sport. When wearing fins, much of the heavy lifting was done with the legs, but the kids had to kick with bare feet in the cold dark and with unfamiliar equipment. It was a testament to their willpower that they gotten as far as they did. She spun around on tiptoes, content to survey the tracks and tunnel while the kids caught up. Tabby began to wonder if the miners built the passageway to be an out and back, a place where they dug out lead in a straight line, never needing to expand the route or go to the surface. If so, they were in trouble. Her light went far down the tracks, but the parallel metal guide seemed to go into the wall at a certain point. The kids came closer and provided a little additional light,
even though the beams jerked unevenly with their swim strokes.
This is...
She shuffled for a few steps, then hopped into an urgent breaststroke over to where the train tracks disappeared.
The end!
There was no question the tracks reached an end, but not the one she wanted. As fast as her heart leapt with excitement, it now crashed with disappointment. The train tracks ended at a wooden structure that was once a mine chute for the railway cars. When the train reached the end of the track, a wood and metal device tipped the car so the contents spilled into a pit. She was still staring into the dark maw when someone poked her on the shoulder.
"Peter,"
she said in her regulator. Peter would only hear a vague noise, not the actual words, but she was so happy to see him she didn't care. The boy shifted so Audrey had a view into the pit, but she pushed him back like she didn't want to see.
"This is going to suck,"
she thought. If they were going to find an exit, it had to be down in the pit. There were 3 flooded levels to the mine. Dad had said that many times. If this train dumped debris down a level, it had to be so it could be removed from the mine a different way. Tabby wanted to tell the kids this was good news. She waved at them, then stepped off the edge of the pit without a goodbye or other hesitation. The tour was going downstairs, and she worked hard to convey a sense of purpose to those taking her journey. Her light pierced the mysterious blackness below as she floated down, but it wasn't as deep as she feared. Perhaps 30 feet from her to the kids. She landed on top of a huge pile of tailings, which were rocks and gravel that had fallen from the mine buckets. That disturbance created a flush of debris below her feet, which fanned out around her. As she shined her light toward the top to get the kids to jump, she noticed a faint glow down one of the tunnels on the new level.
"Holy cow! It has to be!"
She guided her flashlight where she was looking. Another broken set of railway track headed into a brighter chamber.
"Woo-hoo!"
she cried out. The kids remained on the edge of the pit above her. She tried to wave them down, but they didn't seem to want to jump. She tried to kick off and swim up to them, but the slag gave way and her feet mushed into the tailings. For a couple of seconds, she shifted her legs and thrust her arms like the pile might eat her up. The resulting frenzy of movement created a larger cloud of debris around her, as if she were an octopus dumping ink. However, she managed to clear the pile and kick a few times to get away. When she caught her breath and subdued her skittish nerves, she glanced up to see how far she needed to go. The kids seemed like they were a mile away. They still weren't coming, so she had to take action. A good tour leader was expected to collect her followers no matter what. Tabby's lungs labored hard as she kicked up the rock tube toward the kids. She appreciated the colossal difference between swimming with or without fins. If they got out and went back to the mine, she was going to fill the whole tourist boat with fins and masks, so this couldn't happen again. When she finally came out of the hole, the teens hadn't moved. Some of the floating debris came up with her, clouding the area and making it hard to see.
"Exit!"
she cried out as loud as she could. Tabby floated over and went right for Audrey. She would be the key to the whole group. After grabbing a strap on the girl's shoulder harness, she pointed to the ground.
"I hope this works,"
she thought. She got near the ground and used her finger to write in the sediment. At first, she believed the floating debris was going to make it impossible to see anything. She wrote the word, but could barely see it herself. However, after a minute or two of excited breathing, she shined her light on it again. The cloudy water had cleared up enough to see through.
"Exit!"
She didn't turn around or look at the kids, because movement would disrupt the fragile landscape as it did on the tailings pile. However, she blasted her light on the word to make it clear what she was doing. A second light joined hers. Soon, there were 4 lights on that lone word. The tour guide maintained her role as she rose and floated over to her charges. With a series of gentle nudges, she motioned the 3 kids over to the edge again. It was extra murky over the hole, but she believed it had to be obvious where they needed to go. For a few seconds, each of them resisted going over the side, but Tabby firmly pushed them past their limits. "We can do this," she mumbled in her regulator. The four of them went over. Chapter 20. Newport News, Virginia. I'm Captain Maximilian Van Nuys. I never thought I'd be so glad to see the Marines. The white-suited naval officer traded salutes with Carthager, who had stepped up to the front. We're glad to see you too, sir. That banging guided us in. Some assholes put a bag over my head, zip-tied me, and dragged me down here to this maintenance closet. I managed to get the zips and bag off, but I didn't have anything to break through the door. He looked around and caught sight of Kyla, the civilian, but then returned his gaze to the big Marine. What's the situation? Carthager replied. Do you know about the missing crew? The captain shook his head. Tell me. Sir, everyone above Deck 6 is dead. Everyone? He asked sarcastically. Be serious. The sergeant bowed. I'm sorry, sir. It was everyone. Van Nuys resisted the news for a few seconds, but then leaned against the wall like he'd been shot. There had to be some survivors, right? We're still afloat. I haven't heard any alarms for a long time. We know there are a few sailors down here on the engineering decks, but no one is up top. They're all gone, sir. Carthager spoke in a surprisingly kind voice. We still don't know how the enemy did it, or even who they are, but we've been fighting a contingent of soldiers pretending to be Marines since it happened a couple of hours ago. Kyla was shocked that much time had passed, but she checked her watch to confirm it was nearly lunchtime now. Do you have the upper hand? Van Nuys inquired. We mopped 'em up, sir. They are tough down in the hallways, but we caught them up in the hangar and ate 'em for lunch. Good. It sounds like they're thin on the ground. My captors said they needed me because of what's up here. He tapped his temple. I now realize why. I have codes, knowledge, and biometrics. I'm the key card for the bastards after they win their battle. Looks that way, sir, the sergeant replied. The captain took a deep breath. I want to see my dead crew. Carthager stood there like he didn't know what to say. What is it? Van Nuys asked. There's nothing left, sir. As in, not a damn drop of blood. They all vanished during the attack. It sucked them all off the decks? No, sir. I don't know how to explain it. Kyla took a chance. Captain, sir, I saw the results. The people are gone, but their uniforms are left in place. It's like they zapped out of existence, leaving only what they had on their bodies. Carthager pointed at Kyla. She's got it right. There's 1,000 uniforms upstairs, but no people. I can't believe it, the captain deadpanned. The big Marine seemed to stand taller. We have 3 squads of fast Marines on board. I've been on decks 7 up through 1. Bravo has reported there are no survivors on the bridge. It's a total loss above 6. You've been fighting the scouts, Sergeant. I don't think they expected much resistance after using their super weapon, but you've surprised them. However, this is a symbolic target they won't ignore. The JFK is the newest and most expensive ship in the United States Navy. They'll send everything they have to get it once they realize we can still fight. We're ready, Carthager declared. The captain turned to Kyla. And who are you, ma'am? I'm just a programmer, sir. I'm with Southern Cross Contracting. You have a name? Kyla Justice. Well, Kyla, you're coming with me. Sir? She said with surprise. I was with these guys. If there were more battles to be fought, she wanted to be with the Marines. He's the boss, dudette, Meacham joked. You do what he says. Some of the Marines snickered. Your job, Van Nuys jabbed a finger back at Carthager, is to repel any invaders so I can get the boat moving. If we can get off the dock, it'll be a lot harder to board us. Aye, Captain. The sergeant saluted. Miss Kyla and I are going to find more sailors, Van Nuys added matter-of-factly. No shit? Kyla blurted out, instantly feeling her face turn red. The Marines laughed openly. Carthager shifted to be next to her, then he slapped her on the back. Just to let you know, sir, we poked fun at this dudette, but she pulled one of your men to safety during a firefight. That's how we knew there were fake Marines on the red team. Captain Van Nuys rubbed his chin. I see. Sounds like the kind of woman we need today, especially if most of my crew is dead, as you say. Move out! The sergeant barked to his squad. The Marines cleared out in 10 or 15 seconds, leaving Kyla alone with the captain. She immediately felt self-conscious, as if she was being measured and weighed. When she met eyes with the man, she was certain that's what was happening. I'm ready to help, she said, to cut through the easy feeling. Van Nuys came out of his bubble of thought. Right. We'll stick together until we find some extra hands. I know someone else has to be down here. What's your specialty? Oh, they brought me in to work on automating lots of maintenance routines with the nuclear-powered engines. It won't pilot the ship, of course, but it could cut down on the number of people you'd need in the engineering and reactor departments. That's good thinking, if a bit naive. This ship already has a lot of automation, which is why our crew is smaller than those older Nimitz-class flat tops. But if we lost most of my people, we're probably not going anywhere far. You told the Marines we were going to put to sea, she said, as if the captain could forget his own words. Van Nuys got closer. I received orders to allow a fast platoon to come aboard, but I didn't get to meet them. How do I know they're legitimate? They seemed all right. They helped me and my friend, although the dummy eventually ran off and probably jumped ship. We can't trust anyone, Kyla. Now I need you to do me a solid before we do anything else. Sure, whatever you want. The captain looked at a nearby stairwell. I want to go up a few decks so I can see what's left of my crew. No matter how little there is, no one is going to stop me from seeing what we're up against. Kyla didn't know if it was the right thing for a civilian to do, but she saluted. Yes, sir. Washington, D.C. Thanks for the save, Major, Ramirez said gravely. Don't sweat it. Whoever was in charge of that thing knows we're here. Help me get inside. Ted ran up to the small double door that served as the entrance. 5 or 6 outfits lay on the ground near the door, and more clothes were scattered around the foyer inside. It looks like a tour group was here, he said with dismay. The door was slightly ajar because someone's shoe was logged in the jamb. He was prepared to drive the dump truck through the wall if he had to, but he was happy it wasn't necessary. Those poor tourists were at precisely the right spot to help him on his mission. Sorry, folks, he said to the shirts, hats, and shoes. We have to get through here. He and ER ran through the security checkpoint, causing the alarms to trigger, but no guards came running to relieve them of their rifles. Let's split up, ER suggested. I'll start in the residential section up top. You start in the basement. The VP had given him some tips on the White House's layout and what would happen in an emergency, so he had an idea where to go to find the president, but he didn't like the idea of splitting up. You sure you want to divide our forces? Ted asked. No, but you saw that machine out there. Someone is going to come for us. We have to cover maximum ground and then get out of here. ER slung off his backpack and pulled out a black canvas roll, which he unfurled to reveal a big duffel bag. Meet back here in 10 mics, the soldier suggested. After seeing the tourists in the lobby, he was willing to bet the whole place was empty of people. There was probably little danger in splitting up, while there was a lot of risk in delaying their stay. To that end, he finally agreed. Let's make it 8, he countered. Done! ER sprinted up the nearby stairs. Ted ran the opposite direction through the usher closet and down a narrow staircase. When he got to the lower level, he ran around one corner to check on the Secret Service offices, but the piles of black suits gave him all the intel he needed. He wondered if John Jeffries had been working with any of the security officers inside this office. If so, they would have found excuses to be anywhere else today, like Outer Mongolia. Logically, the dead people left inside the room were the good guys. Any bad guys would be elsewhere. He backtracked to the stairwell, then passed by to go to another part of the level. It took him a second to get his bearings, but then he went into a wide, well-lit hallway. Despite being the fancy White House, it was definitely the basement. Long electrical conduits and wire bundles hung from the ceiling, running for 50 yards down the passageway. The floor was cement, except for a metal plate right in the middle of the hallway, which probably held pipes and other plumbing features. His destination was halfway down the hall, and the nondescript white door was marked by a gold plate with black lettering. Truman Bowling Alley. "Please be in there," he whispered. The door was unlocked, as was probably normal for being far behind Secret Service security lines. After passing through a small front room filled with cubbies of bowling shoes and a big fake plant, he jogged into the 2-lane alleyway. In better times, he would put on some shoes and throw a turkey or two, but now he strode across the puke-green carpet along the edge of the lanes until he was at another white door. This one was locked. The sign on the outside said, "Restricted, alley operator only." However, the Veep had told him this was where he would find the president, if he were alive. "Is anyone there?" he called through the door. "I'm with Vice President Emily Williams." After receiving no reply, he tried kicking the door, but it held firm. Though it looked like any other door, it was likely reinforced. There was no time to pick locks or look for keys. The Secret Service probably had the means to get in if he had the time to search the clothes piles. Instead, he brought the M4 to bear. After taking a few steps back, he put 2 shots on the door lock. The narrow chamber amplified the crack. "Ow!" Ted kicked the door again, and it flung open. Amarillo, Texas. Brent clicked on a small portable radio and found a lone station with music. He turned it up about halfway, then leaned back in his chair to consider his options. Outside, the inmates yelled at him from time to time, but he kept his eyes and mind focused on the camera view showing the front parking lot. Someone would come back, right? He eventually did. So would the others. Time passed as he got lost in thought. For some minutes, he watched the camera as if it was any other day on the job. The parking lot looked as it always did, a lonely patch of pavement on the wide-open frontier grassland that was North Texas. However, his eyes always drifted to the companion views of the recreation field and upper-level hallway, the lost clothing of 1,000 strippers. If only it were that stupid. Where did they go? Who was responsible? "Why were we left alive?" he said aloud. Brent was a God-fearing man, but he determined this wasn't the work of any god as soon as he figured out who had been taken. Tom Donbevand was as close to a saint as he'd ever met. The correctional officer did things few others in his profession ever thought to do. He taught some of the residents how to read, he loaned books to them, and he helped them write physical letters to loved ones. And yet he was taken because he worked on the upper level. By contrast, some of the men behind bars up there were downright nasty. Drugs, petty thievery, a few even scored big with internet scams. Brent didn't think of them as evil men, but compared to Tom, they were night to his day. They were taken too. Plus, more good guys and bad guys were left in the basement. He looked at the one camera window showing live people, his cell block of misfits. At the far end of the view, he saw the security booth with his own head moving on the screen. "Damn it all to hell, they aren't coming back." His reflection time went on for so long, the block residents had lost interest in yelling at him. They'd gone back to lying in bed or talking to their neighbors. He came out of the security booth knowing what he had to do. Brent fast-walked to the stairs and started up. Chapter 21. Washington, D.C. Ted pushed into the small room, but was disappointed to see it filled with the bowling return machinery. No president, no secret bunker. Nothing. This blows big time. He checked the walls, sure he was missing something, but there wasn't much to investigate in a 20-foot square chamber. After the third walk-around, he was certain the room was just a room. More to the point of his mission, there was no presidential clothes pile in there. "Where are you?" he said dryly. He ran through the bowling alley again and out into the hallway. He intended to retrace his steps and go back to the main floor, but a voice caught his ear. The sound was muffled, suggesting it came from inside a wall. After a short search, he found the source behind a wall near the stairwell. "The Secret Service room," he whispered. He trotted by the stairwell a third time and went back to the front door of the Secret Service office. Ted went inside, careful to avoid stepping on the suits, and walked to a space at the back that might have once been a closet. It had only enough room for a small table, a lone chair, and a shortwave radio. The voices came from the speakers. He crept up on the device, certain someone was around to bust his intrusion. "Clean copy, over." A second station replied. "Roger that. Be advised fast platoons are operating on the JFK and Iwo Jima, over." The first station replied, "Confirmed, over." Ted recalled the JFK was the only point of East Coast contact they'd had while in the air. It was in Newport News, where his niece lived and worked. He was tempted to join the conversation, if only to ask the status of Kyla's ship, but he didn't know who was talking and couldn't risk giving himself away. The second operator came back on. "Viking 3-5, wait 1, over." There was a long pause, reminding Ted he had little time to sit and listen. He found a pencil and a small notepad and noted the frequency. The modern digital radio was on frequency scan mode, meaning it locked on the strongest signal. Did that mean the operators were close? Finally, the second station came back. "Viking 3-5, we have a confirmed breach at location AF. Interrogative, what is your response time? Over." "5 mics, over," the first guy replied. "Affirmative. Intel also reports a sighting of Boomerang 2 at Dulles International. Live forces will be available for its return visit at 16:30. How copy, over?" Ted didn't wait for the reply. He ran out of the broom closet, but stopped a little short of the main door. It bothered him to think it, and even more to do it, but he picked through the leftover clothes and grabbed a pair of P229s from the deceased agents. This pistol is the same model Jeffries used to try to kill Emily. And me, he mused. He stuffed one in each of his front trouser pockets. "Can never have too much firepower," he said to bolster his willpower. He charged up the staircase back to the main level of the White House. "Ramirez!" he said as loud as he dared. The marbled entryway made his voice echo. He'd been looking toward the staircase going to the upper floors, but the soldier came from behind him. "I'm here," E.R. said in a winded voice. "What the? You were supposed to be upstairs." The soldier carried his black duffel, though the contents stretched it, so he looked like a sailor with a full rucksack. "I found the commander-in-chief," he deadpanned. "He was in the Situation Room with a couple of advisors. I guess it was all he could muster in the few minutes he knew the attack was in progress. Just enough time to get us to DEFCON 2, Ted reasoned. Wait, how do you know it was him? Navy ring, cigar in his pocket, a wallet with nothing in it except a key card with the president's name and face on it. I shoved it all in this bag." He pulled something out of his pocket. "Oh, yeah, and this." Ramirez threw a heavy coin at Ted. When he caught it, he knew what it was. "The President's Challenge coin," he said sadly. "Yep.
He won't be needing that anymore."
"Damn," Ted whispered. The president really was dead. He almost told ER about his discovery, but there wasn't time. They'd used up every second of their 8-minute limit. Ted waved him to the front doors where they'd come in, but the lieutenant lagged with his heavy bag. "What else did you shove in the bag? The presidential china set?" Ted had the intel he came for and needed to get it back to the vice president, so he didn't press the man on what he'd been doing. He wanted to move. It was even worse than what Rebecca shrieked on the phone. The destruction didn't only affect people going about their daily lives. Everyone was gone, including the heavily defended leader of the free world.
"So how are we going to do this?"
Ramirez asked as soon as they left the foyer full of tourists.
"Truck or car?"
Ted considered getting back in the dump truck and driving it over to the car still parked a block away, but the huge truck would immediately draw attention to whatever force was on its way.
"We run," he laughed. "I hope you don't break your treasure."
"I won't."
Ted jogged down the driveway toward the gate they'd come through. He could have run a lot faster, but he wanted to stay close to ER and his heavy load. When they made it to the broken gate, he looked back, satisfied he'd made the right call. Not only did they make smaller targets, but anyone arriving would see the blinding red, white, and blue paint job on the dumper and assume they were still inside.
"This way,"
he said as ER got outside the gate. Together, they ran along the sidewalk in front of the White House grounds. Ted grabbed a black duffel with one hand to lighten the other man's burden so they could move faster. The black SUV was up ahead. The heavy challenge coin clanged against the pistol in his right front pocket, making him wonder if he should move it. He also thought about the message it would convey to Emily. When he handed it over to her, she would know she'd been promoted to the big chair. Would she be able to handle it? Bonne Terre, Missouri. Tabby pointed to the glow of light ahead. She desperately wanted to tell Peter he was looking at the literal light at the end of the tunnel, but the ribbing would have to wait.
"We're going to make it,"
she thought. Each of the 3 kids had to see the light, too, because they were all swimming side by side down the railway tunnel, like Dorothy and her friends approaching the wizard. However, despite being less than 50 yards from what she was sure was the exit, the kids had slowed down. Audrey was the slowest. Peter practically pulled her along. Donovan was slow, too, but he kept moving, eventually getting ahead of the other 2.
"We're so close,"
she thought. Eventually, she resorted to guessing the number of meters to the beam of light.
10, 5, 0.
She looked up, happy to see sunshine, but dismayed to see they had one more chimney to go up. When the others arrived, she figured the light would jazz them up, but they moped in like the pressure of the water was crushing them to death. Audrey was barely able to swim.
"Something's wrong."
Tabby checked the girl's tank and found the pressure was dangerously low. She checked Audrey's eyes with the girl's chem light to avoid shining the bright flashlight at her, and immediately recognized the confusion and fright of someone not getting enough oxygen. Poop, she thought. Back at the boat, she didn't have the time to explain how to switch over to a pony tank. In the past, Dad always made sure each diver had a full main tank, but he always attached a smaller bottle to the straps in case of emergencies. It was a simple matter of switching the fittings between the tanks so the same regulator could be used on either, but the young girl wouldn't have a clue without the simple lesson. Tabby dragged the girl down to her level so they both stood on the train track. The sunlight in the tube above provided a little light for her to work, so she didn't depend on the wrist light. Peter and Donovan hovered nearby, as if unsure what was happening. She grabbed Audrey's tubing and popped off the quick release. The girl came alive as soon as the link was cut, and she would, because her air was gone. Tabby lost her grip on the loose hose, which only caused more chaos. The girl flopped her arms and fell over, as if the metal cylinder on her back weighed a ton.
"Stay with me, girlfriend,"
she said, as calm as possible in her regulator. Fear pulled at her stomach like a hand from the grave, but she stayed true to her tour guide persona because she couldn't let the girl get away from her. Tabby pushed off and caught Audrey on the strap of her scuba gear. She used her other hand to snatch the floppy tubing. Peter arrived in time to grab the girl's other arm, and together they steadied her. Tabby used that moment to hook the regulator to the smaller air tank.
"Got it!"
she shouted to herself. She stepped back and let the air take hold. For a few seconds, she wasn't sure it worked. Or worse, Audrey had been without air for too long. But out of nowhere, the girl held up an OK sign. Tabby tried to clap, but it came across in super slow motion because of the water pressure. She pointed up. Despite being the leader, this was a case where she wanted to let them go first. There was no doubt where they were going or how they would get there. Her only task was to ensure they all stuck together until they reached the surface. Once the kids were on the way up, she followed. At first, she waited for some tragedy to strike, but then she let go of some of her worry and turned inward. It gave her plenty of time to think of how Dad kept saving her life. The tanks were filled, the boat was gassed up. He'd thought to keep those spare tanks. By the time she'd made it halfway up the 50-foot tunnel, all she wanted to do was get back to him and give him a big hug for being prepared and teaching her how to survive. She considered stopping the kids for a safety stop before they got too close to the surface, but she didn't think any of the three would tolerate being told to halt when they could see the sky. If they got sick from decompression, that would be on her. In the end, she used a burst of energy to swim by the teens and rouse them on, her 3 long braids floating freely behind her. It was one last hurrah of energy before they were all safe.
"We did it!"
Tabby broke the surface first, blinking furiously to clear the water from her eyes. As soon as she could focus, she instantly recognized the brightly colored playground equipment of Bonne Terre's only public park. They were in the lake owned by the town. That's probably why Dad didn't want them to know. Donovan came up next. He flailed around a bit, but she swam close and waved him to the shore.
"That way!"
Audrey and Peter came up together. Rather than wave them on, she grabbed Audrey's arm and motioned her over. If she was suffering from oxygen deprivation, she'd need help until her brain restored its balance of air.
"I've got you,"
Tabby said in a I'm-in-charge tone. The lake was more of a large pond than a true lake. 3 sides were filled with trees and leafy undergrowth, but the other bank was grassy and clear, so residents could fish from the shore. She touched land about a minute later. They all flung off their gear and fell to the muddy grass at the water's edge. She panted from the exertion, but shivered, too. They all did.
"Just relax for a minute,"
she got out between heaving breaths. That last burst on the climb took a lot out of her. They'd spent about 5 minutes recovering before Tabby put on her tour guide name tag again.
"Audrey, are you doing okay?"
she asked.
"I think so," she said quietly. "I almost drowned until you fixed my air. Thank you."
Peter got onto his knees.
"You're the most badass chick I've ever met. You saved all our lives by taking us through those tunnels. They're going to give you a freaking medal at my school."
He paused.
"And you saved my girlfriend."
The heavy-set kid wrapped Audrey in his arms. Tabby was proud for a moment, but the brush with real, actual death kept her from being happy or excited about any achievement. Her duty now was to get the kids back to their peers, then get herself to Mom and Dad. Celebration would come last. Peter got off the ground as Tabby repositioned herself onto her knees.
"Hey, look at that!"
Peter yelled. He ran over to the city park pavilion next to the playground.
"Someone left a bunch of clothes for us. We can change into dry ones right away."
"Clothes?" she grumbled. They didn't have time for a wardrobe switch. Tabby quickly changed her opinion when she got a good look at Audrey. Not only was she soaked to the bone, but she'd barely had any clothes on to begin with. Everyone seemed to warm up except her. She remained shivering by the water's edge.
"Okay, that's not the worst idea I've ever heard."
Tabby tapped Audrey on the shoulder. The teen remained flat on her back, staring up at the cloudless sky and bright sun.
"Can you move?" "Will you help me?"
Audrey replied in a mouse-like voice. Donovan didn't seem to be doing very well either, so she gave him a job.
"Donovan, I need you to help me get Audrey over to that table, okay? We'll all sit there for a bit and see what Peter has found, but then we're going back to the mine entrance." "I can't go back," he whispered. "I'm never going down there again." "No," she corrected. "I meant we're going to the entrance on the top side. We won't have to go inside. Anyway, the elevator's broken, remember?"
She ignored the implications and danced around the obvious state of affairs. The elevator accident was the least of her worries. She was more concerned with how that fiery chemical came down the shaft. Did Mom and Dad get out before the fire started? Together, she and Donovan helped Audrey over to the nearest bench. She sat next to a cute, girly pair of jeans.
"They must have been having a rummage sale,"
Tabby said to nobody in particular. The clothes were strewn around the table and bench seats as if the wind had come through and reorganized them.
"Well, I would have purchased these,"
Peter said as he modeled the brand-name sports hoodie he'd pulled over his head.
"It's 80 degrees out, Peter. Once you warm up, you'll curse that thing."
She chuckled.
"More importantly, why didn't you wear a hoodie inside the mine like you were supposed to?"
Peter kicked some of the shoes on the ground, as if looking for something. Donovan perked up a little, too. He spent some time considering a bright red pair of sports sneakers.
"Anyway, save a hoodie for your girlfriend. She's still cold."
"Oh, right," Peter agreed while yanking off his treasure. He then slid it over Audrey's head without her assistance and pulled it down to her waist.
"Nailed it!"
The hooded sweatshirt was about 10 sizes too large, but Audrey didn't care. She kept her hands inside the sleeves and seemed to wrap it around herself.
"Well, it's a start,"
Tabby remarked.
"Now she needs some pants."
A breeze blew through the covered pavilion, chilling her wet skin. She wanted some dry clothes, too, but she refused to take something without paying for it. However, as she thought about the need to move on, the wind blew an empty potato chip bag onto the ground. For a reason she couldn't explain, that bag made her see the organization of the sale in a different way. Shoes, pants, shirts, all of them around these tables. There were also some brown paper bags on the tabletops. Sandwiches and juice boxes were under attack by excited flies.
Why the heck were they eating at the sale?
She wondered aloud. Chapter 22. Newport News, Virginia. Kyla and Captain Van Nuys stood inside the same cafeteria she and the Marines had come through earlier, but this time she paid more attention to all the uniforms around the tables. In the time she'd been on the run, the lost uniforms had become commonplace. "Are they all like this?" The distraught captain kneeled beside a sailor's uniform with the typical blue and gray scrambled egg camouflage.
"I've seen these stacks of uniforms all the way up to the hangar deck."
"Damn, this is total war," Van Nuys said quietly. No wonder no one replied up on the bridge. On the way up, the captain had tried to contact the bridge, but got no reply. He found the same result for flight operations, which was also in the upper superstructure of the carrier. "All right, miss. It looks like I have my answer." The older man gestured a religious cross in front of him, then stood up. "I'll have to do my mourning later. For now, what can you tell me about the servicemen on Deck 6 and 7? Who's still alive?"
"I'm sorry, but I have no idea," Kyla replied, feeling a bit stupid. "The Marines were only looking for you because of the banging."
"Roger. I know what to do. Let's go." The captain ran for the same stairwell they'd used to come up.
Kyla tried to retain a sense of direction as they descended 2 more decks and went in zigzag patterns through numerous bulkheads and service corridors. Eventually, they stood before a large door Kyla recognized.
"Nuclear engineering?"
she asked. When the day started, she'd been tapping on her laptop in a computer room not far from there. She still had the bag over her shoulder and could be back at work in about a minute if things went back to normal. "Call it a hunch," the captain responded before banging on the door. Immediately, Knox came back. "Bingo. It's the biggest habitable compartment down below 6. The guys who jacked me up must have sealed up the whole department inside, maybe to come kill them later."
"How are we going to get them out?"
she asked. The captain was a jack of all trades. Over the next few minutes, Kyla watched as he found a handcart with a welder and torch on it. He used the torch to cut away the steel door around the lock. It swung open to reveal living, breathing people. The captain stood at the entryway. "I'm glad to see you, sailors." "Hoo-yah!" they rallied. "Who's the senior down here?" Van Nuys asked of the large group of men and women. "I am, sir. Lieutenant Gary Pfeiffer." "Oh, yes, I know you." The captain looked around. "Why didn't you bang on the bulkheads to draw attention?" "They said they were posting guards outside this door. If we made a sound, they'd kill random people." "I see," the captain replied unhappily. Kyla glanced around at the mix of sailors inside the large room. There were about 50 men and women huddled near the front. The 2 big reactor chambers filled most of the remaining space. "Who do you have in here?" he continued. 2 shifts of the nuclear reactor department, sir. We had a double shift because we were moving the ship today. That's why there's so many of us. We got lucky in that, at least." "Agreed. What's the status of my engines? Can we get out of port?" Kyla had been brought aboard to help with automation of the nuclear containment systems, so the vessel would be ready for sea trials. The formal commissioning was still months away, but her job would help ensure it happened on schedule. Pfeiffer touched on the overall state of automation, as well as more physical aspects of the propulsion systems, but that only took a few minutes. Pfeiffer seemed to reach the end of his briefing. "To answer your question, sir, we really could use more time." "There isn't time to do this right," Van Nuys interjected tiredly. "With everyone dead, we now only have parts of a skeleton crew. You'll all have to wear the hats of several different departments so we can get this ship out of dock and out of danger." He looked at Pfeiffer. "Keep whomever you need down here, but I'll take anyone you can spare. Your job is to keep the reactors hot and spinning my screws. Others are going to have to manage the anchors, navigation, operations, and whoever is left will help me on the bridge." "Aye, sir." The captain saluted, then made his way to an intercom substation. After punching in a key code, he picked up the microphone and started speaking. "Attention! This is Captain Van Nuys. My understanding is that we have been attacked by forces unknown. I have confirmed massive loss of life throughout the ship. All crew currently hearing this message, please knock on bulkheads if you're trapped. We'll come get you. Then assemble in the lower mechanics section just aft of the main reactors. I need everyone left alive to assist in keeping this boat afloat. Captain out." In seconds, numerous sources of banging came from throughout the hull of the ship, some near, others far. The captain looked at Kyla with a reserved smile. "Come with me." He then went out the broken hatch. Minutes later, the surviving men and women of the crew trickled into the large maintenance room. Kyla had been through the place before as part of her duties as a contractor, but she didn't know what went on in there. "Gather round!" Van Nuys yelled to those arriving. "Glad to see you made it. Now listen up and go where I tell you." The Navy veteran was an expert at seeing crewmen, hearing their old specialty, and knowing how to reassign them where they could be of most use. They shot out the door as soon as he gave them orders. Cooks went with weapons specialists. Deck's mates went with propulsion experts. Kyla had a little time to reflect on her luck. She'd taken the job working in the bowels of the Navy supercarrier because it paid a ton of money. One condition of her contract was that she had to work 6 days a week until the ship completed its sea trials. It gave her plenty of time to learn the faces of the crew, if not their names. Now, there were so few of them. "Travis!" the captain called out when he saw a new arrival. The guy dressed like a pilot, flight suit and all. "Max?" the new man replied. "Glad to see you're still with us." The captain laughed. "I was beaten and bagged by men who were supposed to be friendlies. Now I'm looking for some sailors who want to help me deliver payback. You in?" "Of course." The two men shook hands. "My XO is dead," Van Nuys added. "Want the job?" "We don't have enough people to launch planes, so I'm free. I'll do what I can, sir." The ship shuddered below Kyla's feet, creating a sensation like someone was playing the deep bass of rap music outside the hull. "Wait," the captain declared while seeming to listen intently. "That was an explosion. God, I hate being right all the time. We're already under attack." Over the next 60 seconds, Van Nuys directed the rest of the men and women where he wanted them to go. After each person received orders, they dutifully took off into the ship. Finally, it was only Kyla and the captain. "You set some of them up top, didn't you?" she asked. "What if there is another blast of the death ray?" "Nah, the enemy thinks their people are taking over the ship. They can't strike again without hitting themselves. Anyway, don't worry about that. I've got something special for you, miss. And this is your weapon." The captain walked over to a large shelf and pulled off a device that looked like an industrial-strength circular saw. "A saw? Am I going to cut someone?" If she was in someone's navy, her rank would be Captain Couch Potato. It was bad enough she'd never fired a gun until today, but she'd never touched a power tool either. Mom always had Uncle Ted come over to help with home maintenance stuff. "Not someone, something." He handed over the leaf-blower-sized machine. "Take off that laptop bag. You're going to use this to save all of our lives." "Oh," she said, suddenly remembering how far out of her comfort zone she'd risen. Washington, D.C. After escaping the White House, Ted and Ramirez got back in the small car and he drove it back to the bridge. Along the way, Ted was haunted by the radio voices he'd heard in the Secret Service room. AF had to be the White House because they mentioned a break-in. He didn't find it very likely there would be 2 separate break-ins of note happening in the city. Boomerang 2 was almost certainly the code name for Air Force 2. It had come down at Dulles, like the radio chatter said. More importantly, it was coming back. They'd planned a 3-hour window for the mission, and he knew he was going to cut it close. Since they'd already come through on the streets, they didn't have to stop and move cars out of their way. However, when they reached the westbound lanes of the bridge, they had to leave the car behind. "Now we walk," Ted remarked as he got out of the subcompact. Their getaway SUV was out on the bridge in the eastbound lanes, so he crossed the median. He only had the M4 rifle slung over his back, so he started down the pedestrian footpath. "I'll be right behind you," ER claimed as he brought out the duffel. "We'll see," Ted muttered, knowing how slow the other man had left the White House. And sure enough, they weren't even halfway to the truck when Ramirez dropped behind. "Come on, guy. What are you carrying in there? It looks heavy." "Don't worry about me. I got this. Orders, you know." The man sounded determined, but the sweat dripping off his face could water a field. It meant the load was heavier than he let on. Ted still didn't press the issue, though he thought about it. Orders were orders, that much was true, but they were in this together. Whatever was in that bag, it was slowing down his mission of reporting what he'd found. That had to be considered if the timeline got any tighter. "There's the SUV we got from the quarry," he said when they'd run most of the length of the bridge. It sat on the wrong side of the highway, but there were no cars moving in either direction, so it wouldn't matter. "Here,
I'll stow this in the back." Ted reached for the duffel, intending to take the burden for the short run left, but Ramirez shied away. The Hispanic man laughed. "If I let you carry this, I'll have to kill you. Army versus Air Force, that sort of thing." He considered pulling rank on the lieutenant, but the whump-whump of a helicopter carried on the air from near the reflecting pools and Lincoln Memorial. The rotor signature was familiar, but he couldn't pin it down. An Apache, maybe. "Come on, let's get the hell away from here. We've got 20 miles to go until we're safe." He knew that wasn't true. Nowhere was safe. Poor Sisters Convent, Oakville, Missouri. The horrible attack she expected turned into a slobbering of dog kisses. Sister Rose endured them for a few seconds, still frozen with fear, until she was certain the canine teeth weren't meant for her. She tentatively reached out and patted the animal on the head. The playful dog seemed to bow down, so she would scratch it harder. "What is this?" she thought. While she was positioned in front of the giant creature, it was easy to see the shiny tag hanging from a thick black collar. D.O.G. The name confused her until she realized it wasn't only the name, but a spelling. The letters D-O-N-G. The dog wanted to lick her some more, but she had to get off the ground. She wished she could talk to it. Could I speak to it? She wondered. Would it break her vow if she talked to an animal, or did any speech count? When she began her vow of silence, Abbess Mary Frances asked if she had any questions about it. This one wasn't even in her imagination. She wanted to have someone to talk to, and being alone made her nervous, but nothing was worth breaking her vow. I truly am alone now, just me and this dog, until God comes back for me. The day burned on while she took the pup inside and gave it some food and water. There was no dog food, of course, but she improvised with mini pretzels. She also set out a water dish, but the female dog immediately kicked it over by accident. Mary Frances would not like you, she thought with a smile. Messy rooms are windows to messy souls, she would say. Was she right? She questioned herself. Were all those rules she failed to follow the reason she was left behind? For an hour or two in late afternoon, she and Diogenes sat side by side at the front window. She imagined it was the best place to be if she wanted to catch sight of someone driving down the road. The dog probably enjoyed watching the squirrels and birds in the nearby trees. Without warning, Diogenes barked once. The stark interruption of silence nearly made her fall out of her chair. Sister Rose grabbed the leash, afraid the dog was going to bolt, but she didn't jump out a window or claw toward the front door. However, the pup became extremely interested in something in that direction. I bet I know what she wants. She'd never had a pet in her life, but she knew when someone needed to use the restroom. Rose opened the door, loosely gripping the leash. When it opened, Diogenes sprinted outside. She said, before stopping herself. The accidental half-shout was enough to get the dog's attention. It stopped on the little parking lot, then seemed to beckon her to come with. What are you going to do, Sister Rose? She thought. Chapter 23. Tyson's Corner, Virginia. Ted and Ramirez made solid time on the way back to Dulles. The roads were less clogged in the westbound lanes because rush hour had been going the other way. However, the state of the world troubled him. See those fires? He remarked as he drove at nearly the speed limit. This place is a tinderbox. It's gotten worse since we came through here earlier. Yep, it's the same as inside Swamp Town. No one is left to put the fires out. Surely someone survived. Somewhere out there? His sister Becca said the TV reported the devastation started in San Francisco, but every weapon had a range. They only had to find that limit. He also hoped his mission would be over soon, so he could go a few hours south to find his sister's beloved daughter.
She was so proud of her for landing a great job with the Navy contractor. What would he find of his niece down on that ship? The other man hummed. The cabin was quiet for a minute as Ted planned ahead, until E.R. finally spoke. "I really appreciate you saving my life back there." "Nah, it was nothing. I'm glad we got out of the White House before anyone came looking for their missing robot. Whoever these people are, they have a handle on technology. That doesn't even include whatever tech they use to wipe us out. They're bleeding edge. The Chi-Coms probably have all of our tech and then some. I think they're the ones most likely to want to kill us." "If we were gone, who would buy their cheap, made-in-China junk?" Ted replied. "We have a symbiotic relationship with them. 2 different economic systems intertwined completely. They probably couldn't survive without us." "Maybe," the soldier replied, as if he didn't want to talk about it further. Ted looked over at Ramirez, wondering if he should reveal what he'd found back in that basement. It wouldn't even be an issue, except he'd already been fooled by John Jeffries back on the plane. The only person today he trusted not to be a sleeper agent was Emily Williams, for the same reason she placed her trust in him. They'd protected each other in the life-or-death gunfight. E.R. seemed okay, though. If he was a sleeper, why did the mechanical dog go after him? "I heard some radio chatter near the president's bowling alley," he said matter-of-factly. He kept his eyes ahead, vaguely noticing a large fire tearing through some houses in a big subdivision to his left. "He keeps a radio in his bowling alley? He must be paranoid as all hell." Ted laughed with the other man for a short time. "Yeah, I guess he wasn't paranoid enough. The bad guys got him and everyone else. Except for us. We're still fighting." The Army lieutenant tapped his rifle sitting butt down on the floorboard. "Yeah, well, I think I heard the enemy. They were talking about the break-in at the White House. That's why I was in such a hurry to get out of there." "Makes sense." Ted looked seriously to the other man. "They know about the pickup." E.R. reacted with surprise. "Our extraction?" "They know the exact time Air Force 2 is coming back for us." "They said 4:30? "On the nose," Ted agreed while touching his nose. "Well, I was going to save this for a special occasion, but my bag is filled with guns. I took them from a Secret Service guard shack near the Oval Office. We'll be ready if we need to fight." "Roger that. You've done well." He was cut off by the sight of vehicle movement ahead. "Whoa!" Ted mashed the brakes. "What is it?" "Hold on!" Ted ordered, as they leaned forward with sudden deceleration. "Get down! It's coming right for us!" The military convoy headed their way in the eastbound lanes. He might have been able to drive off the highway and escape notice, though it would be risky. The abandoned cars would help obscure their movement, but there was no guarantee they wouldn't be seen once they were away from the pavement. Ted shut off the motor and got low in his seat. "Duck!" he ordered. Ramirez had gotten lower, but he wasn't low enough for Ted's liking. He reached over and pulled the guy where he wanted him. "When the gun trucks get here, stay low, okay? They'll think we're simply one more vehicle that ran out of gas or was already stopped here on this piece of the interstate." There were a few other cars nearby, but he'd braked in a relatively clear stretch. They were alone. The 2 men bent down while watching each other across the center console. He wanted to believe E.R. was who he said, but there was no way to trust anyone when it came to risking lives. If the man put up his head and got spotted, it would be intentional. Ted thought of the 2 P-229s awkwardly stuffed in his pockets and the other pistol hanging from his waistband. No, he thought. Ramirez wouldn't give him up, would he? The convoy arrived with a familiar rumble. The whiny Humvee engines passed by quickly because the convoy was in a hurry. It spanked his chaps he couldn't see what unit was inside those vehicles, but there was no way to safely check. E.R. shifted his position, getting a little higher. "What the hell?" he said aloud. His hand went lazily to his back where he could grab his pistol. However,
He didn't touch it. Ramirez got low again. "Leg cramp," the guy said with a wince. Ted bit his lip as more Humvees cruised by. He didn't want to believe the amiable lieutenant was working for the enemy team, but he couldn't shut the door on the thought until the convoy was all the way gone. He wondered how many trucks were out there. That might give him some sense of unit size, even if he didn't know its identity. He started counting the individual vehicles passing, but also gained confidence his plan to play possum had worked to perfection. Ted counted to 13, plus a few he missed at the start. The unit wasn't larger than a platoon or 3, depending on how the Humvees were configured. ER was the first to speak. "Does it bother you these guys seem to travel at will? It's like they know there isn't going to be any resistance on the ground."
"That does bother me," Ted said slowly. "A lot of things do today." Bonne Terre, Missouri. Tabby got reflective as Peter dressed Audrey in warmer clothes. The quaint rummage sale was what happened during normal times in the small town. Whatever disaster befell the mine, her parents, and the rest of the field trip, it had disrupted all the normal like a black hole would devour the stars. The people at the sale must have run off in the panic. The only thing that mattered was getting back to Mom and Dad. "The mine is that way." She stood up like it was time to go. She also pointed across the open field of the park to railroad tracks. They were the only ones in town, and she'd driven over them every day on the way to school, so confidence was high. She could follow them back to the mine. "Let's go," Peter said with disappointment. "I want to get back to class and learn about math and spelling. Seriously, what could be more exciting?" Audrey tried to laugh. "I know, right?" The only concession Tabby made about not wanting to take anything of value was shoes. They wouldn't get very far without proper footwear. While the teens did their shopping, she found a comfortable pair of running shoes and put them on with no socks. "I'll bring money back later today," she said, as if talking to the salesperson. She strode out onto the grass to check the fit. When they fit all right, she waved the kids over. "Okay, we've got enough stuff. Let's go back." Audrey was now in a navy blue hoodie with Raiders printed in big letters. It was her old high school's team name. She'd found black stretch pants similar to Tabby's. Peter had on his same jeans and T-shirt, but he added a large blue windbreaker. Donovan went all out. He'd dumped his red tracksuit and now wore a blue one. He'd put on the red sneakers he'd been eyeing, which made him look like the sirens of a police car. They started the walk, but Tabby saw right away one of them wasn't adjusting. "Donovan, what's your favorite subject in school?" The young kid was in shock. Tabby recognized the glassy eyes and mopey walk from first aid videos she'd watched during her tour certification program. "I don't know. PE, I guess," he said, with all the excitement of a computer. Tabby tried to sound excited. "I didn't mind PE in high school. I went to study rocks in college, though." She expected some feedback or acknowledgement, but Donovan simply kept walking. Neither of the other kids responded to her either, so she joined them in listening to the grasshoppers. "Just get them home," she said to remind herself to keep calm. Once they crossed the field and got to the tracks, it was only a couple of minutes before they were in the main part of town. The city park and lake were at the edge of the small community, and the town itself wasn't much more than a mile across. By a stroke of luck, they had to pass her house to get to the mine. "That's where I live." She pointed to a modest 2-story home made of brick. "Let me get my keys, and I can drive us the rest of the way." The 3 kids waited on her lawn while she bounded up the stairs to the front porch. After one quick look back, she went inside. Her family never locked the doors. No one was home, which was what she expected. Mom and Dad would be waiting for her at the mine. That knowledge drove her forward, and she resisted the urge to change her wet clothes. It would take time to change, and she didn't want to leave the kids alone for too long. After grabbing the keys, she ran into the garage and hopped in the car. The normalcy of it made her appreciate the quiet act of sitting in silence. 30 minutes ago, I thought I was going to die. Hearing the words come out of her mouth made her remember every grisly detail of her escape. It was what she imagined it would be like if she was in a car accident and saw her life flash before her eyes. She put her hands and head on the steering wheel because she felt the rock slide of emotions give way inside her soul. "Be strong, girl," she said a moment before it all came out. It started with a sneaky sob. In seconds, she felt tears roll down her cheeks. The weight of responsibility for the kids had taken a heavy toll. Almost being free of them helped her appreciate how close she'd come to ruining more lives than her own. She didn't want that burden a second longer than necessary. "I'm coming, Dad," she sniffled. The only thing that helped her recompose herself was that the 3 members of her tour group were outside the garage door, wondering where she was. "Suck it up, Buttercup," she declared, mimicking what Dad always said. She wiped the tears on her sleeve. Tabby allowed another minute to net the butterfly of her emotions and hide it away. By the time she opened the main garage door and started the car, she felt like she'd gotten a grip on herself. "What took you?" Peter said, when she backed down the gravel driveway to the street. "Can I go in and use your bathroom?" If she'd thought of that when she first went in, she might have brought them all inside. However, she didn't want to go back in and risk reigniting her own emotions. "You can use the facilities at the mine. We're literally 2 minutes away." "Okay, but it's your fault if I let loose in your car." "Ew," Audrey replied, sounding like she found it funny. The 2 lovebirds jumped in the back. Donovan took the front. "Buckle up," she said in her tour guide voice. "This is one trip today that should have no surprises." All the kids laughed, which made her feel better. She put the car in gear and got underway. A car was parked at an odd angle at the end of the street, like a pizza driver had jumped out while it was still running. That made her think of food and how hungry she'd become. Dump kids, see Mom and Dad, chow down. A few turns later, she was on one of the main thoroughfares of Bonne Terre. Tabby saw 5 or 6 blocks in each direction. No cars were in motion, but there were several giant plumes of black smoke in the middle of town. "How did we miss that walking in?" she wondered. "Is that the mine?" Donovan asked sheepishly. "I don't want to go back." "I have to see," she replied. Tabby drove like a possessed fiend as she went down street after street to get as close to the mine as she could. Whole blocks were ablaze, trees and all. She attempted to go down a side street and get to the mine parking lot from the west, but the fire raged in some of the taller buildings in the middle of town. When she tried to come in from the north, none of the streets took her where she needed to go. The fire was also spreading in that direction, it seemed, because it was several blocks beyond the mine. She got closest, coming at it from the east, but the news was almost as bad. "No, please, no." Tabby felt the stir of confused emotions bubbling to the surface again. This time, it was mostly fear instead of anxiety. "What the hell happened here?" Donovan complained from the front seat. "Where's our bus? You promised us we'd get back to our bus." The entrance to the mine was a small building in the middle of town. If you didn't know what was below, you'd never know it was the entrance to a deep pit. It made it surprising and exciting for tourists and scuba divers alike. However, all that was gone. The building, the neighborhood, even the kids' bus. A freight train of tanker cars were piled together where the mine shack once stood. Many of the brick 2-story buildings surrounding the mine were now flattened, as if a massive bomb had gone off. "A train wreck?" Peter said with disappointment.
Did our friends die, Tabby? I don't know, Peter. I really don't.
She felt ill, after all she'd done to keep the 3 kids alive.
Wait just a second,
she said with worry apparent in her voice.
Where are all the people?
No firefighters were on scene. No police cordon was set up. Not one person was standing around watching the fire. Some T-shirts blew across the roadway, but no other human presence was visible. In a small town with nothing more exciting than a Hardee's restaurant, the fire should have been swarmed with locals checking it out.
Kids?
Her voice caught in her throat. The scope of the disaster finally became clear.
We have to get out of here, right now. That gas we smelled down there must have been poisonous, and is up here too. Everyone has been evacuated. Drive!
Peter shouted. Chapter 24. Newport News, Virginia.
Are you with us, miss?
Captain Van Nuys wasn't a large man, but he was taller than Kyla, and the way he carried himself seemed to add a couple of inches. He stood up straight, with determination in his gaze. Despite being out of the battle for so long, he'd gotten the remains of his crew to their stations, and now he wanted her, a weakling civilian, to be a part of the danger. The heavy cutting saw was in her grip, but Kyla failed to move. The captain put his hand on Kyla's shoulder.
I know what you're feeling right now. You see all the moving parts of this gigantic boat, and you're afraid to be a part of it. Blood and bullets are being served on the upper decks. We've lost 1,000 souls in a heartbeat.
He paused for a moment, as if thinking of the tragedy.
Maybe it's good we weren't at full strength. Anyway, I don't have time to train you on anything new, but I do have something that needs to be done. It's somewhere safe in the back. Out of the way.
Okay, she said slowly.
No one on shore is going to cast off the mooring lines, so we have to cut them ourselves. We can't just unwind them and throw them over the side because they're too long and they'll get tangled in the props. They must be cut so they are too short to slip under the hull. Got it?
I think so, she replied.
I need you to take this saw and sever the 2 ropes on the fantail, the back of my carrier. You do that, and we'll sail right out of port. He chuckled. Hopefully it's that easy.
Kyla's heart was in her throat.
But I was hired for program...
I don't care about that. At all. You're a pair of hands, a mind. Those are the assets I need right now. You are no more or less valuable than anyone else on this ship, except maybe for me.
He tapped his temple, implying it was his brain that was important to the good guys and the bad.
Which is why, the captain continued, your job matters. I'm asking you to help me get this ship to sea. My skilled sailors are all doing other things. I need someone to cut those rear ropes, or we can't leave the dock. Right now, the sailor best suited for the job is you.
She knew there was no saying no.
I'm on it, sir.
Good luck.
Van Nuys read her perfectly. Once she was committed to the task in her own mind, he took off running for the stairwell. Kyla jogged down the service corridor, but realized after a short time it was hard to run and carry the heavy equipment at the same time.
I should have worked out once in a while.
She was a natural at programming, found she was good at it in the 7th grade, and hadn't stopped since. Once she graduated from high school, she got a work-study college scholarship from Southern Cross Contracting. However, while she excelled at the mental gymnastics, she hadn't exerted herself at all during the same time frame. Her body still had the strength of that awkward 7th grader. After 5 minutes of trudging through the empty hallways, she finally made it to the back of the ship. The Newport News shipyard came into view through a porthole on a steel door. A large garage door was off to her side, with what looked like a parted-out jet engine parked there on a dolly. She drew in a steadying breath, noting how her chest seemed too small for how hard her heart pounded inside.
Steady, Dudette.
She thought of Meacham's and Carthager's term for her.
This can't be any worse than pulling that sailor to safety.
The door opened easily. She was greeted by the crump sounds of explosions and the chatter of machine guns. The battle up top was fierce. The usual mixture of fish rot and fresh, salty air assaulted her nostrils after being deep in the stuffy ship. A hot wind blew in her face. She stepped out onto the small, open deck like a buyer inspecting a new home's patio. It was about 50 feet long and 20 feet wide. A dull gray railing protected the edge. It was a bit overwhelming to be there.
"Ignore all that," she whispered. "Just do this one thing, and you'll be safe."
A white cylinder perched on an extension of the deck to her left. It was upright, about 10 feet tall, and shaped a lot like a hot water heater with a round dome on top. If she remembered her information from the tour guide who showed her around that first day, it was a type of weapon. "What are you doing here?" a man asked. Kyla almost lost her grip on the saw. "Going to do some home remodeling?" the familiar voice added.
"Ben?"
she replied. The older man sat up against the wall about 10 feet to the left of the hatch. His hands were bloody, and his face was pale.
"What the hell happened to you?"
Kyla walked over, but almost lost her footing when the entire ship shifted in the water.
"Whoa!"
she cried out. "The ship is trying to leave dock," Ben deadpanned.
"Yeah, that's why I'm here. I have to cut the ropes."
"Don't," the other programmer said in a gravelly voice.
"Something wasn't right about those Marines. I'm assuming they're still on the ship?"
She crouched next to him.
"Yeah, but they found the captain. Everything is going to be all right."
"Maybe, but I believe what the dead man said. There are imposters on board, and we have no idea who they are. We need to call the military police or whatever to come in here and straighten things out. Then the captain can put out to sea. Meanwhile, I just want to go home to my wife and 5 little angels." She stood up, aware that she had a job to do.
"Where are you hurt?"
"My butt cheek. I think I caught one while I ran away from battle. Serves me right, huh?" He shifted to reveal smeared blood on the battleship gray deck. The staccato of machine gun fire blew in with the wind. The start of the engines seemed to amp up the battle going on topside. She figured Carthager and his Marines were fighting off whatever force came to capture the ship. She couldn't let them down.
"I'll be right back. I'm still cutting the ropes. I said I would."
"It's your funeral," Ben replied, with a lethal dose of sarcasm. Kyla set the saw next to one of the 2 outgoing mooring ropes. The tight-wound white line was about 6 inches in diameter and had been wrapped in and out of a pair of stubs on the deck, but there were God knows how many loops lying on the ground nearby. The captain was right, of course. If she tossed all that rope overboard, it would almost certainly get caught in the propellers. The tension on both ropes was evident from how they strained with each surge in the engines. The captain was counting on her to cut the ropes so they could escape from whatever force was attacking them from the shore.
"Don't do it, Kyla. Let the pros handle this one."
Kyla searched her feelings for the morning's events. The Marines had risked their lives to protect her. Van Nuys was using every crewman to help get the ship out of harm's way. Explosions and shooting from the ongoing assault on the landing deck indicated their fight wasn't over. By comparison, Ben's one contribution today was running away when the battle got hot. She pulled the cord on the gas-powered saw.
"Let's remodel!"
she crowed. Tyson's Corner, Virginia. Ted started the motor for the SUV, but didn't put it in drive. "What the hell is that?" he blurted. Up ahead, a crosswind blew in from the right side of the road, carrying debris and dust. Small swatches of blues, reds, and whites swirled around the pavement or soared in the air above. "It looks like someone dumped their trash," ER suggested. "All right," Ted said.
after checking his rearview mirror one last time. "We're going for it." He was worried about what would happen when they reached the rendezvous point at Dulles, and whether his gut was right or wrong about Ramirez, but he had to get moving again. Ted hit the gas, but they hadn't gone 100 feet before he figured out what was flying in the air. "Screw this," he drawled. "This is unreal." "Ugh," his passenger replied. A kid's pair of soccer shorts blew onto the hood, then attached itself to his wiper blade as if it were magnetic. The wind carried other pairs of shorts, little shirts, and the odd sock. A few soccer balls rolled in the median, as did several folding chairs. "The fields," E.R. pointed to the right. 3 perfectly manicured soccer fields had been in use when the attack on America took place. Those lost souls had their clothes carried on the wind and deposited on the highway. Ted focused ahead as he crossed the blowout zone. A little pink jacket whipped across his field of view, though he did his best not to see it. He also didn't see the Avengers' beach towel on the grass to his right. It had miraculously spread itself out, save for a small corner that remained folded over. He was up to 65 before he let out the air he'd been holding in his chest. "Wow, let's never do that again." E.R. tested a chuckle, as did Ted. They drove in silence for a few minutes and made good time most of the way. However, Ted had to slow when they came up on several cars still parked in the roadway. "Looks like... Oh, not effing again." Ted slowed to a stop, then banged on the steering wheel with both hands. The roadway was blocked. Amarillo, Texas. "Listen up!" Brent yelled to get everyone's attention. When the residents saw him start up the steps, they shouted and cried for him to not leave them to die. They'd watched the other correctional officers abandon them, and they probably had little or no idea what was happening up in the world. He was going to make things right. "I said listen up!" His voice carried through the cell block. It took half a minute, but they finally settled. He faced 2 rows of cells with orange-clad arms hanging from the doorways or holding the bars. "I don't know why the others left you," a few men cussed at him, "but I'm not going to let you die in here." A nearby prisoner waved an arm. "What is going on? Why did they leave?" Brent took a step down. "Everyone on A is gone. I mean everyone, too. Guards, residents, administrators. The only thing left is their clothes." A guy far down the row laughed. "Any naked ladies up there?" Not many joined his mirth, which told Brent he had their solid attention. The woman-deprived population would never pass on wolf-whistling at the mere mention of a woman, much less a naked one. How Trish handled it, he would never know. "There's no one up there, and it gets worse," he spit out. "There's no one in any town within 20 miles. That's where I went when I left you the first time. I had to see for myself how far this mystery goes." "F&A," the nearest prisoner replied. "F&A, B, all the way to Z. We're the only people left alive, fellas. I know most of you." He stepped down to the main floor and paced back toward the guard booth. "Hell, I spend almost as much time with you as you do with each other. From what I've seen, most of you got the short end of the stick or made a few bad choices." A few men snickered. "We're all innocent," one of them sang. It was the age-old story of the jailhouse blues. "I know," he said with understanding. "And to show you how much I believe you, I'm going to open the cages and let you out." The floor fell into bedlam as people cheered and howled. Some of them also cussed at the top of their lungs. That happened no matter what else was going on. Brent wondered how some of these men got through their parole hearings. They simply didn't know how to not cuss. He shut the door of the guard booth and hit the switch. There was no point to dragging it out. "Be free," he said to himself. The prisoners ran for the exit like he was going to take back his offer at any second.
Some of them grabbed a sheet or a bowl or whatever little possessions they owned, but most went away empty-handed. 90 seconds later, the hall was completely empty. Well, that's that. He felt good about it. Even if Amarillo and the world beyond was intact, he'd seen enough to know a significant disaster had hit the great state of Texas. Those men deserved to be with their families, or, if it was their fate, they could at least be with the remains of their loved ones. The warm and fuzzy feeling only lasted until he got about 6 feet beyond the safety of the guard booth. Some of the prisoners had come back. Chapter 25. Tyson's Corner, Virginia. Ted sat in the front seat and peered ahead to the blocked westbound lanes. Ramirez pointed to the parallel bridge carrying the eastbound traffic. They used that on their drive into D.C. "Cross the median and go over the other bridge." Ted had already turned off the motor. He decided to open the door and step outside. The keys went into his pocket next to one of the Glocks. "What's wrong?" the Army guy probed. He slammed his door and looked back inside the open window. "Everything. Did you see all those kids? Poof! Gone! My sister said it was just as bad everywhere else in America. What monster could use a weapon that cold?" E.R. eyed his duffel in the rear seat, but then grabbed his rifle and exited the truck. When he came around, the weapon was slung on his back. "You want to talk about it, boss?" He shook his head. "I'm sorry. I've done time in the sandbox, seen the dead up close and personal, but nothing like this." "This is messed up, no doubt." The lieutenant sounded sympathetic. "I guess," he agreed. The sun beat down from the southwest, and he was aware he needed to be miles away before it descended much further. Duty demanded he report back in and get the VP to safety, but then he had to protect his family. Seeing those glowing little shirts made him realize everyone he loved was likely dead. Mom, his sister, cousins. His niece might be the only person left in his entire family tree. "So are we going to go around?" E.R. said with disinterest. It would be easy to cross the median, use the wrong lanes for 100 yards to get over the bridge, then get back into the proper ones. "I want to," he said while looking over the scene like a farmer waiting for the rain. "But I'm worried we'll encounter another convoy, you know. If we're over there, we'll be pointed the wrong way. That'll get their attention for sure." He glanced over his shoulder to make sure he'd been heard. Then he went on. "I'm thinking we only need to move that orange sports car a little, and we'll fit on through. If we encounter a convoy, we'll freeze in place like before. The important part is we'll be facing the right way." "Yeah, I guess that makes sense," E.R. replied. Ted stepped away from the SUV and gestured to the other man's rifle. "You already have your fire stick out. Why don't you go over there and start up that little hot rod? I'll be ready to cross behind you." Ramirez brightened. "Works for me. Anything to get us moving so we don't miss that rendezvous." He shuffled by Ted and jogged out onto the bridge. Ted hopped back in the truck and started it up. However, instead of putting it in gear, he reached back and wrestled with the duffel bag to find the zipper. Once he had it, he pulled it about halfway to the end so he had a good look at what was inside. "Guns," he said dryly. That was what E.R. had said was in there. Ted glanced forward, worried the soldier might come back to see what the hell he was doing, but Ramirez was now at the door of the sports car. That gave him the confidence he could take a few more seconds to snoop. It was hard to see behind the seats, and he wasn't going to haul the whole thing to the front, so he had to poke around with his hands. He felt the guns near the top and a few ammo magazines beneath them. However, he recognized the feeling of a leather briefcase at the bottom. His heart went AWOL, skipping out on a few required beats. Ted craned his neck and opened the duffel as far as it would go. That allowed him to see a black carrying case with a lock at the top. It was very similar to the one he'd seen travel with the president. "The nuclear football," he whispered. He shifted in his seat so he faced forward again. ER had made easy work of the car, and it was now in the right lane, out of his way. Ted put the SUV in gear and gave it the minimum amount of gas to move. He only trusted himself and the vice president. Jeffries was a high-ranking member of the Veep's traveling staff who'd tossed out his oath to the Constitution of the United States. Ramirez would have taken a similar oath, but there were little things about him that made Ted wonder if he had sympathies similar to Jeffries. Carrying the nuclear football without mentioning it, that was a huge red flag. Ted closed the distance to his passenger, still going as slow as the truck would allow. Ramirez stood on the deck of the bridge with his hand on the strap of his gun up near his shoulder. He stood casually, like he was waiting for a bus ride. Ted clutched the wheel at the 10 and 2 positions. When he was almost there, ER took a step back to allow room for the big black SUV to slide through the other cars. "Sorry, man. Can't take the chance." Ted gunned the motor and sped right by him. "Hey!" ER shouted. He had to weave through a couple other cars and trucks to get off the bridge, but it was open road as far as he could see after that. The rear window exploded from gunfire. "Holy crap!" Ted crouched as much as he could, but he kept his head above the dashboard to see the road. Another shot put a hole in the passenger side mirror. He found the straightaway and smashed the gas pedal to the floor. The big motor seemed to want a sprint, and the speedometer soon went above 80. A third shot went through the passenger seat headrest, then continued through the front windshield. "Damn!" Ted drove around a curve in the road, but was hesitant to sit up straight, even though ER was out of sight. The wind and broken windows made it feel like he was exposed to the world, and he didn't want to let his guard down for 1 second. "He can't be U.S. Army," Ted declared a minute later. "He shot at me." His high speed meant he was going to make it on time, but he still didn't know how that person on the radio had found out about the vice president's return flight. Ditching Ramirez was a risk, but if he was legit, he would understand why Ted had to do it. The VP was in grave danger. Bonne Terre, Missouri. Donovan tapped Tabby on the elbow.
"Where are you driving us?" "The highway," she said with assurance. "We'll get over there and then speed away as fast as we can." Tabby glanced at the small light still strapped to her arm. She hadn't thought to take it off and wasn't going to risk it while driving. Bonne Terre was a small town, so it only took her a couple of streets to reach the entrance ramp for the highway. It was disappointing not to see police and fire units at the highway overpass, but they would see them soon. "The evacuation must have been huge," she said in a soothing voice. "I'm sure we'll see the police in an exit or two." She drove for a few miles without seeing any moving vehicles in either direction. However, as she wondered where all the cars had gone, she came upon the scene of an accident. 2 family sedans had run into the grass median and hit each other head-on at the rope barrier blocking the 2 sides. "What are the odds?"
Peter asked with a distinct lack of tact.
"The whole highway is empty except where these 2 crossed over at the same place."
Tabby slowed down, but no one was inside.
"We'll report this when we find someone."
She wasn't a rule-breaker or risk-taker, but she drove as fast as she dared. The orange needle on her Ford Focus speedometer hovered near 98 and 99, though the mental limit of 100 beckoned her to break it. There were no other cars on the road, so it was perfectly safe, she reasoned, but she held that same speed for many minutes. Eventually, she came upon another vehicle stopped in her lane, and she slowed down.
"Let's see what this guy knows."
She motioned to the cement mixer.
"No, we shouldn't stop,"
Donovan complained.
"Just keep going."
She didn't want to keep driving. Mom and Dad had to be out there, and the further they got from town, the further she was from home. Her tour guide skills weren't so good once she left familiar surroundings, so if the construction worker could give her some assistance on where to go, it would be worth the time. Tabby pulled up behind the mixer, put her car in park.
and got out. "I'll be right back." She jogged up the side of the big white truck. She didn't want to be on the dangerous highway a second longer than necessary. "Hello?" She waited for a response, checked around to see if any other cars were coming, then climbed the step and held the driver's door handle. "Hello?" she said again to be sure. The window was rolled down, so there was no way someone could ignore her. The door opened easily, confirming in an instant no one was inside the small two-person cab. There was, however, a pair of work boots on the floorboard. A pair of filthy jeans hung over the edge of the front seat. A disgusting and stinky cup of spit-out tobacco drooled its mess all over the cuff of the pants. Finally, a denim short-sleeved shirt had been tossed in front of the steering wheel. "Damn it," she exhaled. "Why did he leave his clothes?" She hopped down, content there was no one there, but she froze in her borrowed sneakers as she made a connection. Empty set of clothes? What exactly had been going on back in that pavilion? Where were the first responders, the rubberneckers, the anyone? She ran back to the car and got it going again. Tabby accelerated past the truck, giving the teens no chance to see inside. "Well?" Donovan asked a short time later. "Well, what?" she said, as if distracted. "Well, what did he say?" She breathed in and out like she was running instead of driving. She'd been leaking mass quantities of adrenaline all day long, so she wasn't sure how she had any left. However, the fear and anxiety were back like a bad rash. Tabby itched it. "Nothing to worry about. I think the guy ran out of gas." She looked in the rearview mirror. "Audrey, honey, can you take me to your house? I'd like to, get your medication." "That would be great, actually," she replied. "I'd like to put on my real clothes. I look like a bum." "What town do you live in?" Audrey replied. "Arnold." "Got it. We should be there soon." It was one of the larger towns south of St. Louis, Missouri, so she didn't need a map to get there. The next half hour barely registered for Tabby. They passed more cars on and off the highway, but she didn't get out to check them. It was easy to confirm from afar that nobody was inside any of them. She also tried the radio, but only did so for a brief time. None of the stations were there, save for one that was playing terrible rap songs. She left it on, hoping to hear some news, but she turned it way down. At some point, Audrey sat up and tugged at Tabby's hair from the back seat. "Your middle braid came undone. Can I fix it?" She was glad to give at least one of the kids a distraction. "Sure, thanks." By the time she pulled into Audrey's driveway, Tabby's heart pumped beyond its designed limit. She had to lean against the door as soon as she got out of the vehicle. "You okay?" Peter said, as he helped Audrey out of the car. She put on a fake tour guide smile. "Yes, I'm a little tired and I could use some socks, but otherwise I'm fine." "Weird that we never found the police, isn't it? This evacuation must be huge." Tabby laughed politely. "We'll get on the internet and check." The phone in her pocket was waterlogged, so she hoped the girl had a connection inside. Audrey strolled in the front door, with everyone trailing behind. "Mom's car is here, so I know she's inside with Sissy." "Make sure you get that medicine," Tabby said to say something. Audrey's house was bigger than her parents', but far from extravagant. Tabby walked through a modest-sized living room with two ill-matched sofas. A beautiful wall painting of a mountain scene had been centered between them. A hallway went to bedrooms in one direction and the kitchen in the other. On a hunch, she went to the dining area. "Oh, God," she whimpered, despite her best effort to hold her nerves together. A woman's blouse hung on one of the wooden chairs near the table. Close by, a small high chair had been positioned to face the blouse. A baby's onesie was down in the seat, as was a bib covered with SpaghettiOs. The tray had a small dish, with more of the child's lunch. "Mom, you here?" Audrey was back in the bedrooms.
I came to take my meds. Yes, I checked my numbers.
Tabby held her ground as Audrey finished what she was doing. The young girl walked back toward the front of the house.
Mom?
She's in here, Tabby said, voice cracking with emotion. Chapter 26. Newport News, Virginia. Kyla's powerful saw easily sliced into the rope. For a few seconds, the intense machine made it impossible to hear the gunfire of the battle raging up top. The instant she severed it, the high-tension rope shot away from the ship like a rubber band. She looked down to confirm it wasn't anywhere close to the hull or the propeller blades below. "One left," she said to herself. She lugged the saw along the railing, intending to cut the other mooring rope, but a pling sound on nearby metal made her crouch in reactive fear. Then, after a few seconds of digesting what it was, she hit the deck for safety. The gunshot had come from shore. She turned off the saw, as if doing so would make her less of a target. The battle on the flight deck was at a crescendo, but she listened for those guns shooting at her. The ones coming from shore suddenly seemed the loudest. She was in someone's crosshairs. "You can't win, Kyla. Don't even try. You're young and stupid. Trust me." Ben wasn't old, at least not by her estimation. The Greek man was probably in his late 30s or early 40s, hardly a sage in terms of life experience. Kyla wasn't sure what he was getting at. "If the ship makes it out to sea, we'll at least take the war away from shore. People in the houses around here are going to get hurt by all these bullets flying wild." Ben winced with pain. "I wouldn't worry about the people in those houses. Do you know why?" Kyla was flat on the deck, but at least she could talk. Basic geometry suggested the people on the pier couldn't shoot at her as long as she remained out of their line of sight. "The bullets won't travel that far?" "No, that's not it." She slid toward him. "Then what is it?" she hissed in frustration. Ben pointed to the surrounding community. From their high vantage point on the back of the ship, they could see for miles up the dirty brown waterway. The James River Bridge was to the north, as were lots of shoreline homes. The busy town of Newport was partially visible beyond the shipyard. "There's no one out there. Everything you see right now, people are gone. America has been erased." "What are you talking about? The attack on the ship affected the upper decks, yes, but we survived. There will be others." He chuckled. "Not too many people living at the bottom of aircraft carriers, you know. Unless they were in lead-lined bunkers, they're gone." "You are part of this?" Kyla said, like it was the revelation of the ages. "You said your wife and kids are out there." My kids are gone. She took them. A better deal came along, you know." Kyla was already down on the deck, so she knocked her forehead on the hard surface. She wanted her brain clear so it could fully absorb the crazy bull Ben fed to her. "Let me get this straight." Kyla was cut off by movement nearby. While she'd been distracted, her fellow programmer had gotten off the floor and limped halfway to the edge of the railing. "No! You can't jump!" She struggled to sit up and then fumbled the pistol out of her belt. Ben was already at the railing by the time she had it ready. Kyla really hoped there wasn't a reload process, since she'd fired it once already. Her lack of gun knowledge was a big deficiency in war. "Ha! You with that stupid gun, still doing the work of the last Marines alive. It really is suicide, you know. We're everywhere. We knew where to be to survive the attack. We're ready to take what was yours. It's all over for your way of life." The gun wavered in Kyla's hands, like it kept getting heavier. She raised one leg ahead of her and put an elbow on her knee to steady the pistol. "What are you talking about, Ben? You're just a programmer like me." The man threw his good leg over the railing to straddle it, though he cringed with pain once he was there. "I'm not like you. You'll learn that soon enough. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to rejoin my friends on shore."
"Stop or I'll—"
She hesitated, not knowing if she could make good on her promise.
"I'll shoot."
Ben guffawed. He'd finally shed his cordial persona and now sneered at her like the devil had possessed him. "I know you too well. You won't—" She pulled the trigger, recoiling at the explosive blast by her face and the shock against the bones of her hand, but she'd had it balanced on her knee and pointed at the bad guy, so the bullet went to its target. The shot impacted in Ben's shoulder and sent him tumbling over the side. After holding her pose for a few extra seconds, she set the gun on the deck and fell back onto her butt. Her hand shook from fright and stung a little from the concussion. There was no chance of her going over to the edge to check if he survived. It didn't matter.
"I shot him."
He was obviously a criminal who had been part of an unspeakable terrorist attack. It was okay to shoot those guys, she reasoned. But it was also Ben, the guy from the next cubicle, the guy always interested in her weekends.
"You had to do it, Dudette,"
she reassured herself. Kyla slithered across the deck and made her way to the power saw. She still wasn't sure shooting Ben was the right thing to do, but cutting the rope was a necessity, and she wasn't going to let the captain down. The second she touched it, a man's voice startled her from the doorway. "Halt!" Kyla was already dazed, but the rifle-toting Marine added more layers of confusion. Was she in trouble? Would she be shot for murder? She put her hands up.
"Don't shoot! I work for Captain Van Nuys."
The guy wasn't from Carthager's squad. "Was that your weapon I heard?" he asked.
"Yes, it was,"
she said dryly.
"Did you shoot the enemy?"
She thought about it.
Yes, I did."
The guy emerged from the doorway. There was nothing remarkable about him. He wore the common Marine camouflage like all the others Kyla had seen today. Helmet, ammo pouches, heavy black boots.
"There are shooters down below!"
Kyla cried out, suddenly remembering why she was on the ground. As soon as she said the words, the Marine's wary crouch walk became a belly crawl. A round ricocheted off the hull, very close to the door.
"Damn, lady, thanks for the heads up. I came down here to clear the way for an evac route if we need one. It's hell up top."
Kyla smiled, knowing she had a task to finish.
"I'm here to get this ship free of the shore. I need to cut this line."
Since she was next to the rope, she reached out and patted it.
"That will help, right?"
"Hell yeah, it will, but let me do it." The man made like he was going to crawl over.
"No, please, I've got this."
She didn't wait for his approval. Kyla reached back, pulled the saw to her, then yanked on the cord to start it.
"I'll cover you, miss!"
the Marine shouted over the whining motor. She didn't get any higher than a low crouch. It was all the height she needed to lift the saw and put it on the vulnerable section of rope. The blade sunk into the material with satisfying speed, throwing fibers onto the gray deck around her.
"This is it!"
she cried out. The saw blade had only gone about halfway through when the taut line snapped. The captain already had the prop spinning, so the ship tugged against the last line with shore. The severed rope shot off through the eyelet of the back railing like the first one had. This time, she didn't trouble herself with where it fell in the water. The boat jerked like it had been set free. They finally moved forward. Dulles International Airport, Virginia. Ted checked his watch as he sped along the Dulles tollway. He had to get to the airport before Air Force 2 was supposed to come down. During his meeting with the VP and General Charleston, he'd told them the rendezvous would be at 4:30. He also said the same to Ramirez. "Damn," he said through gritted teeth. He realized it wasn't Air Force 2 coming for him. The old president was dead. Emily Williams was the new president of the U.S. of A., so she was currently in Air Force 1. He had to let her know. He pushed the SUV to the breaking point. As a pilot, he was used to going fast, but never this close to the ground, and in a truck with the aerodynamics of a shoebox. His progress slowed as he got closer to the airport due to an increasing number of stopped cars. The early rush to fly out must have been pretty bad for a Monday morning. With time running out, he slowed down only enough to safely cross the median. There was less traffic on that side, plus he'd been through there earlier in the day. A clear path would take him all the way to his destination. If a convoy saw him, he wouldn't be able to hide, but he gambled no convoys were out and about. If anything, they were already waiting inside the airport. He passed the street to the rock quarry where he'd started, then ran over a fence at the boundary of the airport. The crashed plane at the end of the runway still belched out black puffs of smoke, but it wasn't as thick as it had been earlier. As soon as he was on the tarmac, he mashed the gas pedal to the floor and kept it there. His watch said 4 o'clock. On reflection, he wondered if he should have done a better job playing stealth with the vice president. When he'd told her and the general he wanted them to pick him up at 4:30, he held his wrist under the conference table and adjusted his watch so it showed 4. Then, when the general wasn't looking, he showed the time to Emily. "I want to be picked up at this time, not what I just said." If there was a spy listening in, they would never know he'd requested the early pickup. Unless Ms. Williams betrayed herself, there was no way anyone could know he'd changed the time. However, someone on the radio out there knew about the 4:30 landing. That was why he left the lieutenant behind. But on the drive over, he'd begun to think like the enemy. No self-respecting commander would have his troops show up within minutes of an attack. They'd be at the airport runway already, setting up, preparing angles, checking security, listening for approaching aircraft. Ted had made a mistake. He should have made the fake pickup hours after he planned to be gone. It was no longer about getting on the plane. It was about preventing it from landing. "There you are!" he shouted to the wind as he drove the damaged truck down the main taxiway. Air Force 2 descended toward the same airstrip it had used before. If he'd thought about it, he would have changed that up too, but it was far too late. He did some mental calculations as he compared his speed with that of the descending plane. His plan was to physically block the runway to get them to veer off, but it was going to be close at best. "Come on, come on!" The truck hit a limiter at 115 miles per hour. It would accelerate until it hit that number, then the engine would cut out. "Damn it!" He fumbled his phone out of his pocket, hoping for a miracle that would put him in touch with Emily, but even with everything shaking around, he knew the network wasn't operational. "Damn it!" he repeated, tempted to throw his phone out the window. Ahead and to his left, the jumbo jet came over the trees at the edge of the property. He reached the end of the taxiway for one airstrip, but had to turn right to get onto the runway where the plane was about to land. The tires yelped as he took the turn at a speed well beyond the safety limits of the rubber tires. "No!" he shouted, knowing no one would hear him. "Don't land!" The plane went over his head as he straightened out in the middle of the runway. A small cylindrical object erupted from the woodlands on the left side of the strip, about from the same place where he and ER had run when they'd gotten dropped off earlier. A round section of the plane's fuselage opened near the tail end, and a jet of bullets blew the missile out of the sky. The plane also became surrounded with foil chaff and flares, which were designed to confuse radar and infrared sensors. Ted maintained his speed despite the danger, hopeful the landing software would detect his presence and force an abort code. The plane's 4 engines went to full thrust, though he realized it wasn't him but the missile that got them to wave off. "Yes, go!" A second missile came out of the woods, a short distance from the first. Then a third launched from the trees up ahead. In the space of 2 seconds, the anti-missile Gatling gun on the back of the plane took out the first, but it only damaged the second. That one sank into the side of the plane, disappearing from sight. Then the world turned white. Poor Sister's Convent, Oakville, Missouri. Sister Rose picked up the leash and gave Dioge an incriminating look.
"Please don't run out like that again," she thought.
Whether the dog knew what she'd done or not, she yanked on the leash to get her human to follow her away from the convent. Rose wished the dog wasn't so unruly and unpredictable, but she followed. She had no idea where the dog could possibly take her. At first, she thought it was a ploy to get her to play, because she dragged Rose through the front yard toward the roadway, but then the wolf dog pulled her along the sidewalk next to the road. By then, she was committed.
"Please don't eat me,"
she thought, a second before laughing at her own paranoia. Here she was being led around by the only living creature left in the city, and her first thought was becoming its dinner. The gray wolf could have bitten her any number of times before. The canine warily approached a set of sporty women's clothing, and Rose had a premonition what this was all about. She let go of the leash, out of shock. The lost dog trotted over to the woman's clothing spread out on the concrete walkway, then laid down next to them. Her snout and front paw were on the woman's bright yellow jogging shoes, as if explaining her prior life. Dioge's mournful whine was heartbreaking. Rose moved closer, but slowly. Was the dog angry? Crazy? Would it do something irrational because of those feelings? By the time she made it all the way to the woman's outfit, Dioge was quietly lying there. "This is my human. Where'd she go?" Rose considered speaking. She wanted to comfort the big canine, but she resisted the urge. Instead, she sat down next to the dog and stroked her soft fur. She figured compassion could be conveyed through touch. They sat together for an hour. Then, as suddenly as she'd done before, Dioge got up and barked. Rose's eyes attempted to say, "What is it, girl? Tell me." Soon, she heard it too. A car. Chapter 27. Dulles International Airport, Virginia. When the jumbo jet split apart above the runway in front of his truck, Ted assumed that was the end of it, but he opened his eyes in a pleasant grove of pine trees. "How do you feel?" a woman asked in a soothing tone. "Emily? Madam Vice President?" "Emily is fine. I think we can dispense with formalities. It's just us, Ted." "Honestly, if this is heaven," he chuckled, "you can address me however you want."
"If being in the woods with a washed-up politician is your idea of heaven, you need to widen your horizons. And no, you aren't in heaven. This is muggy-as-hell Virginia."
He sat up, suddenly aware he was addressing his commander-in-chief. However, his military training insisted he keep a grip on operational security before blabbing that important piece of intel. "What happened?" he asked.
"It's simple," she said dryly. "The plane blew up almost on top of you. I think the explosion sucked the oxygen from your lungs and made you pass out. What the heck were you thinking? Why did you try to get the plane to land on you?"
He smirked. "I wasn't trying to get crushed. I was trying to brush you off. I, had a suspicion there would be an attack."
"A suspicion? Don't take this the wrong way, but that sounds a tad suspicious."
He looked up into her brown eyes, content to admire her thick lashes and feminine lines. After spending the day with Ramirez, he could spend the rest of the day watching her. "Hold up! Ramirez! He's bad!" She put a hand on his chest as if he were going to get up and run.
"Easy there. I know. He showed up about an hour ago, right after the attack. If he'd come by himself, I would have run out to greet him, but he was with the other assholes. I kept in the bushes while he pulled a black bag from inside your truck. They also took your rifle."
"But he left me? That bastard! I saved his life in D.C.
"Maybe that's why he didn't shoot you on the spot," she reasoned. "Although we'll never know if they thought the truck was going to burn anyway. It melted down to the frame after I got you out."
He shifted and sat with his legs crisscrossed. They were in the woods not far from the still-burning wreck. The outline of the plane was obvious, but he didn't even see the remains of his truck. "Thanks for getting me to safety. Wait!" He looked to the plane, then back to her. "How the hell did you survive that? Were you in the cradle?" There was a module in the VC-25 airframe that was supposed to allow a president to survive the destruction of the plane. He'd never been allowed to see it, but he knew it was on board. He had to imagine it looked like the replica they used in the old movie Escape from New York. She smiled, showing her white teeth. He found it reassuring that she seemed relaxed and happy. "You aren't going to believe it, but General Charleston made me jump out of the plane a minute before touchdown. I landed on the other side of these trees, almost at the bottom of a strip mine, if you can imagine." "Hey, I was there this morning. Me and Lieutenant Ramirez found a getaway truck, the same one now burning over there." He paused. "How did you manage to jump?" he added with surprise. "You really don't know a thing about me, do you?" she pressed in a more serious manner. "I know your politics are, not my style. Other than that, I heard you were one of the youngest vice presidents, and the first woman, obviously." "Right on all counts. We'll deal with our political differences another time, but here's something you obviously didn't know. I'm a pilot." "What? Air Force? How did I not know that?" It would have been the first thing other pilots talked about on Air Force 2. "Not Air Force. My family is big into aviation. My mom was a stunt pilot for some big movie companies. My dad still runs a skydiving business out in Montana. I learned to jump with both of them for different reasons." She laughed with her polished delivery. He figured she told the story a lot, being in the glad-handing business. "Did General Charleston know that?" "Probably. It doesn't matter, though. His idea saved my life. He was thinking of my security the whole time, which is ironic, since he was the one who got me to do the dangerous jump." "Why did he do it?" he pressed. "He was convinced there were still spies on the plane. He wanted to flush them out and figured it was so obvious we were landing at Dulles, and we were such a target, that the spies would prevent their own destruction by calling off the attack." "That was his first and last mistake," he said dryly. "He said he was going right for the radio desk to wait for someone to give themselves away." "But you'll never know if he found anyone." "No," she admitted, before going on. "The plan was to send me out the back door while the plane landed. If no one gave themselves away, it meant the way was clear and they could land. If they intercepted a radio signal trying to save their bacon, he'd make sure the plane veered away from the airport. If that happened, I was supposed to get with you." She blushed immediately. "Sorry. Oh my, what I meant was, I would have gotten with you on the ground. No, again. Oh, you know what I mean." "I do." He took it in stride. "I've never heard a politician make so many mistakes in her speech." She recovered immediately. "I assure you, I'm no common politician." He shook his head. "Wait just a minute. What were you planning to do if they blew up the plane and also killed me and ER? You'd have been stuck on the ground with no allies." "Honestly, I didn't think any of this would happen. I knew we would be here ahead of the fake departure time. I planned to be in and out before the bad guys could set up shop. I was wrong about that bit, though." Her eyes lost some of their shine. "And my friends in the plane paid the ultimate price for my mistake." "No, that was my fault. I should have spread out the times more." The attackers had probably been at the airport since he and ER left after the first landing. No amount of sneaking and fake departure times would have prevented the attack. There were only so many places the oversized plane could land. They fell into silence for a short time. Ted rubbed his neck. "It may not be the best time to mention this, but everyone is gone. Every person in that quarry, every person on the highways, exactly like at Andrews. Ma'am, my sister was right. I'd wager all of America is gone." She seemed taken aback. "It gets worse. The president is dead. Ramirez saw what should we call empty clothing? Evidence of death? He gave me this." He reached into his front pocket and pulled out the challenge coin. It carried a picture of the White House on one side and the smiling face of the president on the other. "He always did love looking at himself," she remarked as she flipped it in her hand. "Well, hell's kitchen. I might have stayed aboard if I'd known that." She chuckled, but there was a wistful quality to it. He imagined she was rethinking her decisions for real. She went on after a short pause. "Nah, I can't second-guess it. We were low on fuel. I needed to know what you'd found. We needed eyes on the ground. I tried calling you as soon as I knew, but my phone's service network isn't working. I'm sorry I didn't prevent this crash, but I do have other news, and I have a niece I'd like to talk about." She held out her hand, beckoning him to stand. "Come on, let's go. You can tell me all about it on the way." "Where are we going?" "I'll tell you about it on the way," she snickered. He took her hand. Arnold, Missouri. Standing at the young girl's kitchen table, she felt like a visitor to a distant land, and yet Tabby was forced to play the part of tour guide, cool, collected, informative. "Audrey, your mom and sister were—" She went through a Rolodex of science fiction movies she'd watched with Mom and Dad the past few years. Every Saturday night was movie night in the Breeze household. It was a tradition she upheld religiously until she started going steady with her brainy boyfriend. Then he was added to the tradition until they broke up. She came dangerously close to losing her composure. Every boyfriend, every family member, everyone. "They were here, Audrey, at this table, in these seats. Now—" All she could do was point. Audrey's eyes were drawn to where Tabby indicated. "There's no one here. Did you see my mom or not?" Tabby shook her head. "Those were people we saw back at the park. We sat at their picnic table. They were there having lunch. Then we saw people's clothes blowing in the streets around my house. And those cars on the road? None of them had people, just their clothes." Peter dove into the conversation. "What, like aliens took them?" "That's silly," Donovan added with zero enthusiasm. "You bitch! I don't care about your stupid stories! Tell me where my stupid mom is!" The teen girl stomped to the far side of the kitchen and looked out the window to the backyard. "Mom!" she yelled. Tabby didn't know if there was a right way to do what she was doing. If there was, her dad never taught her that lesson. She sensed her own wall breaking down. Her lower lip quivered as she watched Audrey slowly circle back to her mom and sister. By the time the girl tentatively touched the little bib, Tabby broke down. Audrey started to bawl the second she did. Though Tabby only saw through watery eyes, she reached out and wrapped her arms around her friend. "I'm so sorry, Audrey," she sobbed. Peter stood close by. He edged over to Audrey, unsure if he should console her or stand aside and let the moment go by. She'd changed into a turquoise top and a tiny pair of jeans shorts. He seemed afraid to touch her in the outfit, but the girl reached out and pulled him in. Donovan was the odd duck. "Are my parents gone, too? Dude, I think all our parents are gone." Peter reached out to his buddy. Tabby held them to her for as long as she dared. If the cordon wasn't at Bonne Terre, and it wasn't in Audrey's town, then maybe it was up in St. Louis. It was the biggest city in the bi-state region, and if anything was going to rescue them, it would come from up there. It took a lot of begging and promising, but she got Audrey and the two boys into her car again. The teen girl took a little cooler with her insulin, along with a few personal items. Part of the deal was she would check at each of the boys' homes, if only to confirm what they already knew. An hour later, both boys were back in the car, disappointed. Their houses and the surrounding neighborhoods were empty, too. "I'm going to get you guys to safety, okay? We're going to find a police or fire station. Something has to be operational. They exist for these disaster situations. Does anyone know where one is?" No one could say for sure, but Tabby drove them through the outskirts of St. Louis County and eventually found a substation in a strip mall. After marshaling the kids to the front door, like a mama bear and her cubs, she realized the next step was a big one. Either the police would be in there to restore their lives, or law and order was now gone.
"Do we knock?"
Peter chuckled weakly. Tabby looked inside the glass door, then pulled the handle. It opened easily, and she led the others in. Several brown and tan uniforms appeared to have been spread out on the floor.
"It happened here, too,"
she deadpanned. However, she caught herself being a downer, so she kept talking.
"But maybe we can find a radio to talk to someone far away." "Or a gun," Peter said with excitement.
"No, we're not—"
"Found one,"
the boy added. It wasn't only uniforms on the ground. It was boots, hats, belts, and guns. Peter crouched over one of the piles and unsnapped the holster to free the big black pistol.
"Peter, no, you can't take that."
She tried to appear reasonable, but it came off sounding a lot like her mom's voice.
"We're going to need protection. You see what it's like."
Peter pointed to the ground.
"These guys are laying down on the job. It's up to us to defend ourselves. I'm taking the belt, too."
"But—" Tabby started to say.
"If he is, I'm taking one, too,"
Donovan said. Peter pulled off his personal belt and replaced it with the carrier system used by police. Donovan wrapped his around his sweatpants. At first, she thought they only wanted the guns, but they seemed interested in the whole belt system.
"Well, cowflop,"
Tabby said, as she took a seat in the waiting area of the station.
"You can say the word shit,"
Audrey replied.
"My mom says stuff that's way worse. In fact, I heard her call my aunt the C word."
Tabby shook her head.
"Crackers?" "Yeah, crackers."
Audrey came closer.
"Hey, thanks for sticking with us and going to our houses. You didn't have to do that, but I'm grateful you did. The three of us wouldn't have known what to do." "Yes, we would,"
Peter said after overhearing them. Audrey spoke in a low voice.
"Well, I wouldn't. You should know how to take care of yourself."
She really did sound like her mom and dad. "But I guess we all do need to be our own police, at least until we get outside the evacuation zone."
"I can't even drive,"
Audrey said in a depressed voice.
"Hell yeah!"
Peter exclaimed, holding a big police shotgun.
"No one mess with me! I'm Sheriff Peter! There's one for each of us! Pistols, too!"
She sighed and considered whether she could make them put the guns away. Peter and Donovan held their guns pointed at the floor and seemed to know what they were doing. Maybe they could teach her a thing or two. Tabby accepted a shotgun and pistol from the excited high schooler. The boys went for broke, stealing both types of weapons, but Audrey didn't want to wear a big belt to hold a pistol, so she only took the police shotgun. Tabby didn't want to wear the big, heavy belt either, so she shoved the pistol into the waistband of her stretch pants and the small of her back. It seemed to stay there well enough, so she called it good.
"Well, guys," she declared, "let's head back out. We can't be the only ones left."
She hoped that was true. Chapter 28. Chesapeake Bay, Virginia.
"This is it,"
Carthager said, surprising Kyla from behind. The big man socked her on the back, and for an instant she thought the Marine's intention was to push her over the edge and into the churn of water far below. She stood on the rear edge of the main flight deck. It had come under heavy attack from whatever force was operating against them. A helicopter had crashed on the main landing strip, but she and others helped put out the fire. Now she was content to watch as they sailed from the James River out into the ocean-like Chesapeake Bay.
"What is?"
she replied, keeping herself composed. It had been about an hour since they'd escaped the dock. Most of the skeleton crew was busy keeping the ship running, but Kyla was the odd woman out. Her programming was done and working. The captain had given her a small walkie-talkie and said to expect oddball assignments no one else had time to do, but so far the line had been silent.
"Once we get past the bridge, we'll be free and clear of any land-based threats. We'll be out on the ocean where a ship this big belongs. Then me and my boys can go jack up some other assholes."
"You aren't staying?" she said with surprise. "I mean, we're going to need protection."
The sergeant laughed.
"You still got that pop gun I gave you?"
She reached for it, intent to hand it back, but Carthager stopped her.
"Keep it, sister. You're gonna need it. You know, just in case there are imposters here."
He winked, which Kyla didn't know how to interpret. Did the other Marine inform this one how Ben was working for the enemy? Were they keeping her under surveillance because she'd worked with Ben? Carthager turned to walk away, but he halted abruptly.
"Oh, I meant to tell you. Meacham was asking about you. I think she's on the prowl for some female companionship who isn't a devil dog, if you know what I mean."
She perked up.
"Really?"
"Yeah. She was impressed with how you pulled that dude to safety back in the hangar. Damn it, I'm not your Tinder app. Go see her in the hangar."
Kyla stood on the landing deck for another 15 minutes as they sailed between two small islands. The Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel was a trestle-style roadway built a few yards off the surface, from horizon to horizon, it seemed. When it reached the islands, the road went into an underwater tunnel so big that ships such as the John F. Kennedy could cross. No bullets came at them. No rockets. Nothing. She watched another few minutes to be sure, but it looked as if they'd made it to open water. Then, no longer able to stand the curiosity as to why the gruff woman Marine wanted to see her, she spun around and went over to the stairwell, ladder well, as Meacham would call it, and went down. She found the Marine sitting on one of the little trucks, along with the rest of Carthager's squad. The leader gave her a nod, then got back to talking with one of his team. Meacham sat by herself.
"Don't be a dweeb," Kyla thought. "Go up and talk to her."
She'd gotten along with most people she'd worked with in her short career, but the long hours and military lockdowns didn't give her much of a chance to make new friends. Socializing with someone like the tough-as-nails Meacham would be far outside her comfort zone. But now, after staring down death, she was willing to take chances.
Hello,"
she said, instantly hating her opening line for starting with an Meacham looked up, seemingly unsurprised to see her.
"Sorry for kicking you in the face, Dudette. The bruise looks nice."
Kyla touched the swollen cheek while she glanced at what the woman was doing there. Parts of a handgun were spread on the adjacent seat.
"Thanks. My real name is Kyla. I was wondering... Well, I know we're at war and all, but I'd like a friend, too."
On reflection, she sounded more like a high schooler than a college graduate. Meacham glared at her. Her helmet was off, so Kyla got a good look at her short blonde hair and penetrating blue eyes. Her immediate impression of her without all her gear was a fairy tale princess who hunted the wolf, shot it, then ripped out its heart with her bare hands.
"Is this a joke? Did those jackasses put you up to this?"
She pointed to Carthager and the rest of the boys. The squad leader did his best to talk with his companion, but several of the others snickered.
"Oh, shit,"
Kyla blurted out, ruining her laid-back image in a heartbeat.
"He said you wanted—"
The woman didn't want a friend. She wanted to be left alone.
"I know what to do,"
Meacham said calmly.
"Those guys want to screw with us? They have a pool going for how long you are going to hold on to that gun. They probably thought you'd come over here and we'd talk about bras and I'd tell you to go back to pillow fluffing or whatever it is you do." "Programming," she replied.
"Right, that.
They think you're a little snowflake, Miss Kyla. Are you?"
The dirty-faced warrior looked Kyla up and down. She thought of Uncle Ted at that moment. His phone call wasn't a prank. She'd figured that out hours ago. What she didn't know was why none of her calls to him or Mom were going through. There was no way to know if he was really coming for her. However, given the choice between handing over the gun and being dependent on others, or protecting herself until her uncle arrived,
She knew the answer was obvious.
No, I'm not a snowflake, but I'm closer to the snow than I am to you. Look at me.
She held out her arms as if to display her fast-food-styled apparel. The Marine cocked her head, reappraising Kyla.
Does that bother you?
Yes, it does, she said with determination.
Then let's change that.
Kyla was eager.
How?
Meacham bent over and began assembling her weapon. It gave Kyla a chance to watch as the other woman slid, poked, and shoved in all the pieces. In less than a minute, she had a fully assembled pistol.
For starters, Dudette, target practice.
Poor Sisters Convent, Oakville, Missouri. Rose grabbed DOG's leash and stepped into the woods with her, wondering what to make of the vehicle's sound. Heavy undergrowth lined the road, which prevented her from getting a look at the approaching car.
Do I hide or go out?
A little four-door sedan passed by in a flash. She had only enough time to observe that it was filled with people, real living people. Dioge wanted to chase the car if her excitement was any measure of her intentions, but Rose used every bit of strength to hold her back. After seeing so many people taken by God, she came to the immediate conclusion the only people left must be evil. That made them dangerous. The car sounds didn't go away. The motor changed pitch, and the whine of gears going in reverse gave her a last heads-up what to expect.
They're coming back.
Dioge didn't seem to care about good or evil. She only wanted to meet the new people. Sister Rose shifted uneasily on her feet. She could retreat into the woods and find plenty of hiding spots, but she couldn't make herself run. Plus, her canine friend would be difficult, perhaps impossible, to control if they were working toward opposite goals. The delay of those few seconds made her plan meaningless. The car was there, 10 feet from the curb.
Lord, help me,
she prayed. The driver was a young woman, perhaps college age. She was brunette, with 3 long braids hanging off the back of her head. Rose noticed the hairstyle as the woman turned to talk to the others with her. Another girl was in the back seat. Were they in trouble? Should she rush out and help them? Seemingly all at once, all the doors opened. 4 people hopped out, gathered hurriedly, and then strode toward Rose. Now she did take a few steps into the weeds. Each of the people carried a shotgun. But they were young. The teen girl from the back seat looked like she was going to the beach. She wore a revealing light blue top with nothing but spaghetti straps for support and a tiny pair of shorts. The gun seemed huge in her hands. A chunky boy next to her was decked out with a giant black utility belt around his waist. A large blue windbreaker covered part of it, but she noticed his pistol holster for sure. The second boy wore a bright blue jogging suit and red sneakers. He had the same black belt and a similar gun in his holster. The young woman who'd been driving had on black stretch pants and a white shirt with her sleeves rolled up. Dioge was frantic at her side. Her tail wagged like a helicopter rotor, and she was apparently anxious to greet the newcomers by how hard she pulled at the leash. Rose admitted the big dog could easily have pulled her along if she wanted. Her impression of the frightening-looking strangers changed as they came up onto the sidewalk. Yes, they were young, and yes, they hefted the terrible shotguns, but they were exhausted. Rose saw it in their eyes, in their postures, in their shuffling way of walking. She was sure they meant her no harm. Dioge whined with happiness as Rose took a few steps forward to meet the newcomers.
"Hello,"
Sister Rose said aloud, without thinking about it.
"Oh, my,"
she thought an instant later. She couldn't take it back. After all that, she'd broken her vow. Rose began to worry about how she'd failed again. The young driver's expression morphed again. Her tired eyes perked up. Her determined look softened as if they'd found relief,
as if they'd found rescue. "That's the most beautiful word anyone has ever spoken," she gushed. "Thank you for being here." Diogi jumped on the kids with glee, slathering them with kisses as she'd done with Rose. Rose was shaken to her core as the teens gathered around. They had no idea of her internal struggles or that she'd blown a year's worth of work maintaining her vow of silence. None of that mattered. She'd done something good. Amarillo, Texas. Brent gripped his Beretta and held it casually at his side. He stepped out of the security booth, even though he could have stayed safe on the inside. His reasoning was simple. If it was his time, then so be it. Everything around him was his fault anyway. When he ran, they ran. "What can I do for you boys?" The prisoners held together in a tight group at the bottom of the main stairwell. He had no desire to hurt any of them, but if things got spicy, he'd have to shoot them in order to go upstairs to freedom. "Are they really dead on the outside, like those men up on the main floor?" Another prisoner added. "Is there anywhere we can go?" "I have no idea how far the, erasure goes. There's nothing on the radio from liberal Kansas down to Lubbock, as best I can tell. Nothing on at all. No news, anyway." He didn't mention the one music station that seemed to be on eternal autopilot. A shaggy-haired young man stepped in front of the others, a guy named Paul. His arms were filled with bird tattoos, and he pretended to be a Native American, even though he wasn't. Brent always thought he was harmless, though he apparently had a fondness for stealing gas because he'd been busted numerous times for driving off without paying. Those thousands of dollars of free fuel finally earned him a six-pack of months on Brent's floor. "We want to stay with you until we find out what to do next. I have no one on the outside, nowhere to go. I don't want to leave, okay?" Brent laughed to himself, never imagining he'd have this problem. "What about the others?" he inquired, sizing up his chances if he was being played. It would be a 6-on-1 beatdown. As a group, they all made it clear they wanted to stay in the prison. Brent was at a crossroads. He'd imagined tossing everyone out and then going back home, but now he had two choices: living with prisoners, willingly, or going back to his empty house. "It's getting late in the day. I don't see any reason why we can't keep the prison open for another night. Why don't you all go back to your cells? I'll keep them unlocked. Tomorrow we'll probably know more about what happened to the towns around us. When things get back to normal, I bet they'll commute your sentences since you stayed here willingly." It was nice to offer them a carrot. Near Dulles International Airport, Virginia. "So how long do you think this power will last?" Emily Williams asked Ted in a friendly way. "I have no idea. I'm a pilot, not an electrician," he replied, channeling Dr. McCoy from Star Trek. They'd taken shelter in a suburban home after they'd left the airport. Once night fell, Ted and Emily agreed the worst threat of pursuit was over. Ramirez had left Ted to die in the fire, and everyone would assume Emily was dead in the burning wreckage of Air Force Two. The house had one set of dropped men's clothes in the garage, but nothing else in the home itself. For Ted, he was glad to know there were no dead inside with them. Not superstition, he reasoned. It was respect for the deceased. They took seats inside the spacious living room. She sat in a love seat, while he was on the front edge of a nearby recliner. Ted's tone dipped down a notch, always worried about spies. "Emily, I've been waiting to tell you this until we weren't in the open. I think we're as safe as we can be for now." "I'm listening." "I ditched Ramirez because someone on the radio knew about the rendezvous time. I couldn't take the risk it was him. He fired on me as I drove away, confirming I was right, and then he left me to die. That's just low, no matter what side he's on." Ted took a deep breath. "And you should know I had a brief opportunity to sift through that black bag. It was his. He'd convinced me he was going to the White House to steal treasures, paintings, china, whatever.
He did take some guns, which I could forgive, but it was all cover for the real prize.
Which is?
The briefcase with the nuclear codes, he said gravely. She rubbed her chin.
It would have been close to the president, so that makes sense. But why bother? If the whole of America is gone, there would be no one to man the nuclear silos. No one at NORAD, no one at CENTCOM. All the defense infrastructure is free for the taking.
As soon as she said it, they looked at each other.
Well, you know what my orders are going to be, don't you?
He acknowledged her statement with a curt nod. There are nuke subs and cruise missiles around the world. Most of our warfighting gear is overseas, assuming this superweapon didn't erase them too. We've got to warn them, get them back here before the people who stole that briefcase can learn how to use it. She sat back in the comfy sofa and seemed to relax a tiny bit.
You read my mind.
Emily, ma'am, you are president now. You know that, right?
Please, if you ma'am or sir or otherwise defer to me as anything but your equal, I'm going to demote you.
She smiled at the obvious irony.
But seriously, for right now, we can't get hung up in orders and rank. If I'm president or not, it doesn't matter. I have no people to lead, no government to instruct, no military to command.
You do have one person to command, he said seriously. My duty has never changed. I'll protect you while we get back to friendly forces so you can do what needs doing, though...
What is it?
My niece. I can't stop thinking about her. I spoke with her right when all this kicked off. After talking to my... An emotional bubble welled up from deep inside him. Rebecca was gone. She lived in an apartment in New York City, which would have had no defense against whatever death ray blasted America. My sister asked me to find and keep her daughter safe.
Is the girl alive?
I don't know. She's on the John F. Kennedy. You talked to them briefly after the attack was over. She could be.
You want to go find her, don't you?
He would make good on his promises to Rebecca, but not until he fulfilled his oath to defend the Constitution of the United States. If the brutal attack on America was as complete and widespread as his sister suggested, he would have his hands full protecting the highest-ranking official in the country. Kyla, if she survived on the aircraft carrier, was probably better off than he was. He prayed she would find a way to survive until he could get to her. Eventually, yes, he replied. There are people alive on the JFK, so there's a good chance she survived. She's all I have left. However, he breathed in, the rest of our military will come home and fight this war. It's my job to keep you alive until they do.
I'm grateful to have you, Ted, and I wish nothing but the best for your loved ones. This isn't going to sound like some grand presidential plan, but our first order of business is getting a few hours of sleep. We have a big day ahead of us, probably several big days.
For a first order, rack time was a good one. His battlefield promotion came with a steep price. He needed to be at his sharpest all the time. Ted had served up some dumb mistakes today, and that couldn't happen tomorrow. He was responsible for the most important woman in America. She turned out the lights as he got comfortable on his stretched recliner.
"Good night, John boy,"
she giggled softly. "Oh, that's how it's going to be?" He cracked up.
"My parents taught me to keep my humor at all times. That's what got me through those boring political dinners. That's how I'm going to survive you."
He threw a pillow into the shadows, glad to be alive. Tomorrow, there was a country to save.